Yo, Atlas speaking and welcome to a brand new series on the channel. What if a civilian gets infected by the nightmare spell and obtains the Omnitrix? Synopsis: haunted by the death of his mother during a Nightmare Gate outbreak, Hugo grows up consumed by grief and an unrelenting hatred for the creatures that stole everything from him. The only light left in his shattered world is the memory of Soul Reaper Jet, the legendary awakened who saved his life, inspiring him to one day become just like her. When he is finally infected by the nightmare spell, Hugo willingly embraces the trial that countless others fear, seeing it as his only chance to gain the strength he desperately seeks. But his first nightmare is nothing like the stories humanity has been told. Thrust into a trial filled with impossible mysteries, forgotten truths, and forces beyond his understanding, Hugo soon realizes that survival alone will not be enough. As his very existence begins to change in ways no one should be capable of, he is forced to confront challenges that defy everything known about the spell. Every step forward pushes him closer to uncovering secrets buried deep within the dream realm while testing the limits of his resolve and humanity. In a world where power is forged through suffering, Hugo's journey to become humanity's greatest weapon against the nightmare has only just begun. Make sure to support the author link in the description, and without further ado, let the tale begin. Chapter 1: Hatred. The cold night in the NQSC middle-class neighborhood was broken only by the soft click of a lock. A boy of about 16 of age slipped into his house, the hour late. The air inside was warm and carried the thick, cloying reek of cheap alcohol, a scent that clung to the modest furnishings despite their best efforts to appear clean. The boy sighed wearily as he bypassed the living room and made his way to the stairs, each step a familiar effort. But as he reached the top, the silence was shattered by sounds from his father's room, a sharp cry, followed by a low, throaty moan. "Ah! Oh, yes!" The boy froze, his face twisting in disgust. Another one. He thought bitterly. Great. Just fucking great. It seemed his drunken mess of a father had brought yet another prostitute home. He didn't hesitate further. Striding into his own room, he dropped his bag with a thud and immediately snatched a pair of headphones from his desk, clamping them over his ears. The tinny blast of music was a welcome shield, muffling the grotesque symphony from down the hall. Collapsing onto his bed, he stared at the cracked ceiling, the white paint stained and yellowing. In the artificial silence, the memories came unbidden, washing over him like a tide. Memory. "Hugo!" A woman's voice called out, warm and full of affection, devoid of any anger. A young boy, no older than 6, was a whirlwind of energy, his small legs carrying him across the synthetic grass of the NQSC park. A brilliant, untainted smile was carved onto his face, a peaceful, beautiful expression untouched by the horrors that lurked at the edges of their world. Hugo rushed toward the sound, crashing into his mother's legs and wrapping his arms around her. "Ma! Can you play with me?" he pleaded, his voice dripping with innocent hope. She patted his head gently before bending down to his level, her own smile elegant and heart-wrenchingly kind. "Of course, honey. After all, if I didn't play with you, who else would?" Right then, as they turned toward the center of the park, the world itself shifted. The very air grew still, holding its breath as if awaiting an executioner's blow. Then, reality didn't just ripple, it cracked, violently and without warning. In mere moments, the entire world went mad. Dozens of harrowing figures spilled from a tear in the world like dark plague, their forms monstrous and wrong. The pristine green of the synthetic grass was instantly stained a brutal, shocking red. The scene fragmented, reforming on a nearby road. Hugo's mother now carried him, his small body clutched tightly against her chest as she ran. Panic was etched onto her face, a raw, primal fear. Of course she was afraid. She wasn't an awakened, and a Category 2 gate had opened without a single warning from the obel scale, making evacuation impossible. Hugo watched, his childish mind struggling to process the impossible speed of it all. His mother stumbled. Then she fell to the ground violently. A horrific, glistening claw protruded from her chest, slick with her own blood. In her final, instinctual act, she had twisted as she fell, shielding Hugo, preventing the talon from piercing him too. She collapsed, her arms still locked around him in a deathly tight embrace. I'm sorry," she whispered, the words a wet, gurgling breath. The light in her eyes flickered and died in an instant. And just as the beast loomed over them, its harrowing fangs poised to descend, another figure appeared. She moved like a cold angel of death, a soul reaper given form. With impossible speed and grace, her scythe flashed, and the abomination was severed. The woman quickly shifted her stance, her brow furrowing as she noticed the dead woman near her. She sighed, a hollow sound. "Your nightmare is over." Then, she saw the body slightly twitch, and in an instant her instincts as an awakened, although a fairly new one, kicked in. She stepped forward, ready to dismember the corpse, fearing that some parasitic abomination had already taken over the woman body. But what she found was far more horrifying than any monster. A little boy, no older than 8, was clinging to his mother's body. He was trying to shake her awake as if she was merely taking a nap, his small frame drenched in her blood. Translucent tears carved clean paths through the crimson mask on his face, turning red as they fell onto her lifeless form. Soul Reaper Jet stared, her professional composure shattered into complete shock. For a long, suspended moment, the world stopped. The government awakened battling nightmare creatures in the background, the countless other dead mundane humans, it all faded into a meaningless blur. There was only her, and the boy smeared in his mother's blood. For the first time in a long, long while, Jet was brutally reminded of how harrowing and cruel this world was. Of how cruel the nightmare spell truly was. 100 thoughts raced through her mind. Should I apologize for being too late? Should I comfort him? But how? How do you comfort a child drowning in his mother's viscera? In the end, Soul Reaper Jet said nothing. That single, silent action would become a ghost that tormented her for the rest of her life as an awakened, and most importantly a second, powerful driver for her relentless rampage against the creatures of the nightmare. Back in the present, the torrent of memories receded, leaving Hugo hollowed out. He saw it all again, the endless therapy sessions he still attended, his father's slow decline into madness by alcohol and strangers, the morbid emptiness of his own life. He felt the familiar, coiling hatred, for himself, for the nightmare creatures, for the spell itself. And most of all, he remembered the cold, blue eyes of the woman who had saved him. Even through a haze of blood and tears, the image of Soul Reaper Jet, the famous government awakened who was now an ascended master, was burned into his very soul. The cold, unrelenting promise of bloodshed in her gaze still haunted him. He wanted it. He wanted that same look in his own eyes. He wanted to become like her. He wanted the power to kill and kill again, to erase all the abominations from the world one by one. But for now, Hugo was just a boy curled into a tight ball on his bed, his legs clutched tightly to his chest. Truculent tears traced fresh paths down his cheeks, silent sobs racking his frame. "You promised," he whispered into the music-filled silence, his voice breaking. "You promised you'd play with me. You promised you'd stay." Eventually, his tears ran dry, his muffled cries lost to the beat in his ears. That night, Hugo fell into a fitful sleep, barely finding rest. For the next day, he would wake to find himself in a strange, hazy state. Chapter 2, Nightmare Begins. Hugo woke up feeling a profound sense of numbness seeping through his limbs. His eyes were heavy, his thoughts mired in a thick, drowsy fog. Every movement was a sluggish effort, as if he were pushing through deep water. But beneath the physical torpor, something else was happening. Something deep within the core of his being was shifting, twisting, and eager to awaken. A fundamental change, subtle and inexorable, was slowly beginning. Realization dawned with the cold clarity of a shard of ice. It was simple, really. For anyone living in the era of the nightmare spell, the symptoms were as familiar as they were dreaded. Hugo had been infected. He was an aspirant. At his age, the chance of infection was at its peak. For most, this news would be a death sentence, a source of pure terror. After all, who would welcome being thrust into a first nightmare, forced to face vile abominations with a staggeringly high chance of a gruesome death leading to a transformation into a nightmare creature oneself? No sane person would do that. But Hugo, he was not exactly sane. He stared at his reflection in the smudged mirror, a vile, mad smile stretched across his face. Ha! Ha ha ha! He clutched his head, a messy, choked laugh escaping his lips, tears of sheer, unadulterated joy streaming down his cheeks. Finally, I can be just like her. 3 hours later, Hugo stood alone before the NQSC police station, a monolithic structure of grim, utilitarian concrete. He watched the comings and goings of the officers, their faces set in professional masks of weary authority. The long walk from his dilapidated neighborhood had done little to ease the strange lethargy clinging to his soul. He had left without a word to his father. So if he died in the nightmare, the man would have no idea, learning of his son's fate only through a cold, official notice. A strange mix of guilt and vindictive sadness washed over him. But he did not back away. Even if he failed, his death would achieve one of his lesser, darker goals he had in mind. It was to spite his father. The pain of losing a wife and then a son would be utterly unbearable. It might even be the final push the man needed to join them. Good. He should have thought about the consequences of his actions a long time ago. Hugo snarled internally, shaking the morbid thought away. After all, he wasn't planning on dying. He had a promise to keep. Steeling himself, he walked inside toward the reception desk. The officer behind it looked up, his expression bored until Hugo spoke, his voice flat and rehearsed. As demanded by the third special directive, I am here to surrender myself as a carrier of the nightmare spell. The officer paled dramatically. Another one? Hugo tilted his head. So, someone else was infected today. The statistical probability was actually quite high, but the coincidence felt significant, a ripple in the fabric of his fate. The officer sighed, running a hand over his face. How long have you been infected? When did you start showing symptoms? And are you sure? Already feeling the weight of sleep pulling at him, Hugo replied, I think it's been a while, but the drowsiness was overwhelming this morning. And yes, I'm sure. The officer looked like he might faint. He snatched his communicator, his voice sharp with urgency. Code Black! Code Black, we have another one. A short while later, Hugo found himself being secured into a bulky chair that was a sinister hybrid of a hospital bed and a torture device. The room was buried deep in the station's basement, its walls thick armor plating, the only exit a formidable vault door. Armed officers stood guard along the walls, their grim expressions and automatic rifles creating an atmosphere of tense finality. In the chair next to him was another boy, skinny and pale, who seemed barely conscious. Hugo gave him a cursory glance before dismissing him. His own impending trial was all that mattered. His mind was a swirling mess, but one thought burned with crystalline clarity: power. This is the only path forward that he would be content with. Finally, the vault door hissed open, and a gray-haired policeman with a seasoned, stern face entered. He checked Hugo's restraints with practiced efficiency, glanced at his wristwatch, and then fixed Hugo with a grave look. What's your name, kid? Hugo, he answered, his voice steadier than he felt. The old policeman grunted. Do you want me to contact your family? Hugo simply shook his head, his expression a mask of cold indifference. No, not really. He lied. A shadow passed over the policeman's face before his expression hardened into one of grim duty. All right, Hugo. How long can you stay awake? Not long, Hugo admitted, the words feeling like lead. Then we don't have time for the full procedure. Try to resist for as long as you can and listen to me very carefully. Okay? Not waiting for a response, he leaned closer. How much do you know about the nightmare spell? Hugo gave him a tired look. As much as anyone, I guess. You complete the first nightmare, kill some monsters, get magic powers. Become a dreamer, then get sent to the dream realm on the winter solstice, and after returning you become an awakened. The policeman nodded with a hesitant expression. That is mostly correct. But I'll have to warn you, in your first nightmare you won't encounter just monsters, you will come across humans too. So you need to remember, they are not real, merely apparitions made by the spell. How do you know? The boy next to him suddenly spoke, a spark of defiance cutting through his drowsiness. No one understands the spell. So how can you be sure they're not real? The policeman's eyes were flinty. You might have to kill them, kid. So do yourself a favor and just think about them as illusions. The simple, brutal statement hung in the air. Oh. A lot depends on luck, the policeman continued, addressing the pale young boy. Generally, it shouldn't be overwhelmingly hard. The situation, the tools, the creatures, they should be within your abilities. The spell sets up trials, not executions. You're disadvantaged, but you look like a tough kid. Don't give up on yourself. The boy merely grunted in response. The darkness at the edge of his vision was creeping inward. About those magic powers, you will receive them if you survive. What they are depends on your affinity and your actions during the trial. But some of it will be available to you from the start. The voice was growing distant, echoing down a long tunnel. Hugo's eyelids were massive weights, the same could be said for the other boy next to him. Remember, the first thing you must do is check your attributes and your aspect. If you get a combat aspect, something like a swordsman or an archer, things will be easier. If it's reinforced by a physical attribute, even better. Combat aspects are the most common. The armored room was dimming, the light seeming to fade. If you're unlucky and your aspect has nothing to do with combat, don't despair. Sorcery and utility aspects are useful in their own ways, you'll just have to be smart. There are really no useless aspects. Well, almost none. So just do anything in your power to survive. The policeman's final words were the faintest whisper, laden with a pragmatic, chilling honesty. If you survive, you become an awakened. If you die, you'll open a gate for a nightmare creature to appear here. Which means my colleagues and I will have to deal with it. So, please don't die, both of you, Hugo, Sunless. So that's his name. Hugo thought. Then for a split second, Hugo felt a strange, hollow pang at the man's sincerity towards him and the other boy. Or, at least, try not to die right away. The nearest awakened won't be here for a few hours. We would really appreciate it if you don't make us fight that thing ourselves. What a world, was Hugo's last, fragmented thought. Then, the last of his resistance crumbled, and he fell into a deep, absolute slumber. Everything became black. And then, in the profound darkness, a faintly familiar, resonant voice rang out, severing his last connection to the world he knew. Aspirant! Welcome to the nightmare spell. Prepare for your first trial. Chapter 3, Stranger Things. Hugo dreamt of a vast wasteland. It was an impossibly large expanse of desolation, filled with gigantic remains of countless unknown structures. They seemed to be made of a strange, smooth white marble that had stubbornly retained its shape despite being shattered and broken. The very air was heavy with the dust of fallen civilizations. The most noticeable thing, however, was the sky. It was a swirling, impossible canvas of green, blue, and red, a chaotic aurora that painted the heavens, and the sun, if it can even be called that, was not a source of light and warmth, but instead a chilling void, a black hole that seemed to drink the vibrant aurora from the world. The moon too was strange, it was a black geometric structure etched with countless glowing green shapes, frozen in place like a silent, malevolent observer. The place was utterly devoid of life, a tomb on a planetary scale. And then, the impossible happened. The world spun, in the opposite direction. Time itself began to rewind. The fallen structures shuddered, stone and marble defying gravity as they slowly, impossibly, began to rise again. The sun and the strange moon chased each other backwards across the sky, a silent cycle of unraveling. And then in an instant that stretched for an eternity, hundreds, if not thousands, of years flew by in reverse. Corpses buried deep in the barren soil were exhumed, pulled back to the surface. The tall, graceful spires of white marble soared upwards, reconstructing themselves until they pierced the chaotic heavens. In the middle of it all, a presence manifested, the thing that had caused the initial destruction. A sense of primordial dread, so vast and heavy it threatened to crush Hugo's soul, washed over him. But even that passed, swallowed by the relentless tide of reversing time. Finally, the cosmic reel slowed, stopped, and then, with a silent shudder, resumed its usual, forward pace. Aspirant. Welcome to the nightmare spell. Prepare for your first trial. Hugo's eyes snapped open. His hands were bound in front of him by a large, white, cuff-like device, its surface inscribed with faint, glowing green circuits. The material was cool and unnervingly light. He found himself wearing a blank, featureless white shirt and pants, garments that felt strangely, anachronistically modern compared to the ancient history he associated with the dream realm. Furthermore, he was one in a long line of hundreds, all shuffling forward in a grim, silent procession. Looking around, Hugo suppressed a gasp. The sky was now a solid, luminous green. But the city was something else entirely. They walked through a city of breathtaking beauty and impossible advancement. Tall, beautiful white skyscrapers, sleek and organic in design, rose to pierce the heavens. Lush, vibrant plants with bioluminescent flowers littered the pristine streets, bathing the scene in a soft, ethereal glow. More importantly, the place seemed wrong and out of place for the dream realm. Too advanced, Hugo thought, utterly baffled by the fact. From his extensive research, a product of every free moment spent scouring the awakened network for information, first nightmares were theorized to be recreations of the dream realm's ancient past. That ancient past, while wondrous and defying known laws of reality, was not supposed to possess technology that rivaled, let alone surpassed, the waking world. And yet it did. The sleek seamless tech integrated into the very architecture here was decades, if not centuries, ahead of anything on Earth. Hugo couldn't help but feel profoundly lost. This must be what the first human to undergo a nightmare felt like. He mused, a cold knot of anxiety tightening in his stomach. Sighing, he forced himself to observe his fellow prisoners. The others who were chained the same way as him were nothing short of bizarre and unnerving menagerie. Some had purple or blue skin, others had too many limbs, and a few even sported multiple heads. It was a harrowing sight to say the least, although they were in fact, nightmare creatures. Well, I'll be damned, other races did actually exist in the dream realm, once. There was still so much humanity did not know. Like who created the nightmare spell? And why exactly was it even created? Or perhaps it was always there as fundamental hidden law of existence. Who were the ancient beings of this realm, and what had they done in their lives? Who were the gods, and how did they die? Such questions remained maddening mysteries decades after the spell's descent, a stark reminder of humanity's insignificance in the grand, cruel scheme of things. That aside, his analytical mind, tranquilly sharpened ever since entering the nightmare, continued to catalog details, which lead to him finally spotting figures who weren't chained, his jailers. If Hugo had any sense of non-confusion left, it was entirely gone now. His jailers were a bunch of small creatures. Literally. They stood about a foot tall, with gray, wrinkled skin and large, round, black eyes. They wore advanced, form-fitting green suits of armor and held compact plasma gun cannons that looked both sophisticated and deadly despite their small size. What? How does this make sense? How were all these powerful-looking beings captured by a bunch of foot-tall greys? The disconnect between their unimpressive stature and their evident, absolute authority was jarring. Stomp! A loud sound drew Hugo's attention. Near the front of the prisoners' line, one individual stood out, a menacing, 7-foot-tall muscular creature with crimson skin and 4 powerful arms and strange 4 insect-like yellow eyes. The small gray creatures looked like ants next to him, and from the aggressive set of his shoulders, he seemed ready to use that to his advantage. "Hey!" the big red fellow shouted. Strangely, Hugo seemed to understand the language perfectly despite never hearing it before, the spell seamlessly translating the guttural barks into comprehensible meaning. "Who the hell do you think you are? Do you know who I am? I'm Beelzebub the Mighty. I'm a child of war. For the sick's sake. I should not be treated like this. One of the small gray creatures simply looked up at him, its large eyes utterly unamused. Get back in the line, prisoner 843, it said, its voice calm and devoid of any emotion. Prisoner 843 seemed to vibrate with agitation at the cold treatment. Then he took a threatening step forward, muscles coiling to launch himself at his diminutive jailer. Before he could complete the motion, bam! A high-velocity crack, sharper and louder than any gunshot Hugo had ever heard, ripped through the air. The sound wave itself was physically painful, making Hugo's ears ring. He looked up, his eyes widening in horror. The big red guy was frozen in place, a look of vacant surprise on his face. A neat, smoldering hole was punched directly through the center of his forehead, revealing fried and blackened tissue within. The great creature had shot him in the head, killing him instantly. The massive body teetered for a moment before crashing to the ground with a solid, final thud. Almost immediately, small, floating drones descended from the white spires that proceeded to latch onto the corpse, and then silently carried it away. The same gray creature looked over the line of prisoners with that same calm, terrifying gaze. Continue moving, prisoners, it stated. Its words held no threat, no agitation. Which made it all the more terrifying. There was only a chilling, absolute efficiency and professionalism, as if dealing with unruly livestock. It was now clear to Hugo that his life here was worth less than nothing to these strange creatures. The other prisoners seemed to have reached the same conclusion, the line resuming its somber march without a single whisper of protest. The procession eventually funneled into the base of one of the giant white spires. Frowning, Hugo kept his head down and continued walking, carefully avoiding the gaze of the gray jailers. Ah, right. Shaking off his fear, he remembered the countless instructional videos and the old policeman's urgent advice. Check your runes. Focusing inward, on the core concept of his own being and the idea of status, he willed the information to appear. Suddenly, a cluster of glowing, shimmering runes materialized in his vision, visible only to him. Name, Hugo. True name. Rank, aspirant. Soul core dormant. Memories. Echoes. Attributes frowny face mutant, mark of divinity. Extraordinary memory. Aspect frowny face unique being. Aspect description frowny face your blood, flesh, bones, mind, soul, spirit, and shadows are altered in strange ways. Making sure not to break his stride, Hugo read the runes, his mind racing. Just what is that supposed to mean? Blood, flesh, bone, mind, soul, spirit, and shadow, these were the fundamental components said to make up a living being. But he wasn't entirely sure what spirit entailed, although he knew the others held immense importance on the path of ascension. But why is mine altered? More importantly, what benefits did it grant him? Usually, aspects, even in their dormant state during the first nightmare, presented a clear passive ability or a hint of an active one, but this description was maddeningly vague. With a silent sigh, he focused on his attributes. While not as defining as an aspect, they were crucial passive enhancements. Mutant, attribute description, you are unique among your people, existing simultaneously as the best of your kind and also the most harrowing of your kind. Mark of divinity, attribute description, you bear a faint scent of divinity, as though someone briefly touched by it once, a long time ago. Extraordinary memory, attribute description, out of the 7 parts of your being, you have mastered the mind the most, granting you excellent memory. Hugo's frown deepened as he processed the information. Mutant was almost as cryptic as his aspect, though it hinted at a duality within him. Perhaps it granted minor physical augmentation or adaptability. He couldn't be sure yet. Well, whatever it is, it'll have to wait. He didn't have the luxury of time. He needed to act soon if he wanted to survive. The other 2 attributes were clearer, at least. Mark of divinity seemed to grant a minor affinity for the divine. He knew from the Awaken Wiki that such attributes were usually given to those with aspects related to divination or, in the incredibly rare cases, to those somehow connected to a deity. He had a strange inkling he fell into the latter category. And then finally, there was extraordinary memory. So I have a photographic memory? That would be useful. Wait. The description was specific. Out of the 7 parts of your being, you have mastered the mind the most. Exclamation point. A sudden, electrifying thought connected the dots between his attribute and his aspect. Yes, maybe that's it. His aspect stated that 7 parts of his being were altered, and his attribute told him that one of those 7 parts, the mind, had been mastered, granting him its benefit. Which meant, my aspect grants me certain abilities or attributes as I master the altered parts of my being. That said, all of this was a speculation, not confirmation, but it was a working theory. It was a fascinating, if daunting prospect. If it were true, it would mean he had 6 other attributes to potentially unlock, which could be the key to surviving this nightmare. At least, that was what he desperately hoped for. Suddenly, Hugo found himself at the very front of the line. Huh. He had been so absorbed in his analysis he had completely neglected his immediate, perilous situation. The same gray creature that had executed the forearm being looked at him passively. Prisoner 777, step forward. It gestured toward another of its kind standing behind a strange, pulsating white machine. Walking onto the indicated platform, Hugo gulped. A web of emerald light passed through his body, scanning him from head to toe. Though the process was harmless, it made his skin crawl. The machine emitted a sharp, high-pitched beep. Hugo's heart hammered against his ribs as a chill ran down his spine. Shit, shit, shit. He didn't know what it meant, but he really did not want to find out. The gray creature finally showed a reaction, a subtle shift in its posture that might have been interest. Ah, finally. I was getting tired, it said in its same calm, monotone voice. Then, it pressed a command on its wrist gauntlet and began to speak. Galvanic Unit 73 reporting. We have located a special human sample. Before Hugo could process the words special and sample, he felt a bizarre sensation of weightlessness as his body was lifted by an unseen force, and then the world blurred, then faded, and for the second time, darkness consumed him. Chapter 4, Lab Rat. A dull, throbbing ache behind his eyes was the first sensation to greet Hugo's return to consciousness. For a moment, he lay still, processing the simple, profound fact, he wasn't dead yet. The realization acted like a jolt of adrenaline, making Jolt upright, his body protesting with a chorus of minor aches and a profound stiffness. His eyes darted around, taking in his new surroundings. He was in a cell, but unlike any he had seen in the waking world. 4 walls of seamless, onyx-black material surrounded him, their surfaces dull and lifeless, absorbing the light rather than reflecting it. There were no seams, no doors and no windows, yet despite the apparent absence of a light source, the cell was illuminated in a soft, pervasive, and sourceless glow, casting no shadows. The furnishings were Spartan to the point of mockery. A single, smooth slab of the same black stone served as a bed, fused seamlessly to the floor. In the corner sat a strange, bowl-like depression with a faint, almost invisible shimmering field above it, a toilet of alien design. Wow! How generous, Hugo thought, the sarcasm a thin shield against the cold, not a dread tightening in his stomach. He was a special sample. A lab rat, for better words. The conclusion was so apparent even a blind person can see it. It must be because of my aspect and attributes, he mused, his mind, sharpened by his extraordinary memory, already racing to assess the situation. Nothing about this aligned with the documented experiences of a first nightmare. Aspirants were supposed to be integrated into roles, soldiers, scouts, nobles, even slaves in unfortunate cases, but they were always part of the world, with agency and a defined objective. But he was a prisoner in a cage with no clear objective or enemy, within a civilization so advanced it felt like a glimpse into a future humanity was never meant to see. A civilization that was about to face extinction soon enough. The ruins he had seen at the beginning of the nightmare were still a sharp image in his mind. That and the thing that brought said extinction. A civilization doomed to end, and that happens. A shiver ran down his spine as he imagined himself burning alive with this place. Hugo sighed. He had far more important things to do than convincing himself he was a dead man. Pacing the short length of his cell, he methodically considered his options. The simplest, most passive answer was to wait. To sit quietly and hope his captor's intentions were benign, or that the nightmare would shift on its own. But Hugo was not a simple person. Passivity had never been his nature. It was a luxury for those who had something to lose, but he had already lost everything that mattered. All right. First things first, what do I know about my captors? He began, structuring his thoughts like a report. They possess technology far more advanced than that of the waking world. Even when spell tech is included, they captured individuals of multiple, wildly divergent species, implying either a vast empire or a terrifyingly efficient hunting operation. They also were intelligent, ruthlessly pragmatic, and saw other beings as specimens or inconveniences rather than creatures. Well, obviously they'd be smart, he chastised himself. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to build all of this. The most logical conclusion was that they were gathering samples for experimentation. The why remained a mystery, but the what was becoming terrifyingly clear. Sitting back on the unyielding stone bed, Hugo contemplated this scant information. It told him the what but not the why of this nightmare's trial. What was he supposed to do? Escape? Survive the experiments? Overthrow his captors? If so, then how the hell was he supposed to do that? He was stranded, unarmed, and his only aspect ability was a cryptic description offering no immediate power. The only thing I have right now is time, at least, I think I do. Pushing aside the rising panic, he shifted his legs, settling into a meditative posture that felt awkward and faintly ridiculous but was the only action available to him. He turned his focus inward, to the riddle of his own being. Blood, bones, flesh, mind, soul, spirit, and shadow. 6 parts of his being remained unmastered. His theory was that mastering them would grant him new attributes, which in turn meant new tools for survival. It was a hope, a thread to cling to in the darkness. But the reality could be far grimmer. What if mastering them required specific, impossible catalysts? What if the process itself was lethal? Well, it's already bad enough that I don't know how to even begin, he thought, a wave of frustration washing over him. The mind had been mastered upon entry, likely because his intellect and memory were his inherent, defining traits. But how did one master their blood? Let alone their shadow, soul, and spirit? These were abstract, metaphysical concepts that could only be accessed through aspects abilities. Still, he refused to succumb to despair this easily, and so Hugo decided to start with his soul. It was the only spiritual component he had any academic knowledge of, as it was the core of every living being. But what exactly was a soul? The most common answer you would hear from a awakened academic is that it was the essence and animating force of every living creature. Mundane humans possessed them, but they were like embers compared to the roaring furnaces of awakened and nightmare creatures. The path of ascension, walked by conquering nightmares, was the known method of empowering one's soul and one's soul core. From sleeper to awakened, to ascended, to transcendent, the ranks were a ladder of soul forging and cultivation entirely dependent on the spell trials. But theories suggested that in the ancient dream realm, before the spell as humanity knew it became this omnipotent existence, there had once been other paths to ascend through the ranks and empower one's soul. They were lost arts of self-perfection. Why was that important? It mattered because these arts were lost and unknown to the humans of the waking world. But Hugo was an anomaly, as his very constitution was altered and thus fundamentally different from other people. So, maybe, just maybe, I don't have to wait for the spell, maybe. He closed his eyes, diving deep within himself, seeking the wellspring of his own existence. He sat there, motionless, for minutes that stretched into hours. He sought a sensation, a warmth, a pulse, anything that felt like the core of Hugo. He found nothing. Just the silent, dark expanse of nothing. No hidden power, no glowing core. Just the faint hum of his own thoughts. Yeah, this isn't working. He exhaled, the sound loud in the oppressive silence. A more immediate concern surfaced. I'm hungry. As if on cue, a section of the wall to his left, no larger than his palm, hissed open without warning. A single, large black eye of a great creature stared in for a moment before a single object was tossed through the opening. The aperture sealed instantly, returning the wall to its seamless, impenetrable state. Hugo looked down. On the floor lay a slender stick, glowing with a soft, internal green light. He didn't move a single muscle, his eyes fixed on the object with deep suspicion. What the hell is that? It could be food, poison, or a part of some experiment. The fact that it glowed was not reassuring. Minutes ticked by. The stick did nothing and nobody told him to do anything with it. It just laid there, pulsing gently. With a sigh of resignation, Hugo stood and walked over picking it up. The material was unnervingly smooth, cool and slightly pliable, humming with soft energy. Am I supposed to eat this? Fuck it. Starvation was a poorer option than potential poisoning. Frowning, he brought it to his mouth and took a small bite. The material came away easily as he chewed with a disgusted expression, but the taste was surprisingly, deceptively pleasant, cloyingly sweet even. With each swallow, the gnawing hunger in his stomach subsided, vanishing completely by the time he finished the stick. Huh. So it's synthetic paste, but far more advanced and tastier than the ones in the waking world. Gods knew these were awful. His eyes returned to the section of wall that had opened. So that's the delivery chute. Interesting. He committed its exact location and size due to his extraordinary memory. Trying to escape that way would be suicide. I need a better opportunity. Resigned, he returned to his stone bed and the futile meditation, the silence and isolation pressing in on him until, exhausted, he eventually fell into a troubled sleep. He woke up elsewhere. Again. Why do I always find myself somewhere else every time I wake up? The thought was a weary groan in his mind. This time, he was supine on a cold, hard table. Sadly, it was not the police station basement. He tried to move, but his wrists, ankles, and torso were held fast by bands of unseen energy, humming with a palpable force, gluing him to the surface. The ceiling above was a pristine, sterile white. He strained his neck, taking in the room. It was obviously a laboratory, a symphony of advanced alien technology. Sleek white machines, their surfaces alive with cascading patterns of emerald green light, lined the walls. The air smelled of ozone and something else, something metallic and clean. Green is slowly becoming my least favorite color, he thought with a grimace. His gaze finally landed on the room's other occupant. It was one of the great creatures, but this one was different. It wore no armor, instead it was adorned in formal-looking robes of black and green that seemed to absorb the light. It observed him with its large, black, unblinking eyes. It coughed, a dry, precise sound. Ahem, ahem. Greetings, prisoner 777. I am Albedo. One of the brightest Galvans in this realm and second only to the first thinker, Azimuth. You have the honor to be examined and tested by me personally. So you should be pleasantly delighted. Hugo kept his face a mask of neutrality, but beneath the calm, a furnace of hatred roared to life. These Galvans, and this Albedo in particular, were the architects of his helplessness. Hugo finally spoke for the first time since the nightmare begun, his voice hoarse from disuse. Are you going to kill me? Albedo tilted his small head, a gesture of genuine, insulting confusion. Why would I waste my time on killing you? I could ask a drone to do that. You're not worth the hassle, human. Yep. I'm going to kill you first, Hugo thought, the resolution settling in his soul like a shard of ice. Albedo, utterly unaware or indifferent to Hugo's silent vow, continued in his steady, monotone. You have been chosen from the countless prisoners to be a test subject for the first thinker's greatest creation. As I said, consider it an honor. And, quite frankly, it saved your life. If you had not possessed such a uniquely erroneous anatomy, you would have been sent to the null void with the rest of the prisoners and forced to work your entire life to repent for your crimes. The null void? A prison? So the body I inhabit is that of a criminal, one horrible enough to be sentenced to a lifetime of hard labor. The irony was bitter. And I was spared that fate only to become a lab rat. Wow! How lucky! But another part of Albedo's speech snagged his attention, the first thinker's greatest creation, which suggested this azimuth possessed some sort of magnum opus and Hugo was to be its test subject. Albedo walked closer, then, with an effortless grace, began to float, rising until he was level with Hugo on the table. You are truly a peculiar existence. Even the Nobel creatures we captured were not as fundamentally bizarre as you are. He eyed Hugo as one with a fascinating bug. Your blood is all wrong, its cellular structure and energy matrix functioning in ways that defy biological law. Your bones and flesh are a patchwork of incomprehensible densities, with some sectors as dense as neutron star matter, others as soft as aerogel. But it is your mind that fascinates me the most. By all logical metrics, its chaotic neural pathways should have resulted in you being mentally retarded, yet you display cogent, even sharp, intelligence. He paused for a moment. Well, some sort of intelligence at least. At first, I theorized it was a compensatory effect of your soul, spirit, and shadow's unique constitutions, but that was not the case. Your entire being physically and spiritually is a cascade of errors, all interconnected by a strange, unseen thread that somehow maintains your cohesion. It is magnificent in its wrongness. As he spoke, a holographic screen materialized before him, streaming with data Hugo couldn't comprehend. Well, enough talk. We should begin. Hugo's eyes narrowed. Begin what? Albedo's lipless mouth stretched into a small, chilling smile. The experiment, of course. As he said the words, 7 tall needles of polished white metal descended from the ceiling like silent, articulated arms. They were long, terrifyingly thick and tipped with points that seemed to shimmer, distorting the air around them. They positioned themselves over his chest, his limbs, his forehead. Wait! Please! Hugo pleaded, his voice cracking with raw, undisguised horror. It was a futile sound, swallowed by the sterile silence of the lab. The needles struck. The pain was not a single sensation, but a symphony of agony. It was a cold, invasive fire that erupted at each point of entry, burrowing deep into his tissue. He felt them grinding against his bones, seeking pathways through his flesh and his blood being assaulted by an unknown force. A scream torn from the very core of his being ripped from his throat, a raw, animalistic sound of utter terror and pain. But it was only the beginning. The needles didn't stop at the physical. They pushed deeper, into a realm of sensation Hugo had never known. He felt them pierce the veil of his soul, a violation so profound it dwarfed the physical torment. It was like having the core of his identity scraped raw. His spirit frayed and snapped under the onslaught, and on the table beneath him, his own shadow writhed and twisted as it was pierced by the shadow of the long needles. Through the overwhelming pain, he felt something foreign being injected. It was not a liquid, but a raw, concentrated potential, an alien energy that sought to rewrite his essence. And horrifyingly, his body, his soul, his spirit and his shadow did not fight it. Instead they accepted it, betraying him instantly, drinking deeply of the invading substance with a terrifying insatiable hunger. It was as if the fundamental alteration described by his aspect had made him a barren field, and this violation was a torrential, poisonous rain he was desperate to absorb. His senses overloaded. He felt his cells screaming as they mutated, his soul swelling to the point of fracture, his spirit breaking and reforming in jagged new patterns, his shadow stretching and contorting to encompass the entire room in its silent, suffering mimicry. The pain was so absolute he could not even welcome the relief of unconsciousness. The foreign energy and his own ravenous aspects kept him brutally, excruciatingly aware. Faintly, as if from a million miles away, the voice of the spell resonated in his skull, a cold notification through the inferno. You have gained an attribute. You have gained an attribute. You have gained an attribute. The words were meaningless, drowned in the agony. Eventually, the needles retracted, leaving him a broken, twitching mess on the cold table. But the ordeal was not over. An unseen telekinetic force lifted his limp body, floating him through the laboratory before unceremoniously dropping him into a waiting vertical pod. It was filled with a viscous, glowing green liquid that immediately closed over his head. Hugo's eyes, wide with residual pain and shock, remained open, staring out through the green haze. He was drowning, but not dying, trapped in a suffocating, conscious limbo. His gaze, blurred and burning, found Albedo, who was calmly observing the data on his screen. In that moment, Hugo's pain crystallized into something pure and eternal. A hatred so deep, so cold, and so vast it felt like it could shatter worlds. It was a promise, etched into his soul with the needle's points. And yet, that world-shattering hatred could do nothing for its master, who was trapped, sundered, and slowly drowning in a silent, green hell. Chapter 5: Mysterious Powers. Next. Albedo's POV. Albedo stared at prisoner 777, now suspended in a translucent stasis pod filled with a luminescent green liquid, a highly effective regenerative compound found only on Galvan Prime. His large black eyes were calm on the surface, yet they hid a flicker of unexplainable, fervent excitement. The test subject was truly miraculous. Not divine and not in the way the gods and Nobel creatures were, but still miraculous enough to be considered a genuine anomaly. A statistical impossibility. As all humans were, really. Even though Nobel creatures, such as the Galvans and every other non-human race, were meticulously crafted by the mighty gods, humans still remained the most bizarre and unique organisms in all the realms, second only to the gods themselves, of course. It made a twisted sort of sense. No matter how powerful or intellectually superior Nobel creatures were, there was one undeniable, infuriating truth: humans, like the gods, were born from the primordial flames of desire and potential. They were raw, unrefined chaos. As such, the normal, logical rules of reality did not apply to them in the same, predictable way they did for Nobel creatures. It was a fact that made most Galvans, Albedo especially, simmer with a deep, academic fury. After all, these creatures were inferior in discipline and structure, yet they held such pristine, untapped potential, all of it squandered by their own rampant arrogance and endless infighting, especially those from the war god's realm. And that statement was not blatant racism for human but merely pure fact from, for example, every test subject they had taken was a vile criminal from across the realms, their atrocities knowing no bounds, with most of them being humans. This was why the Galvans felt no ethical quandary about experimenting on them. In fact, being a test subject was a far more merciful fate than the alternative, the null void. Albedo shivered slightly, a full-body tremor as he thought of that harrowing place. Despite its name, the null void had no relation to the vile, all-consuming primordial void. Yet that did not mean it was not a place of profound horror in its own right. It was a partitioned, savage segment of Beast God's divine realm, the patron deity of the Galvans. And it was also the most harrowing part of the god's realm. In fact, it could even be labeled as a miniature realm of untamed chaos and primal fury within the divine domain. The most harrowing of beasts, untouched by external corruption yet monstrous by their very nature, roamed its endless wastes. Any prisoner sent there would suffer a lifetime of hard labor, mining for unstable resources under constant threat of being torn apart. What a regretful fate! Albedo thought, a strange, unwelcome emotion tugging at his core. He quickly suppressed it. No. They deserved it. Order must be maintained. Turning his attention back to prisoner 777, he tried to find a coherent way to explain how the subject's body, no, his entire existence, was so fundamentally strange. This doesn't make any sense. Albedo shouted, his small hands slapping the surface of the data screen in uncharacteristic frustration. By all accounts, he should have been ecstatic, and to an extent he was, as they had found a subject capable of bonding with it. Yet, his happiness and excitement were drowned by his scientific mind that was offended by the sheer, illogical strangeness of this vessel. How? Just how could it awaken an aspect without even becoming awakened first? Albedo exclaimed, his tiny hands gripping the screen's edge until his knuckles turned white. The subject was confirmed to possess an aspect, a defining supernatural principle. Yet, the foundational truth was that the subject was, in fact, not an awakened. He did not possess a soul core, the fundamental engine that allowed for such a thing. It was like finding a star burning without nuclear fusion. Just what are you? Albedo gritted his teeth, staring at the floating human. Their test subjects were neatly divided into two categories, awakened criminals and dormant criminals. The former obviously gave better, more stable results due to their developed nature. On the other hand, the latter were often disappointing but held a certain potential due to the ripeness and malleability of their dormant souls. But Subject 777 made absolutely no sense. He was an ontological paradox. The subject possessed no soul core whatsoever, yet he possessed an aspect, which preliminary scans confirmed was related to a fundamental, existential mutation, granting him the unique cohesion he possessed. It was already bizarre enough that the subject had endured the first experiment with unprecedented stability, his body, soul, spirit and shadow not only resisting the foreign essence and DNA samples but actively and hungrily integrating them into their own. But also the fact that he had an aspect without his soul forming a core was astonishing, a contradiction that threatened to upend basic metaphysical law of the world, breaking every reliable truth they had on the nature of the path of ascension. If only Lord Azimuth was here. I should contact him to inform him about this unexpected development, Albedo mumbled to himself, the weight of the discovery feeling both thrilling and burdensome. Yet, some time later, when he tried to open a channel through the long-range communication device, he found no results. The console returned only static, a faint, persistent hiss that felt like the universe itself was refusing his inquiry. THQT silence from the other end was deeply, profoundly strange that did not come from the machine itself but more of the world instead. As if nothing beyond Galvan Prime existed. Before he could pursue this matter, Albedo found himself standing before the communication device with a blank expression on his face. What was I going to do again? He mumbled to himself in confusion as he returned to studying Subject 777 data. Hugo's POV. Hugo woke up once again within the black onyx cell. To his profound horror, he was still in the nightmare, on that wretched, unyielding stone bed. He stared at the ceiling with a blank, hollow expression, the memory of the events that transpired within the laboratory seared into his mind. His body was fine. In fact, it felt better than before, stronger, more resilient, humming with a latent energy he hadn't felt even before entering this hell. Yet, he was not fine. The psychological and spiritual pain of the experience he had endured was utterly terrifying, a trauma so vivid he could still feel the ghost of the needles penetrating his body. That should have been impossible, a mercy of fading memory granted to all humans to prevent strain on the mind, but his attribute, extraordinary memory, thought otherwise, forcing him to remember every excruciating minute of the torment in perfect, agonizing detail. What hurt him the most, however, was not the pain but instead it was the crushing hopelessness and his absolute lack of power to do anything. He had been reduced to a thing, a piece of meat that could do nothing but beg, and his pleas had been met with indifferent, clinical interest. Damn it! He thought, biting his lower lip so hard he tasted the sharp, metallic tang of blood. What happened next made Hugo sober up from his blank state instantly. The small, self-inflicted wound on his lip simply vanished. Not slowly, not with a scab, it sealed itself shut in the span of a heartbeat, the skin smoothing over as if it had never been broken. Confused, his heart hammering against his ribs, Hugo summoned the spell's runes. Name, Hugo. True name. Rank, aspirant. Soul core dormant. Memories. Echoes. Attributes: frowny face mutant, mark of divinity, extraordinary memory, anatomica, shatter end, spirit core. Aspect: frowny face unique being. Hugo's eyes narrowed as he recalled the cold, dispassionate voice of the spell that had echoed through the agony of the experiment. You have gained an attribute. You have gained an attribute. You have gained an attribute. It seemed the experiment had indeed done something to him, forcibly changing his being on a fundamental level. Or perhaps, the extreme circumstances and the foreign substances had triggered his aspect, catalyzing the change and forcing the emergence of these new attributes. Not wanting to stall further, Hugo summoned the descriptions of the new runes, his face a mask of blank resignation. Anatomica, attribute description, due to a mysterious power, your flesh, blood, and bones have reached a state of perfect harmony, granting you harrowing powers. Shadowrend, attribute description, due to a mysterious power, your shadow has grown impossibly vast and malleable, granting you tenebrous powers. Spirit core, attribute description, due to a mysterious power, your spirit has been condensed and solidified into a spirit core, granting you extraordinary powers. Hugo read the runes carefully, his expression neutral, absorbing the information. Then, he laughed. It was a bitter, agonizing sound that grated in the silent cell. "Oh, how wonderful," he whispered, the words dripping with venomous sarcasm. "It seems one of the conditions for me to gain power is to be experimented on like a fucking rat." The truth of it drove deep into his heart, a fresh wound alongside the others. Exhaling a shaky breath, Hugo tried to calm the storm within himself. Despite the shock and the trauma, he couldn't afford to give up. Not yet. Not until he had truly given it his all. He had finally been given a tangible opportunity to achieve his dream, and so he could not give up. But still, his first nightmare has been constantly throwing impossible challenges towards him. Even the boon it bestows upon him were vague and mysterious. Again, the spell didn't specify the exact nature of these harrowing or tenebrous powers. He noted with frustration. More importantly, he observed how these new attributes were fundamentally different from extraordinary memory, despite coming from the same origin, his aspect. They all shared the due to a mysterious power phrase, implying they were granted by his aspect reacting to an external catalyst, which is the alien fluid injected into him. Extraordinary memory, in contrast, seemed to have been drawn out from within himself after mastering his mind to an extent. So Hugo had reached the conclusion that there were two pathways functions of his aspect, internal mastery and external, violent integration of foreign substances. Is there a limit, though? On how many attributes I can get, he wondered. If I master my shadow through my own efforts, could I get a second, purer shadow attribute? Or are these mutations only granted once per category, no matter the method? No. Focus, Hugo, he chastised himself. That's a problem for the long run, if I survive. What matters is what's happening now. First, he needed to assess his newfound abilities. So, my blood, bone, and flesh have reached a state of harmony. He had seen the first evidence of this with his instant regeneration. It meant his physical body had undergone a thorough metamorphosis, reaching a new impossible height for an aspirant. That was the practical application of Anatomica, of at least a part of it. The other two were more cryptic, abstract concepts that Hugo did not fully understand. My shadow is impossibly large? Hugo was sure there was a dirty joke somewhere in there, but he was in no mood to articulate it. Looking at the ground, he couldn't visually confirm any change as the chamber had no directed light source to cast a clear shadow. But when he focused, when he thought about the concept of his own shadow, he felt something. A faint, almost imperceptible presence at the edge of his perception appeared. It was a vast, cool expanse that felt both like a part of him and a separate, slumbering entity, although he could not control it nor could he grasp it, but he could feel it now. Sadly, it was a dead end for now, but a tangible one promising potential. Going over his last attribute, Spirit Core, Hugo closed his eyes and turned his focus inward once more, trying to find the mysterious core the spell had mentioned. To his surprise, this time he was not met with a dead end. Quite the opposite actually, as Hugo felt a presence within him, a flame, but not a fire. It was a concentration of self, a nexus of will and identity, and at the same time, it was a representation of the world itself and how it interacted with his spirit. The feeling was contradictory for multiple reasons. The second was the fact that the spirit core felt simultaneously gigantic, a sun contained within his soul, and yet at the same time it felt infinitesimally small, a single dense point of power. He frowned at the impossible sensation, trying to peer deeper into its nature, but his understanding slipped away each time he tried to grasp it. Could it be because I'm still an aspirant, he thought? That seemed the most likely answer, a limitation imposed by his dormant soul. It made sense, but some part of Hugo, the part that had been violated and changed, refused to fully accept that reasoning. Eventually, a new thought struck him. Wait. Flesh, blood, and bone fused together into one attribute. Then there's shadow and spirit, but where's the soul? Wasn't a spirit innately tied to the soul? So how could a spirit coexist and be solidified if his soul was still dormant, according to the runes? And more importantly, why hadn't his soul been changed by the mysterious power injected during the experiment? Could it be because of the nightmare's rules? He pondered, a chilling thought forming in his head. If his soul was affected directly, wouldn't that fundamentally clash with the spell's prescribed method of awakening? Is it even possible to truly awaken within a nightmare? All of these questions swirled in his mind, a heavy, unresolved weight. No clear answers were to be found in the oppressive silence of the cell. And then, the ground beneath him shook. The vibration was sudden and violent, causing him to tumble from his meditative posture onto the cold, hard floor. What the hell, he muttered, his voice instantly drowned out by the roar of a distant explosion, followed by the frantic, echoing sound of running footsteps and alarms that suddenly screamed to life. Chapter 6: Escape. Hugo sat there listening to the sudden explosion of sound and violence, his mind scrambling to process the chaos. For a moment, he was paralyzed, caught between two terrifying realities. On one hand, he had a dreadful premonition of what this was, the arrival of the apocalyptic force he had witnessed at the beginning of the nightmare, the terrifying army that shattered this advanced civilization. Which meant one thing: the end was beginning. But on the other hand, a more immediate, practical problem consumed him. He was stranded in an impregnable cell with no way out. He was practically a caged animal awaiting the fire. The grand scale of the doom outside was irrelevant if he couldn't take a single step beyond these four walls. What to do? What to do? The thought was a frantic drumbeat in his skull. His eyes darted to the section of the wall the Galvans used for food delivery. Moving to the left wall quickly, he pressed his ear against the cool, seamless onyx. His senses, sharpened to a preternatural acuity by Anatomica, cut through the muffled roars and distant booms. He could make out distinct layers of sound. First, there was the high-pitched, searing crack hiss that were incredibly fast and numerous. It's the blasters, he thought, recalling with chilling clarity how a single, precise shot had effortlessly caved in the skull of the four-armed demon. It seemed the Galvans were deploying their full arsenal. But they weren't the only ones firing. Beneath the blaster fire was another sound, a deeper, angrier thrumcrack of plasma discharges. These ones were more violent and slightly different from the blasters the Galvans used, which suggested the existence of an intruder, or perhaps a mass prison break was underway. Whatever it was powerful enough to force the Galvans into a pitched firefight. Suddenly, a new sound joined the symphony of destruction, snapping him out of his thoughts. It was a rapid, mechanical beeping, close and insistent. It wasn't a weapon, it was a countdown. Hugo's eyes widened as the realization dawned on him. He threw himself backward, scrambling across the floor in a desperate, graceless crawl, putting as much distance as he could between himself and the wall. He barely made it 2 seconds before the world exploded. The section of the wall he'd been listening at detonated inward with a concussive whump. A storm of shrapnel and pulverized onyx filled the air, pelting his body and clattering against the far wall. Light, harsh and artificial, flooded the perpetual twilight of his cell, stabbing at his light-starved eyes and forcing him to blink away tears. Shaking debris from his hair, Hugo peered through the newly formed opening. The hallway outside was a war zone. Barrages of emerald green and bloody red energy bolts crisscrossed the corridor, painting the pristine white marble with scorch marks and molten slag. And he was trapped in the doorway with no other path of escape. Which meant that the moment he stepped out into the hallway, he would instantly be vaporized. Through the reflection, Hugo managed to glimpse the source of the red blasts. The creature displayed were not organic, but instead a mechanical hulking, bipedal drones with armored carapaces of brown and red that moved with a clanking, relentless purpose. Great, he thought. For a long, tense minute, the exchange of fire was a relentless storm. Then, as abruptly as it began, it stopped. A final, sizzling red bolt struck home, and an eerie silence descended, broken only by the drip of molten metal and the faint crackle of dying electronics. The hallway was once again silent. Hugo's heart hammered against his ribs as he moved cautiously toward the jagged hole that was once a wall. Not wanting to die a stupid death, he grabbed a fist-sized chunk of debris and lobbed it out into the hallway. It clattered noisily against the floor and rolled to a stop. Nothing happened. No blast or fire, and more importantly, no movement nor sound. Still not convinced, he slowly, carefully, edged his head out to peer into the corridor. It was a scene of devastation. The long, wide hallway was littered with wreckage. On one side lay the smoldering, tiny forms of several Galvan soldiers drowning in their own blood, their advanced armor broken and scorched. On the other side, the shattered remains of the brown and red assault drones lay in sparking, inert heaps. Hugo confirmed the fact that the enemy the Galvans are fighting was a mechanical force. Not that he cared who was fighting whom. Freedom was freedom. As he stepped out he saw something on the edges of his vision. It was a slight, twitching movement among the Galvan corpses. One of the small gray creatures had survived, but only barely. Its armor was a cracked ruin, and a dark, viscous fluid, its blood, pooled beneath it. The little creature was a fighter, as it was trying to crawl to safety, its movements feeble and pathetic. A cold, focused fury ignited in Hugo's chest. All the helplessness he had felt since the beginning of the nightmare, the violation of the experiment, and the sheer terror he had felt due to these creatures. It all coalesced into a single, white-hot point of hatred deep inside his soul. He walked toward the dying Galvan, his steps measured and heavy. The tiny creature looked up, its large black eyes meeting his. It tried to speak, but only a wet, gurgling rasp escaped its mouth, accompanied by a fresh trickle of blood. Hugo felt no pity. His only regret was that the Galvan he was killing was not albedo, and so without a word, he picked up a sharp, jagged piece of broken debris from the floor and raised it high, his knuckles white, then slammed it down with all his enhanced strength, crushing the Galvan's small torso. The body convulsed as it was hammered by the large rock. Then the sweat-familiar voice of the spell resounded in his ears. "You have slain an awakened beast, Galvan soldier. You have received a memory, Prototech armor." A grim, savage grin stretched across Hugo's face as he brought the shard down again, and a cathartic release of pent-up rage before the spell's notification finally registered, and then he stopped, breathing heavily. Calming himself, Hugo looked around, trying to find a better weapon than a shard of rocks, but sadly the Galvan's weapons and armor were comically small for him, and the drone's integrated weapon were fused into their bodies and thus destroyed during the clash. A flicker of disappointment washed over him as he realized he won't be using any laser shooters anytime soon. But that did not mean he didn't possess any equipments anymore. Hugo quickly summoned the spell's runes to inspect his prize. Memory, Prototech armor. Rank, awakened. Memory type, armor. Memory description, frowny face. Despite their lack of physical prowess, the Galvans were hailed as the greatest of the gods' creation due to their intelligence, and as such their inventions were simply unmatched throughout all the realms. Memory enchantments, frowny face modification. He couldn't see the specifics of the enchantment, which was a shame, but at least he now had an amour to protect himself. He willed the memory to manifest. A shower of brilliant white sparks erupted in the air before him, coalescing and weaving together into solid form. In moments, the armor was fully materialized. It was sleek and biomechanical masterpiece of alien engineering. Interlocking plates of dark blue, black, and light gray hugged his frame, emphasizing mobility without sacrificing protection. It felt both lightweight and incredibly durable, with segmented panels at the chest, shoulders, and limbs that moved with him like a second skin. A compact, unidentifiable tech module was integrated seamlessly into the back. It was nothing like the blocky green suits the Galvans wore, and for that, Hugo was profoundly grateful. He stretched, testing the suit's limits. It was a perfect fit, moving with a silent, fluid grace. Now what to do? His immediate problem was the lack of a weapon. Walking over to the drone wreckage, he wrenched free a long, sturdy strut of brown metal hefting it like a club. It was crude, but it had solid weight to it. Gosh, I feel like a caveman. He looked down the long hallway. It stretched in two directions, both identical and both lead into the unknown, and both were equally terrifying. With a sigh, he chose the direction from which the drones had come, hoping it to be the direction of the exit. This place is a labyrinth. Hugo grumbled internally, ducking behind a large, shattered food dispenser. He had taken multiple turns, navigating a complex web of identical white and green hallways, only to find himself more lost than before. Eventually he had stumbled into what appeared to be a massive cafeteria, and it had immediately become a fresh battlefield. Across the vast room, a remaining squad of Galvans was trading frantic blaster fire with a new wave of brown drones. Just as the firefight seemed to be reaching a stalemate, a purple blur shot from the drone's flank. It moved with impossible speed like a phantom weaving through the chaos. It didn't use blasters instead, it wielded two long, vicious blades of crackling red plasma as it cut through the remaining Galvans with brutal, surgical efficiency, a whirlwind of death that left dismembered bodies in its wake. The figure finally paused its relentless killing spree, its helmeted head turning as it scanned the room as if looking for more targets to slice. It was about to move on when it suddenly stopped. Slowly, with an unnerving, predatory precision, it turned its head. Its blank visor fixed directly on the broken dispenser Hugo was hiding behind. It dashed straight for him. Cursing, Hugo exploded into motion. He heard the sharp shing of a plasma blade and the sound of tearing metal as the dispenser he'd just been behind was cleaved in two. He didn't look back, sprinting deeper into the cafeteria's service area, weaving between cooking stations and storage units. His body, enhanced by Anatomica, moved with a speed and agility he'd never known before, his legs pumping and his heart a frantic drum in his ears. But it wasn't enough. The purple assassin was faster, closing the distance with terrifying ease. He could hear the sizzle of the plasma blades as they sliced through everything in their path behind him, getting closer with every second. Just then, Hugo spotted a large tray filled with a glowing green nutrient paste, and so without breaking his stride, he swung his metallic bat like a golf club, connecting with the tray and sending a wave of the viscous substance hurtling toward his pursuer. As expected, the assassin smoothly bisected the tray with a flick of its wrist. But in doing so, it caused the paste to splatter across its armor and crucially around its visor, obscuring its vision. It was the opening Hugo needed. He didn't retreat, knowing the figure was impossible to outrun. And he charged, closing the short distance instantly, and brought his metal bat down on the figure's helmet with a resounding bam! He swung again. Bam! And again. Bam! The force of the blows, amplified by his enhanced strength and the material of the metallic bat, was enough to stagger the creature, forcing it to drop one of its plasma blades. But the figure was clearly a trained killer. Blinded and disoriented, it didn't crumble. Instead, just as Hugo wound up for another swing, the assassin's arm snapped up, catching the bat midair, stopping it dead in its tracks. Panic flared in Hugo's chest, and without a second thought, he abandoned the weapon and threw his entire weight forward, tackling the figure to the ground. They landed in a tangled heap. Hugo, riding a surge of adrenaline, rained down blows with his armored fists, aiming for the head, the neck, anywhere vulnerable. This was a desperate, stupid gamble. A dormant human brawling with an awakened assassin, but Hugo was no ordinary dormant. Anatomica turned his fists into jackhammers and, Spirit Core, secretly enhanced Hugo's body with spirit essence. Finally there was the Prototech armor, which was currently encasing his entire body, including his fists, turning them into awakened rank fists capable of breaking the figure's own armor. It was then that a particularly vicious blow connected with the figure's visor, causing a web of cracks to spread across it, and then another piece chipped away, revealing mottled, grayish skin and a grotesque, noseless face with a maw of needle-like teeth. Hugo felt repulsed at the creature's ugliness, but that only served as fuel for his punches. Then the creature suddenly snarled, and in response, a nest of metallic, robotic tentacles erupted from its armored collar, slamming into Hugo's chest with the force of a piston. The air exploded from his lungs as he was hurled backward, crashing into a metal cabinet with a deafening clang. Before he could even gasp for air, the assassin was on its feet, a plasma blade back in its hand. It leaped, aiming to plunge the weapon down into Hugo's chest. Hugo rolled, the red blade sinking deep into the floor where his face had been a second ago, consuming molten metal spray. He scrambled backward as he got up, but the assassin was already on him, delivering a powerful, armored kick to his midsection, causing him to spew a mouthful of blood. The impact lifted him off his feet and sent him skidding across the floor as agony blooming through his core despite the armor. The purple figure jumped again, propelling himself forward like a living missile, aiming to crush him underfoot. This was it. He was out of moves, out of space, and as he slid, his hand brushed against something familiar. It was the cool, energized hilt of the second plasma blade his attacker had dropped. His fingers closed around it in a heartbeat. Then the assassin descended. With a final, desperate surge of strength, Hugo didn't try to stand. Instead, HD aimed the sword upward, sending it back to its master with incredible speed. A spear of red plasma erupted, punching a hole straight through the assassin's torso as it landed. The creature's momentum carried it forward, the blade carving a gruesome path through its body until it collapsed in a heap beside him, the light dying in its strange bug-like eyes. "You have slain an awakened monster, 6-6. The voice of the spell spoke as Hugo lay there, breathing in ragged, painful gulps. Every part of his body screamed in protest, reeling from the kick to his abdomen. Shit, he cursed, the word a wheezing exhale. He had just brushed off with his first near-death experience. He only alive due to pure, dumb luck which had miraculously saved him. Who the hell names himself 6-6 anyway, he thought, the absurdity of the name a stark contrast to the creature's lethal efficiency. His body, already knitting itself back together thanks to Anatomica, allowed him to slowly and painfully push himself to his knees. He also took the liberty of picking up the two plasma blades, considering he hadn't received a memory from killing the awakened assassin, so this was the next best thing. The twin hilts felt strangely comfortable in his hands. Of course they would feel comfortable, their lased blades, he thought, happy that he had a proper weapon now. It was then that he noticed the remaining brown drones that had finished their sweep of the cafeteria. Their blank optical sensors swiveled, locking onto the new movement, onto him. A chorus of targeting lasers painted his chest. Cursing again, Hugo dove for cover behind the cafeteria's main service counter as a fresh volley of red plasma bolts shredded the air where he'd just been standing, making him start crawling once again. Chapter 7, Vilgax the Conqueror. Hugo found himself crawling through the cramped, metallic darkness of the ventilation system, the cold alloy pressing against the sleek plates of his Prototech armor. It had been the only viable escape route after the cafeteria became a literal death zone swarming with the relentless brown drones. He was confident he couldn't win against an entire squad, as his survival against 6-6 had been a fluke, a desperate scramble at the edge of death. But he had taken the liberty of claiming the alien assassin's twin laser swords, their hilts now secured to his armor's magnetic strips, which were an extremely useful function of his armor-type memory. Still, a part of him lamented the fact of not being able to pillage 6-6's corpse for soul shards or the advanced armor he wore, but the rational part of his mind, the part that wanted to live, had overruled the greedy one, as his life wasn't worth risking for some scraps. Now, as he navigated the labyrinthine ducts, the silence broken only by the scuffing of his knees and elbows, he decided to take stock of his abilities. His new attributes were one of the few advantages he had in this nightmare. So far, Anatomica had proven to be the most useful, considering its simplicity and effects. It was a constant, low-level hum of vitality within him, stitching together minor abrasions and augmenting his body with an unnatural sturdiness. His spirit core, on the other hand, was a more subtle boon, but he was beginning to appreciate its value the longer he spent in this nightmare. It was only after his battle with 6-6 that he realized its true value, as it was strange that he, a dormant human, not even a dreamer yet, had been able to contend with an awakened creature even for a moment, and he theorized that the spirit core had been secretly feeding his body and nascent soul with a steady trickle of energy which he had taken to calling spirit essence, inspired by the soul essence used by true awakened. He couldn't consciously control it to augment his strength or speed like a real awakened could, but its passive reinforcement had undoubtedly been the difference between a broken rib and a crushed torso during the confrontation against 6-6. That left Shadow End, which remained an enigma. The spell's description was maddeningly vague, as it mentioned that his shadow had become impossibly vast and malleable, granting him tenebrous powers. Hugo was no expert on awakened lore. The great clans and legacies held secrets far beyond his reach, but he knew more than mundane people due to his obsession with the very concept of an awakened. And so he knew that awakens with shadow affinity were incredibly rare. True shadow-attuned nightmare creatures were practically mythical, their existence only hinted at in the records of saints and masters who had braved deeper nightmares, and in the legacy of the shadow god himself. And so what exactly did it mean for his shadow to be vast and malleable? How did one even wield tenebrous powers? Then, his musings were abruptly cut short by a voice filtering up through the vent grates below. It was higher-pitched, more nuanced than the other Galvan soldiers he'd heard before, a female Galvan. "Galvan Unit 12, requesting a status report," the voice demanded, sharp with authority. Hugo froze, carefully shifting to peer through the slits of a ventilation grate. Below was a compact, dimly lit room dominated by a massive, curved console. Dozens of holographic screens floated in the air, displaying a chaotic mosaic of the ongoing invasion. A single Galvan, wearing more intricate robes than the soldiers, stood before it, her small hands flying across the gigantic control panel. It seemed Hugo had come across a command center. A crackling voice responded from the communicator. "Galvan Unit 12 reporting. The situation is dire. I repeat, the situation is dire. The droids have infiltrated the Null Void projector complex and are releasing the prisoners from their containment sectors. The one behind the attack is suspected to be." The voice was cut off by a thunderous explosion that distorted the comms signal. When it cleared, the Galvan's voice was shrill with panic. "By the moon, it's him. It's Vilgax. All units, focus your fire. Concentrate all." The transmission dissolved into a symphony of weapon fire, screams, and a final, static-laced roar. Then, silence. The female Galvan commander slammed a tiny fist on the console. "Unit 12? Respond! Get out of there now," she shouted into the dead channel. Her shoulders slumped. "Damn it!" Why did the first thinker leave Galvan Prime at this time? Hugo watched the scene beneath him, his breath held with amusement. Then, a faint, red glow appeared on the ceiling of the command center directly above the commander. It traced a perfect, sizzling circle. Before the Galvan could even look up, the circle of metal fell inward. A dark figure dropped from the new opening with the silent grace of a predator. In a single, fluid motion, a blade of red plasma descended upon the Galvan commander. The female Galvan was bisected before a scream could form, her body falling into two neatly cauterized halves. "You have slain an awakened beast, Galvan commander." The voice of the spell whispered in his head, sweet and promising as always. Hugo let out a slow, quiet sigh. Again, no memories. He muttered bitterly. The spell's reward system was truly inscrutable. Killing 6-6, a genuine awakened threat, had yielded nothing, while a dying, helpless soldier had given him his armor memory, which it made no sense. "Can't be helped, I suppose," he thought, pushing the frustration down. He then deactivated the energy blade and turned his attention to the sprawling console. The screens were filled with runes and symbols he'd never seen, yet the spell's translation function allowed him to comprehend them instantly. He was looking at the tactical overview of the entire facility, and it was a picture of total collapse. One screen showed a phalanx of Galvan soldiers being overwhelmed by a tide of red drones, their precise formations shattered by sheer numbers. Another displayed the exterior of the magnificent white spire, where a gigantic warship of brown metal and pulsating red energy hung in the green sky, raining down beams of destruction that vaporized entire sections of the city. A third feed showed the prison blocks. The doors were blasted open, and a horde of free prisoners, a grotesque menagerie of multi-limbed, multi-headed aliens, were now fighting alongside the drones, their centuries of pent-up rage directed at their former captors. Then, Hugo's eyes landed on another screen, and the blood in his veins ran cold. The image was from an external camera. It showed a towering humanoid figure wearing a Colossus battle-scarred armor. Where the armor parted, his flesh was exposed, a mass of light green, rock-hard tentacles that writhed with suppressed power. In one hand, he wielded a harrowing sword so massive it could have felled a building, and he used it with casual world-ending fury, hacking through defensive emplacements and Galvan squads as if they were wheat. His eyes, two pits of burning crimson, flashed, releasing a wave of raw, red energy that evaporated an entire defensive tower in an instant. This was not a soldier, nor was it a creature. Instead, this was a force of nature, an avatar of conquest making a deliberate, unstoppable path toward the very spire Hugo was hiding in. A cold dread, deeper than any he had felt before, gripped Hugo's heart. This was the apocalypse he had witnessed at the beginning of the nightmare, given form and name. Don't tell me my trial is to kill, that... He gulped, the thought itself feeling like a form of suicide. The sheer scale of the being's power was incomprehensible for someone like Hugo. Wait, is that the one they called Vilgax? The name fit him perfectly. It sounded like what you'd expect from a herald of death and destruction. But then, his scanning eyes found another camera feed, and his fear was momentarily eclipsed by a cold, sharp focus. The frown on his face melted away, replaced by a mad, savage smile that didn't reach his eyes. "Found you," he murmured, the words a venomous whisper. The feed was from a secure, internal laboratory. There, untouched by the pandemonium, was Albedo. The Galvan scientist moved with an unnerving, placid calm, as if the destruction of his entire world was a minor inconvenience. He was typing commands into a floating green holographic interface, his expression one of detached concentration. "Just what are you planning, you bastard?" Hugo's knuckles were white as he remembered the painful torture he had been put through. Then on the screen, a section of the laboratory's wall slid open with a silent, seamless motion, revealing a hidden passageway shrouded in darkness. Without a backward glance at the chaos displayed on his own monitors, Albedo stepped through and the door sealed behind him. Hugo noticed with a surge of frustration that there were no camera feeds from within that passage, rendering it was a blind spot, which meant that it was a place of extreme importance kept secret even from the facility's own security. Now that I think about it, he did mention something about it when I was in the pod. The memory of Albedo's excited muttering returned to him. What was in that hidden passage? Was it the greatest creation of the first thinker he had spoken of? Hugo sighed, the weight of his impossible situation pressing down on him. He could stay here, relatively safe in the vents or the command room, and then he could wait for the situation to unfold before him. But he had seen the end of the story. He had watched this entire civilization be erased in a vision of reverse time, and so he knew waiting here was a delayed death sentence. His eyes darted across the other camera feeds one last time, taking in the full scope of the invasion. He saw a tall, armored figure with a sleek helmet firing shards of crystalline energy from its hands, pinning Galvan soldiers to the walls. In another quadrant, a hulking, crab-like alien with a brutish carapace was methodically smashing through reinforced doors with its powerful claws. The galaxy was tearing itself apart in this hallway, and Albedo was calmly walking towards his secret project. Maybe the venting system will lead me towards the laboratory, he thought. It was a thin hope, but it was the only plan he had for now. And so, with a final grim look at the screen showing Vilgax's relentless advance, Hugo turned and climbed up towards the venting system, beginning his crawl once more, pushing deeper into the claustrophobic darkness, driven by hatred and a desperate need for answers. Chapter 8, Mysterious Device. Albedo's POV. Albedo moved with a placid, unhurried calm through the sterile silence of his inner laboratory, a stark contrast to the symphony of destruction echoing through the rest of the facility, and by extension the entirety of Galvan Prime. The frantic report from the command center had been expected, a predictable variable in a long-anticipated equation. I knew that barbarian Vilgax would come skulking for it the moment the first thinker departed Galvan Prime. The thought was a bitter pill in his mind, laced with a familiar contempt for the squid-faced conqueror. That arrogant fool has been drooling over the project since its inception, believing his brutish strength grants him a right to a creation his mind could never comprehend, he thought with indignation as a flicker of old memories surfaced through his mind, days when they had stood side by side as apprentices, a time before the flames of ambition had twisted Vilgax into the tyrant he was now. Banishing the thoughts as he always did whenever his emotions stirred, Albedo continued his calm stride. His path took him past the central examination table, its surface still bearing the faint, clean scent of antiseptic and the lingering, unique biosignature of his most promising subject. He paused, his large black eyes resting on it for a brief moment, a rare flicker of genuine academic disappointment crossing his features. Ah, what a profound shame. He was truly a fine specimen. Perhaps the only one in all the realms whose aberrant biology was compatible, whose very existence was a key for the lock. But alas, fate is an inconvenient variable. Prisoner 777 had been Albedo's greatest breakthrough. No other test subject had endured the preliminary infusion of omni-energy, their bodies and spirits violently rejecting the foreign power. But 777. His flesh, shadow, and spirit had not just endured the energy but had also consumed it entirely, adapting and harmonizing with an eagerness that defied all biological and spiritual laws. The final step, the soul bonding, was all that remained. A few more controlled injections with some more precise calibrations and the vessel would have been perfected. Of course, they never intended to let the human keep the relic. The plan was a momentary, controlled bond, just long enough for the relic to permanently imprint the subject's unique essence, which is capable of handling the relic power, to become a perfect template to be used for all future wielders. 777 was not meant to be the relic's true master, instead he was supposed the ultimate and finale key, the genetic Rosetta Stone. Such fate was only to be expected from a criminal, it would serve as a retribution for all the crimes he had committed, or at least that is what the Galvans thought. What an annoyingly complex process, Albedo mused, contemplating the final delicate stage of the first thinker's magnum opus, which was the safety protocol that prevented the relic from instantly annihilating any being foolish enough to attempt bonding with it. Walking to the side of the room, he input a complex sequence into his holographic keyboard, and then a section of the seamless wall hissed open, revealing a hidden passage. The gate sealed behind him, muting the distant sounds of battle. After navigating a narrow, dimly lit hallway that seemed to reject sound itself, Albedo emerged into a chamber that defied conventional physics. It was a pocket of absolute nothingness, an endless abyss where the very concepts of up and down felt meaningless. In the center of this infinite dark, a single, stark beam of light fell upon a solitary platform, illuminating a sphere of polished, dark metal that seemed to drink the light around it. It hovered in silent majesty, a contained star in a universe of void. Albedo stepped forward, platforms of solid light materialized beneath his feet, constructing a path with each step as if the room itself acknowledged his authority. He reached the sphere and a subtle telekinetic field lifted it from its invisible pedestal. Hiss! The sphere split open, its halves retracting to reveal the treasure within. Inside lay the Omnitrix. It was a device of breathtaking, alien elegance. The central body was a sleek, black disk, upon which a vibrant, green-black colored hourglass symbol was emblazoned, seeming to pulse with a slow, internal light. The band was a symphony of advanced materials, silver, black, and green, interlocking with impossible precision. It was not merely a tool, it was a promise, a compact embodiment of infinite potential, a creation that hummed with a power that felt both scientific and divine. Damn it! Albedo cursed, the word sharp in the profound silence. He closed the pod, the weight of protocol pressing upon him. The directive was clear: in the event of a catastrophic breach, the Omnitrix, the greatest creation in all the mortal and divine realms alike, an artifact rivaling the divine relics of the gods, was to be jettisoned into the cosmic streams, sent to a random, secure divine realm to prevent it from falling into the wrong hands. The protocol was especially important in this situation, as a mind like Vilgax's, armed with such power, would become a cancer upon all of creation. That is, if he figures out how to use it properly. He thought, acknowledging the fact that even if Vilgax managed to get his hands on the Omnitrix, it would be useless, as he did not possess the genetic code for it to fully bond with him. But still, a mind like Villigax would go on a relentless crusade to find a way to harness the Omnitrix powers. The Omnitrix, which contained the coded essence of countless species, noble and otherwise, was a weapon of ultimate adaptation. It could grant its wielder the form and power of any race, an ability that surpassed even the most potent of aspects. And it was designed to evolve, to grow alongside its user as they ascended further on the path of ascension, essentially becoming a second customizable aspect of unimaginable versatility. Do I truly have to follow this flawed protocol? A dark rebellious thought wormed its way into Albedo's mind, his face contorting with a complex, unreadable expression. He was not some lowly soldier. He was the First Thinker's right hand, a mind capable of influencing the destiny of Galvan Prime, deciding its future for the best or the worst. And so to someone like Albedo, the protocol was a coward's solution, a gamble with the highest stakes, entrusting their masterpiece to the fickle hands of fate. It could just as easily fall into the clutches of someone even more deplorable than Vilgax, he thought with rising bitterness. While he doubted such a being existed, the realms were vast and filled with ancient horrors. Even the realms of the six gods were not truly safe. No. If Vilgax wants the Omnitrix, he will have to go through me first. The decision solidified within him, a grim and final resolve. He would be the gatekeeper, and he will not allow the most powerful weapon in all the 9 realms to fall into the clutches of the unknown. And so with determined steps, he turned and exited the chamber, leaving the sealed metallic sphere behind on its platform. He had made his decision, and the gods will bear witness to it. He would meet the conqueror head-on. Vilgax's POV. Vilgax tore through the Galvan's advanced defensive machines with the casual brutality of one crushing insects. To him, the brilliant Galvans and their intricate technology were no different from vermin, nothing more than pests to be exterminated for being in his way. His contempt for them, for azimuth most of all, was not born from their physical weakness, but from their staggering lack of ambition. They possessed the sharpest minds in all of the realms, ones that could reshape the very fabric of reality, and yet they chose to hide away like cowards tinkering in their ivory towers while true empires were forged in fire and blood. It was the height of idiocy, especially with the War Empire's legions scouring the realms with a divine vessel of War God on their side. But Vilgax was no coward. He was a warrior, a conqueror, a tyrant to his enemies and a king to his followers. He would not let his hard-won kingdom be threatened, and so he had set his singular, ruthless gaze upon the First Thinker's magnum opus, the Omnitrix. A divine miracle that could transform its wielder into any species, granting powers that could eclipse even the most formidable aspect abilities. In the hands of an ascended tyrant like himself, it would be the final key to absolute, unchallenged dominion. Vilgax hissed as his massive sword cleaved another towering Galvan mech in two. The searing plasma of its core washed over his armored tentacles without effect. Impatience was a fire in his veins. He needed to claim his prize before azimuth returned. The thought of facing his old mentor in open combat was a complication he preferred to avoid. Ah, azimuth, why did you force us onto this path? A sliver of something akin to nostalgia, old and weathered, flickered in the depths of his mind, a stark contrast to the massacre he was currently enacting. The sentiment was quickly shattered by a tremendous explosion from high above. A colossal figure, a titan of polished metal and green energy, launched itself from the pinnacle of the central spire, landing with a world-shaking impact 100 meters away, crushing a squad of his own battle drones underfoot. Vilgax's eyes narrowed, instantly recognizing the pilot within the armored shell. Albedo, he growled, his voice a low rumble like grinding continents. Vilgax, the amplified, robotic voice replied, its tone flat and neutral, devoid of their shared history. I see you are as arrogant as ever if you believe that your little toy can stop me, Vilgax stated, his voice devoid of any warmth their past camaraderie might have held. Or is this a pathetic last stand? A futile attempt to buy time for the Omnitrix to be smuggled away? If that is the case, then let me assure you, there is not a single corner in all the realms that will hide it from me. Albedo's mech shifted, a panel on its back detaching and reshaping into a massive, shimmering energy blade. You know me too well, Vilgax. I am not one for meaningless sacrifices. The robot's arm raised the blade, pointing it at the conqueror. But entrusting the Omnitrix to the uncaring threads of fate is a gamble I am unwilling to take. He leveled the colossal sword. So, to hell with protocol. I'm sending you, bastard, to the Shadow Realm, where you belong. A dangerous, humorless smirk stretched across Vilgax's features. Finally. A worthy sentiment. The street between them vaporized as the two former allies, now mortal enemies, erupted toward each other in a cataclysmic clash of titanic forces. Hugo's POV. Hugo burst through a final vent cover, tumbling out of the claustrophobic ductwork and into the vastness of Albedo's main laboratory. The sight that greeted him made him freeze. A gigantic, jagged hole had been torn in the far wall, a wound of twisted metal and shattered marble, offering a terrifying view of the city below. And in that view, two godlike figures were trying to kill each other. What in the... He breathed, creeping toward the edge. His eyes widened as he recognized Vilgax, the tentacled behemoth, his crimson eyes burning with murderous intent. The other was a towering robot, its design unmistakably Galvan. Wait, is that gray bastard inside that thing? The pieces clicked into place. Albedo had built himself a war machine to confront the invader. It made a twisted sort of sense. Then what the hell am I supposed to do in this situation? He exclaimed, the words a raw mix of fury and despair. The sheer unfairness of it all was a poison in his veins. Everything since he'd entered the nightmare had been a chaotic, nonsensical nightmare where he was a powerless pawn in a game between forces he couldn't even comprehend. Gritting his teeth until his jaw ached, he forced himself to think. His eyes darted away from the world-shattering duel and back into the lab, towards the section of wall where he had seen Albedo disappear. He rushed over, his enhanced senses scanning the seamless surface. Maybe there's something in there. Then, he remembered. The exact sequence. Ah! His hand shot out, pressing a specific, unmarked point on the wall. A holographic green keyboard flickered to life before him. It needs the code. He closed his eyes, calling upon the flawless recall granted by his extraordinary memory. The sequence Albedo had input was burned into his mind, every symbol, every movement. His fingers flew over the holographic keys, replicating the pattern with precise, desperate urgency. On the seventh and final symbol, the keyboard vanished. With a deep, resonant hum, the white wall slid open, revealing the hidden passage. Well, I've got nothing left to lose. The thought was a grim final acceptance, and so he stepped through, the entrance quickly sealing behind him, cutting off the sounds of battle. The hallway was short, and it opened into a space that stole the breath from his lungs. Hugo found himself standing on a narrow lip of solid matter at the edge of an impossible chamber. It was not a room, it was a pocket of absolute nothingness, a void so profound it felt like staring into the end of all things. The air was still and cold, devoid of any scent or sound. In the center of this infinite dark, a single, blinding beam of pure, white light fell from an unseen source, illuminating a solitary platform that floated in the emptiness. And on that platform hovered a metallic sphere, radiant and mysterious, as if it were the heart of the universe itself. His eyes, wide with a primal awe, were locked on the sphere. His breath hitched, his mouth agape. He didn't know what it was, but a pressure filled the void, a tangible weight of significance that pressed down on his soul. It was otherworldly, magnificent, and truly divine. And it was calling to him. A deep, instinctual part of his being, something deeper than thought or reason, screamed that this object was a part of him, a missing limb he had never known was absent. A desperate, all-consuming need to possess it, to touch it, overwhelmed every other senses, making him turn into a rabid animal. He had to get it, no matter the cost. He tried to step forward, but his foot met only empty air. A bottomless abyss stretched between his ledge and the distant platform. The fear of falling into the void quickly sobered him up. Damn it! He cursed, his voice a frantic whisper. The maddening proximity, the irresistible pull, it all made his blood begin to boil. His bones ached, his flesh tingled and rippled. Deep within, his spirit core spun into a frenzied, infinite cycle, straining against an invisible barrier. Then, something miraculous and terrifying happened. His shadow, which had been a dormant, passive thing even after gaining the Shadow Rend attribute, suddenly shifted. It was not a simple movement, but instead it was a fundamental change in state. It writhed at his feet, then with a sensation like a part of his own soul being violently torn free, it detached. A sharp and psychic agony lanced through him, bringing with it a profound emptiness where his shadow had been moments ago, a cold void that was somehow worse than any physical pain. "What the hell is happening?" he screamed inwardly, his body trembling. His shadow, now a living, independent entity of absolute blackness, rose from the ground like a dark spire, towering over him. It stretched across the abyss, a bridge of solidified night, connecting his ledge to the platform with impossible solidity. "Tenebrous powers, huh?" he murmured, the words tasting like ash and wonder. But he didn't hesitate. Quickly setting a tentative foot on the shadow bridge, he found it perfectly solid. Then he sprinted across the void, his heart hammering against his ribs, and in mere moments he was on the platform, standing before the sphere. As if sensing his presence, the sphere began to open. The halves retracted, and within, cradled in a bed of soft light, was the most beautiful and terrifying thing he had ever seen. It was an oversized watch-like device, sleek and alien, dominated by a glowing, green hourglass symbol. Hugo's breath caught. Without conscious thought, his hand rose, his fingers stretching towards it. The device leaped from its cradle as if alive, latching onto his left arm. The moment it made contact, a glorious, blinding green light erupted, and something impossibly vast and ancient flooded into his very being. Simultaneously, his detached shadow dematerialized and flowed back to his feet, re-anchoring itself with a jarring finality. Then, everything inside him exploded. His blood, bones, flesh, mind, spirit, and shadow erupted in a violent, synergistic reaction. It was a completion of sorts, a terrifying harmony that felt like his very atoms were being disassembled and reforged together at the same time. A low, savage scream was torn from his throat, a sound of utter agony as the agony he was experiencing changed. This time it was not the feeling of being complete, it was the feeling of something foreign and vast seeping into his soul, reshaping it entirely. The pain was similar to the violating needles of Albedo's experiment, yet far exceeding it at the same time. Then, as if to mock him, the voice of the spell rang in his skull, a cold counterpoint to the inferno consuming him. "A relic is attempting to bond with you. Your soul is being filled with a mysterious power. You have gained an attribute. Your aspect is transforming. You are a mutant. Your existence is undergoing a metamorphosis." He couldn't hear the rest. The world dissolved into a universe of green light and white-hot pain, threatening to unmoor him from reality itself. Vilgax and Albedo broke apart from their devastating clash, their respective armors scarred and smoking. Their hatred for each other burning so brightly that it was almost a palpable force. Then, a brilliant, shimmering geyser of emerald energy exploded from the upper levels of the tower, piercing the chaotic sky. Both of their heads snapped toward the light, their expressions morphing into identical masks of pure, unadulterated horror. They knew with the certainty of an absolute law, the source of that radiance. "The Omnitrix!" Vilgax roared, his voice filled with urgency. He abandoned the fight without hesitation, leaping toward the tower with a terrifying burst of power that cracked the street beneath him. Albedo was a split second behind, jets erupting from his mech's back as he shot upwards in pursuit. They quickly bypassed the complex lock system, Vilgax by sheer, brutal force, Albedo with his innate knowledge, and burst into the Omnitrix chamber, their temporary alliance of desperation forged once more. They both froze at the threshold. The source of the light was a human figure, curled in a fetal position on the platform, his left arm encased in the glowing device. The Omnitrix was fused to him, or at least it was in the process of doing so, its light pulsing in rhythm with his shuddering breaths. Vilgax's expression contorted into a mask of apocalyptic rage. A human. An insignificant savage creature was defiling the artifact meant for a god-king. "You dare lay your filthy hands on such a holy relic?" Vilgax's scream echoed in the vast chamber. He launched himself forward, his massive sword aimed to cleave the human in two before the bonding could complete. Albedo's eyes widened in dawning, catastrophic understanding. Vilgax, wait! That's the specimen. His biology. But it was too late. The Omnitrix flashed one final, searing time. A calm, synthesized voice spoke, its pace frantic. User life in danger. Omnitrix failsafe 12 activating. User body unfit for a stable transformation. Releasing stored Omni energy as a defensive mechanism. The voice finished, and the world became light. A wave of pure, uncontrolled cosmic energy erupted from the device, a miniature supernova contained within the chamber. Vilgax's eyes widened in mid-strike, a fraction of a second before the energy consumed him. Albedo, trapped in the doorway, had no time to escape, his mech and his body dissolving in the overwhelming radiance. Azimuth. I'm sorry. He thought, his last moments spent as an apology to his mentor. On the other side of the platform, barely clinging to consciousness, Hugo heard the sweet, cold voice of the spell delivering its final judgment. You have slain an ascended tyrant, Vilgax the Conqueror. You have received a memory. You have received an imprint. You have slain an awakened devil, Albedo. You have received an imprint. You have received a memory. Then, the spell spoke one last time, its tone shifting, offering a reprieve he had never thought he would hear. Wake up, Hugo. Your nightmare is over. Prepare for appraisal. Chapter 9, Appraisal. Prepare for appraisal. Hugo found himself suspended in a space between dream and reality. It was an endless black void, yet it was alive, illuminated by a myriad of cold, distant stars. Between these points of light, countless strings of shimmering silver were woven into a beautiful, inconceivably complex net, forming a vast glowing nexuses and constellations that defied comprehension. It was a tapestry of cosmic law, both breathtaking and utterly terrifying. Somehow, Hugo understood that he was witnessing the nightmare spell itself, or at least its inner workings. He couldn't help but think it looked like the celestial equivalent of a neural network. If so, was the spell alive? It was a question that had haunted humanity for decades, ever since it descended on the world, brining with it many curses and blessings. Still, the prevailing answer was that there was no answer. The spell was neither alive nor dead, it was neither sentient nor mindless. It was a function of the universe, a fundamental law made manifest. But Hugo was in no state to ponder cosmic philosophy. He was still reeling from the visceral trauma of his first nightmare. The sharp, soul-rending pain resulted from an outer power reshaping his soul had vanished, but the memory of it was etched into his being with perfect, horrifying clarity thanks to a particular attribute of his. Yet the spell did not give him the courtesy of repose, as it was still appraising his performance. However, the first reward seemed to precede the final judgment. You have received a memory, polymorphic crystal. A memory? Hugo thought, his consciousness feeling strangely lucid despite the ordeal. It must have come from Vilgax or Albedo. He reasoned, recalling how they were both devoured by the blinding, defensive surge of energy from the... The memory jolted him fully awake. His eyes snapped to his left arm. There, fused to his wrist, was the device. The watch-like relic with the glowing green hourglass. It followed me here? This was unprecedented. It was common knowledge that aspirants could bring back memories and echoes gained within a nightmare, but bringing back a physical relic from the first nightmare? That was unheard of. And the spell even said my aspect was transforming. What the hell really happened in my first nightmare, he thought, the question echo in the silent, star-filled void. He exhaled, forcing his mind to work. All right, let's think this through. I was in the body of a prisoner, captured by the Galvans, a highly advanced, non-human race untouched by corruption. They were experimenting on beings for a specific goal. The reason I was chosen was because of unique my aspect and my mutant attribute makes me. He murmured, piecing together the harrowing puzzle. Then, I was experimented on, my body, spirit, and shadow were forcibly filled with a mysterious power, and then... His eyes widened as it instantly clicked together. The mysterious power that Albedo talked about, the first thinker's magnum opus. The mysterious power was being injected into test subjects to create a vessel capable of bonding with it. With this, he looked down at the relic on his arm, his touch tentative. It made a terrible sense. This was why he had felt so incomplete during the nightmare and why the relic had called to him with such irresistible force. 6 of the 7 parts of his being had been saturated with the relic's own energy, making him the perfect keystone for whatever twisted goal the Galvans wanted to achieve. Then suddenly, as Hugo was still processing the chain of events, the voice of the spell filled the stellar void, vast and impersonal. Aspirant, your trial is over. A nameless prisoner, taken as a specimen, endured the unendurable. Forged in hatred and sharpened by will, he broke his chains and turned his captor's tools against them. He slaughtered all who stood in his path. Hearing the call of a divine relic, he infiltrated the sanctum of the realm's greatest mind, seized a power never meant for mortal hands, and bonded with it, defying the designs of gods and geniuses alike. You have defeated an awakened beast, Galvan soldier. You have defeated an awakened monster, 6-6. You have defeated an awakened monster, Galvan commander. You have defeated an awakened devil, Albedo. You have defeated an ascended tyrant, Vilgax the Conqueror. You have bonded with a divine relic. You have achieved the impossible. Final appraisal, glorious. Your hatred truly knows no bounds. Hugo looked at the runes, his expression neutral, almost hollow. How ironic, he whispered to no one in particular. My greatest dream was to one day slaughter nightmare creatures, but in my first nightmare, I didn't kill a single thing touched by corruption. His gaze was distant, wondering if the spell had chosen this specific trial filled with creatures only following the path of ascension just to mock his fervent, foolish ambition. But the spell did not answer his curiously, instead it continued. Dreamer Hugo, receive your boon. The words resonated through him. He was an aspirant no more. You have been bestowed a true name, paragon of purity. Hugo's eyes widened, the profound significance of the event finally cutting through his numbness. A true name. I really got a true name. He exhaled, his breath hitching slightly. While receiving a true name in the first nightmare was astronomically rare, it was not entirely unheard of. Hugo knew of one other who had done the same thing nearly a decade ago. Smile of Heaven of the Immortal Flame Clan. One of humanity's greatest champions, a legend who had fought against the horrors of the nightmare spell until she, along with her father, the legendary Immortal Flame, had fallen when a Category 5 gate devoured the entire nation of America. The grim tale was a stark reminder of the fate that often awaited even the most brilliant lights in this cruel world. For a moment, a tinge of sadness touched Hugo's heart, wrapped in a question of doubt. Would he fare any better? The spell's voice once again interrupted his somber thoughts. Your aspect is ready to evolve. Evolve aspect? Hugo didn't hesitate. Yes. Dormant aspect, omni-being is evolving. His eyes narrowed slightly as he noticed the different name of his dormant aspect. New aspect acquired. Aspect rank, divine. Hugo looked at the rank, a flicker of dark amusement in his eyes. Divine. It's really divine. By all accounts, he should have been ecstatic, screaming with triumphant joy. It was truly an event without precedent. No awakened in human history, not even the great broken sword or the legendary Immortal Flame, had ever awakened with a divine aspect. The highest ranks ever recorded were transcendent and supreme, and those who possessed them were fought over by great clans and eventually became pillars of humanity themselves. Now, Hugo held potential greater than all of them combined. Divine was the final, theoretical peak an aspect could achieve. Yet, he felt a strange, cold impassivity. It was as if he had expected nothing less. Perhaps it was the sheer, harrowing difficulty of his trial, or maybe it was the twisted, single-minded determination that had crystallized within him. If he wanted to become a force like Soul Reaper Jet, he needed to be the absolute best. It was only logical that his aspect would reflect that. He summoned the spell's runes, unwilling to drown further in philosophy. Aspect, Omnitrix. Aspect rank, divine. Aspect description frowny face. You have bonded with the first divine relic created by mortal hands, transforming you into a being woven from the primordial blueprint of life itself. Created by the greatest of minds in pursuit of a perfection forbidden by the absolute law of reality, you carry the potential to become any creature. Your existence is a testament to adaptation and the boundless diversity of the world. Innate ability, essence imprint. Ability description frowny face. No creature is an alien to your existence. You possess the ability to imprint the fundamental essence of any being onto your soul, storing its template within the relic. First imprint, Chimera Sui Generis. Second imprint, Galvan. Third imprint. Fourth imprint. Fifth imprint. Sixth imprint. Seventh imprint. Eighth imprint. Ninth imprint. 10th imprint. It was a monumental amount to process. The description confirmed he was bonded with a divine relic, the Omnitrix, created by a mortal, whom he assumed was the absent first thinker. The being's lack of presence in the nightmare made sense. A creator of a divine relic would be a power far beyond the scope of a first nightmare's trial. The spell, for all its cruelty, was always fair in its scaling. He shrugged slightly in the cold void. So he tried to achieve a perfection, and it was forbidden by an absolute law? The distinction was subtle but important. It wasn't about universal perfection, but a specific, coveted state that reality itself forbade. And it seems he succeeded, in a way. The relic was completed, and now he held a perfect replica of it, forged by the spell. But then the thought led to another, more troubling question. Wait, what happened to the original Omnitrix? Did Vilgax eventually claim it? His mind wandered through the tantalizing and overwhelming fragments of ancient lore he had witnessed. Well, either way, it's not my problem to think about. For now, at least, he chided himself, focusing on the more important stuff for now. So I carry the potential to become any creature. Is my aspect a shape-shifting one? A thrill of excitement warred with a deep-seated disgust. That could mean transforming into the very nightmare creatures he loathed above all else, the abominations that had taken everything from him so naturally. The idea felt like a betrayal of his own core. He sighed, grappling with the paradox of his new power. It was confusing, especially since an innate ability was typically a passive effect or a general affinity. But his aspect was divine, and as such it operated on a level beyond normal comparison. His focus returned to the runes, specifically the two already filled imprint slots. Ah, right. The spell mentioned I received an imprint. Do I get these by killing creatures, or is it an active process I must initiate? More questions with no immediate answers started to pile up, filling his head with different possibilities. But the spell, as was its nature, offered no clarification. Instead, its voice resonated once more, final and transformative. The first seal is broken. Awakening dormant powers. Chapter 10, Power. A profound shift occurred deep within Hugo's being. With a startled expression, he clutched his chest as he felt his senses turning inward to the strange phenomenon. It wasn't painful, but it was strange in the sense that it was both something from within him, yet at the same time the sensation felt utterly alien. But it was undoubtedly the sensation of something fundamental being unlocked and set into motion. This burgeoning power began to shift and mend together until it no longer invasive, slowly becoming an awakening of a potential that had been seated within him ever since the beginning of the first nightmare. Now that same potential was being catalyzed and forcefully drawn out by the spell. It was the latent energy from the relic, the omni-energy, that had saturated his body, spirit, and shadow during the experiments, now igniting as it merged with the core of his soul. A pure, divine fire was kindled at his center, threatening to consume him whole. This energy suffused every fiber of his being, a wave of clarifying power. His thoughts, previously clouded by trauma and fatigue, sharpened to a razor's edge. His emotions, once a turbulent storm, settled into a cold, focused calm. Then the physical changes began. A nexus of power bloomed in the center of his chest, no longer a star of heat, but a crucible of conceptual energy. From it, a wave of resonant frequency pulsed outward, binding every part of him together. It reached for his stomach and shoulders, then his arms and legs, then his hands and feet. His bones, muscles, organs, and blood vessels, already altered by the Omni energy, were not rebuilt but instead had undergone a thorough evolution of sorts. They were tuned to a higher state of performance, their very molecular structures singing in resonance with the divine relic on his wrist. It was a feeling of profound rightness, as if he was finally becoming the being he was always meant to be. The process was not linear. It felt as if his body, spirit, and shadow were being woven together by two forces at the same time, the spell and the Omnitrix. With his soul acting as both the loom and the final completed tapestry that both parties saturating and changing it in their own ways. He felt a surge of agency, a terrifying and exhilarating power to dictate the course of his own destiny. After what felt like an eternity, the resonant pulses from his core settled into a steady, humming stability. The active harmonization was replaced by a profound, soothing integration, a cool certainty that settled over him, ironing out the last vestiges of imperfection. Then, his vision bifurcated. He could still see the star-filled void of the spell. But superimposed over it was another vision, a silent, sprawling world of intricate, emerald-like green structures forming a colossal labyrinthine maze. A brilliant green sun hung in its sky, casting deep, sharp shadows. This, as he knew from his studies, was his soul sea. But its form was nothing like the common descriptions. Every awakened soul sea was unique, as it was the very nature of their soul laid before them, but this, a vast, complex puzzle of a world, was far beyond the norm. That's unconventional. His eyes were drawn to the green sun, and a grimace touched his lips as he was reminded of the pervasive green of Galvan technology. Couldn't it have been a different color? He mumbled, a flicker of annoyance in his thoughts. As if in direct response, the device on his wrist, the Omnitrix, pulsed. In one swift, silent motion, its luminescence shifted. The bright green hourglass symbol bled into a deep, majestic blue. Simultaneously, the entire soul sea transformed, the landscape now bathed in the cool, serene light of the blue sun. Well, that's definitely not normal, Hugo stated, a note of wary hesitation in his voice as he realized the strange divine relic could hear his command, suggesting it may be more than just a soulless relic. Still, he was relieved. The constant reminder of the Galvans was now gone, replaced by a color he found far more palatable. Upon closer inspection, the soul sea's maze-like nature intrigued him. He had always possessed a curious, analytical mind, and the endless intricate pathways presented a fascinating puzzle that it made him see his soul sea as a challenge to be understood and mastered. His gaze returned to the blue sun, and he noticed three white orbs orbiting his soul core. These were the three memories he had acquired in the nightmare, floating like ethereal jewels within his soul. They were Prototech armor, and the still unexamined, polymorphic crystal, and lastly the memory he got from Villigax. Just as he moved to inspect the crystal, the spell's voice pulled him back from the depths of his soul sea. Awakening aspect ability. I guess this is it. The defining moment. Divine aspect or not, his immediate role and survival would be dictated by the nature of his first aspect ability. If it was combat-oriented, he would be thrust onto the front lines against the nightmare creatures. A sorcery-based ability would make him a powerfully diverse asset, which was what Hugo preferred, even though the thought process clashed with his dream a little bit. There were also utility-type powers which could make him invaluable in supporting roles, and finally a healing ability was the rarest and most sought-after boon of all. But of course, these were only the known categories humans made for themselves since the descent of the nightmare spell, and as such, while they were the common abilities your average awakened would possess, they still were not a limitation, as there was still a lot of strange wondrous abilities in the world. But Hugo had an idea about what his dormant ability would be. Aspect ability acquired. Aspect ability name, Morph. Hugo hurriedly summoned his runes. His instinct was to dive straight into the ability's description, but discipline made him review his overall status first. Name, Hugo. True name, Paragon of Purity. Rank, Dreamer. Omnicore dormant. Soul fragments, frowny face 0 1,000. What? What is this? Where Soul Core should have been, it now read Omnicore, which was not normal. He blinked, processing the change which had to be linked to the Omnitrix, a unique manifestation of his divine aspect. But the fact that his progression was still tied to soul fragments was a relief. It meant his path, while unique, wasn't completely alien and untrodden. A separate, unknown progression system, while full of potential, was also fraught with unimaginable peril. The known, even if difficult, was always safer than the absolute unknown. And there was nothing more terrifying than the unknown in the age of the nightmare spell. Though an Omnicore is strange in itself, I wonder if it offers any abilities once it's saturated. Unable to find a definitive answer, he continued. Memories, Prototech Armor, Polymorphic Crystal, Conqueror's Wrath. Echoes. Attributes: Frowny Face Mutant, Flame of Divinity, Extraordinary Memory, Anatomica, Spirit Core, Shadowrend, Soul Bound. His Mark of Divinity had evolved into Flame of Divinity after the first nightmare. The description was succinct yet profound. Your soul is aflame with the light of divinity. This piqued his interest significantly. A strong affinity with the divine was never a minor thing in the context of the dream realm. It could open doors to powers and understandings far beyond the mundane, but he would need to do more research about it before he could be sure of how exactly its usefulness resides. Furthermore, he had finally gained the attribute representing the last of his 7 parts, the soul. Soul bound. Attribute description: your soul has bonded with a divine relic, granting you blessed abilities. Attribute traits: Frowny Face, Omnimind. Enchantment description: Frowny Face, the Omnitrix is immune to mental attacks. Hugo's eyes widened, his mind racing through the implications. Firstly, he hadn't known attributes could possess traits. Not that he even knew what traits were. Was this a feature unique to his divine aspect? Or was it something related to the nature of his attribute? But why only one? If it only had one, it should just be part of the main description, unless... The possibility was more than shocking, as it suggested the idea that he could acquire more of these traits for this attribute somehow. The how remained a mystery, but the potential was staggering, as it allowed him to gain separate abilities from the ones his aspect provides. A hassle, but what a blessing, he mused, focusing on the Omnimind trait. It doesn't say I am immune, it says the Omnitrix is. But my aspect description states that the relic and I are one. The distinction might be semantic, or it might be critically important. He theorized that the protection likely extended to him, as the core consciousness bonded to the relic, but he still felt the need for caution against mental assaults until he could confirm that he was completely immune to them himself. He sighed, the familiar frustration at the spell's cryptic nature returning. Well, I'll find out the specifics through practical means later. Finally, he turned his attention to his dormant ability. Aspect, Omnitrix. Aspect rank, Divine. Aspect abilities: Frowny Face Morph. Aspect ability description: Frowny Face, you can transform into creatures imprinted on your soul. I see. So it functions just as I theorized. The structure was elegantly simple yet immensely powerful. The innate ability, Essence Imprint, served as the method of collection, while Morph was the engine of execution. It was a shape-shifting ability of an unparalleled scope. So I have 10 potential transformations, but for now, I only have 2. His focus shifted to the 2 filled slots. First imprint, Chimera Sui Generis. Second imprint, Galvan. He studied them carefully. The method of gaining imprints was still unclear, but the results were undeniable. One was the ability to become a Galvan. The idea was uncomfortable, taking on the form of his former captors, but he immediately dismissed the sentiment as foolishness. Rejecting a tool, any tool for the matter, out of pride was a luxury he couldn't afford, as survival was paramount. The other was more intriguing. Chimera Sui Generis? Is that the species Vilgax belonged to? The prospect of wielding even a fraction of the power that had made Vilgax a force of nature was deeply compelling. As a dreamer, his transformed self wouldn't be an ascended, but it would still be undoubtedly powerful. But how powerful, exactly? And do I gain all the innate abilities of the species, or just the physical form? He held his breath, rereading the descriptions, searching for hidden nuances that would reveal the full extent of his power. But at that moment, a new set of runes materialized below his aspect information. Simultaneously, the spell's voice resonated through the void, cold and final. All power has a price. You have received a flaw. Your flaw is... Hugo's eyes narrowed, all other thoughts vanishing as he focused on the emerging text, his fate about to be sealed by the other side of the coin. Flaw, unstable ego. Flaw description, the line between your true self and that of your transformations is thin. Hugo looked at the runes with a hesitant expression, attempting to decipher the full meaning. It sounds simple enough, but how dangerous is it? He mumbled under his breath, unsure of what to make of it. The flaw suggested that his personality would be altered whenever he transforms, but to what extent he did not know. Hugo knew that the more powerful an aspect is, the more the severe the flaw would be. So he was naturally a bit frightened on how severe his flaw would be. Some flaws could be crippling after all. Before Hugo could contemplate his flaw's meaning any deeper, the voice of the spell spoke once more. Wake up, paragon of purity. The black void suddenly blinked, despairing completely. Hugo opened his eyes slowly. The armored ceiling of the police station basement was the most beautiful thing in TB world as of this moment. He had long wished to see it every time he was knocked out unconscious in the nightmare, so naturally he was more than happy to see it. But that sensation suddenly changed as he noticed the figure standing next to him. On a plastic chair beside him, a woman sat there with a neutral expression on her face. She had short, raven black hair and icy blue eyes. Her flawless skin was smooth, supple, and as white as snow. The woman seemed to be in her late 20s. She was wearing a dark blue uniform with silver epaulets and black leather boots. The jacket of her uniform was casually unbuttoned, revealing a black tank top beneath. Of course, Hugo immediately recognized who this person was. After all, she was the person he built his entire ideals upon, and to an extent was the reason behind his driving motivation. This was the same woman he had met many years ago, but back then she was merely a teenage awakened. This was Soul Reaper Jet. Now, she seemed to be in her late 20s, and was no longer a mere awakened, she was a master. An ascended by the nightmare spell rank, an ascended was a person who had conquered the second nightmare, and it was the highest rank after transcendent. Well, the highest humanity has achieved so far. Hugo was in a loss for words. He had long dreamed of meeting Soul Reaper Jet again and fighting side by side with her. Some of his thoughts about her were less than proper, but that was besides the point. Soul Reaper Jet, however, was looking at him with a strange expression. Does she recognize me? He thought, feeling something strange within his heart. After a long moment, Soul Reaper Jet spoke. What are you looking at? Hugo almost fell over when she spoke, but the restraints were still holding him. After a long second, he opened his mouth. You, I guess? Idiot! What kind of person says something like that? Jet looked at him with a strange expression, then she sighed. Well, at least you aren't a rascal like the other kid, she said before slowly moving her body towards him, making Hugo instantly turn red. To his disappointment, she only removed the restraints chaining him to the table. Why am I even disappointed? This is pathetic, he thought solemnly. Unaware of his inner turmoil, Jet spoke again with a smile. Color me impressed. I didn't think you'd survive a nightmare spanning an entire week. Hugo's expression changed as she said that, turning into a frown. A week? But the winter solstice was already a month away when I entered the nightmare. Eventually all he could muster was one word. Shit. Jet looked at him with something akin to pity, then that expression disappeared as quickly as it appeared. In any case, since you're awake, welcome back to the land of the living. Congratulations on surviving your first nightmare, Sleeper Hugo. Chapter 11, Change. Inside the NQSC police station, in the sterile white of the showers, a boy stood under a stream of perfectly warm water. It rained down on his skin, but he felt no warmth, no solace, and no comfort in its touch. The heat was like a distant signal unable to penetrate the cold numbness that had taken root in his core. The memories of his first nightmare were a festering wound in his mind, crawling behind his eyes and seizing his thoughts when his guard was down. They relentlessly replayed the sensation of alien metal piercing his very being, the clinical gaze of his captors, and the world-ending terror of Vilgax, and lastly, the soul-wrenching pain of bonding with the Omnitrix, a divine relic as a mere aspirant. He had once thought with the foolish certainty of a child that he could stomach any pain the spell throws at him. He had believed that nothing could ever hurt more than watching the light leave his mother's eyes while being soaked with her blood. He had thought many things before the first nightmare. Some of those convictions remained, hardened like steel. Others had been shattered and fundamentally changed. But from the rubble of his old self, one conclusion emerged, clear and unyielding. He needed to change. His current mindset was a liability, and above all else it was deeply flawed. It wasn't that his will was weak or his goal, the purging fire of his hatred, was incorrect. No, instead the problem was that he was simply soft due to his upbringing. After all, he was no legacy, who were forged in a clan's crucible of discipline and combat from the moment he could walk. The only training he ever received was of his public school, which was a pale shadow and a sanitized version of the real thing. Yet, he was also not a rat from the outskirts, hardened by a life of brutal scarcity, whose will to survive was a weapon in itself capable of cutting the world if needs arise. He was somewhere in between, inheriting both the weakness from each world with none of the strengths, and that had left him unprepared for the cruelty of the spell. And above anything else, that had to change. He needed to get accustomed to pain, to wear it like a second skin. He needed to lock his frustration and grief in a deep, dark box within himself, burying it until he was powerful enough to wield it without being consumed by it. Most of all, he needed to sharpen his hatred into a fine, precise blade capable of cutting all who stands in his way. The spell's appraisal had declared that his hatred knew no bounds, but the raw chaotic emotion was simply not enough. It was never enough. He just hadn't realized it before. Hugo turned off the water with a decisive click. Strangely enough, the sudden silence was louder than the spray had been. He wrapped a towel around his waist and moved to the sink, his movements strangely deliberate. Then, he saw his reflection in the misted mirror and froze. The boy who had entered the nightmare was gone. The changes brought on by his ascension were profound and deeply unsettling, at least for Hugo. His once brown hair was now a deep, jet black, and it had grown longer, falling in damp strands over his forehead. His eyes, previously a common shade of brown, were now a deep, piercing blue, a shade so intense it seemed to hold a light of its own, deeper and colder than even Master Jet's famed gaze. Fitting, he thought. My entire existence is now defined by alien blueprints. Why shouldn't my shell reflect that? While he wasn't classically handsome, there was a sharp, striking quality to his features now. The softness of youth had been carved away, replaced by a grim purpose that tightened the line of his jaw and hardened his expression. He was pleased. This new face matched the changed person inside. And then there was his aspect. The divine relic he had bonded with, the Omnitrix, had undergone its own metamorphosis. It was no longer the simple watch-like device it was in the nightmare. Now, it was a part of him, quite literally. The Omnitrix rested snugly against his left wrist, a marvel of sleek, angular design. Its frame was a combination of polished black and metallic alloy that seemed to drink the light, gleaming with a subtle, internal energy. The edges flowed seamlessly into his skin, as if it had been grown rather than worn, making it an organic extension of his own body. The centerpiece was a circular core, smooth and flawless, from which a cerulean hourglass symbol pulsed with a slow, rhythmic light. The blue glow was cool and constant, humming with a latent power that vibrated faintly up his arm. Interlocking segments of dark metal wrapped his wrist and forearm with mechanical elegance, their sharp lines hinting at unimaginable potential locked within the first divine relic made by mortals' hands. Subtle veins of the same blue light traced outwards from the core, threading through the armor-like material until it was impossible to tell where his flesh ended and the divine artifact began. It was almost alive, ancient, and terrifyingly beautiful. Great, he muttered to his reflection, a dry note in his voice. Now I can't even hide it. Though he would never admit it aloud, a part of him, the part that was still a boy fascinated by stories and shiny objects, thought it was incredibly cool. It was then that curiosity, a dangerous and compelling force, tugged at him. Without any effort to resist it, he raised his left arm and brought his right hand near the dial, spinning it slightly. Instantly, it responded. The dial popped up without a sound, the blue hourglass symbol brightening. Then, the symbol shifted, resolving into the silhouette of a large, towering figure with distinct, powerful tentacles, the form of a chimera sui generis, Vilgax's species. It was rendered in stark black, devoid of color but full of a sinister aura. He turned the dial again, causing the image to shift. The colossal form replaced by a comically small, slender figure, a Galvan. The contrast was jarring. He turned the dial once more, but it simply cycled back to the chimera. The results were quite obvious, as he only possessed 2 imprints as of this moment. The instinctual knowledge implanted by the spell was clear: pressing the dial down would activate the transformation. The pull was almost magnetic, a siren's call to feel that alien power coursing through him, to know what it felt like to be so strong. To be something else. His finger hovered over the dial, causing his heart to beat a little faster. Should I? Tempted by the idea, Hugo almost pressed the dial, but then he remembered his flaw, the spell's cruel counterbalance. Unstable ego. The risk was too great, at least not in a place like this. He did not know what changes his transformation would bring, and he did not want to risk doing something drastic in a building filled with mundane people, even if an Ascended was present at the moment. So with a sigh of disappointment, he pulled his hand away. The dial retracted silently, the Omnitrix returning to its dormant state. The moment of temptation eventually passed, sealed away by caution. Later, dressed in a clean police-issued tracksuit that fit his newly altered frame a little too well, Hugo found himself in the station's cafeteria. Master Jet was waiting for him at a solitary table, 2 trays of steaming synthetic food placed between them. "Help yourself," she said, her voice its usual low, steady cadence. Hugo didn't need to be told twice. He attacked the meal with a ravenous intensity that bordered on violence, shoveling the bland nutrients into his mouth. It was a stark contrast to the single, sweet green stick that had been his only sustenance in the nightmare. This was real and tangible, even if it was mostly synthetic. So he devoured it like a starved animal. When he was done, he exhaled, the tension in his shoulders easing a fraction. He looked up to find Jet studying him, her expression unreadable but her gaze intensely serious. "Are you finished with your food?" she asked, though it was clearly a rhetorical question. Hugo simply nodded, wiping his mouth with the back of his hand. "Then I'll begin. As per protocol, I am obligated to inform you of a few things. It is mostly a formality. First of all, concerning your nightmare." She glanced at him, and for a fleeting moment, he saw something that might have been pity in her eyes, but it was quickly gone as fast as it appeared, replaced by professional detachment. Then she continued, "You are entitled to receive free psychological counseling. No matter what traumatic experience you have encountered, there is no shame in asking for help. Your mind is as important as your body, it's only right to keep it healthy. Are you interested?" Hugo looked at her with a hesitant expression, unsure of what to say. For a moment he was tempted to say yes, to talk to someone, to maybe share even a fraction of the burden nestled deep within his mind, but eventually, something in him refused. The winter solstice was approaching. Time spent in therapy was time not spent getting stronger, instead it was a luxury that could get him killed. "No," he said, his voice firmer than he expected. "I don't think I want to." Jet gave a single, curt nod. "As you wish. You can also talk to me." "Was it very hard?" Hugo held her gaze. How could he possibly explain? The advanced alien city, the sadistic experiments, getting haunted by murder drone and terrifying alien assassins, bonding with a cosmic relic, all while witnessing the collapse of an entire civilization? The word stuck in his throat, failing to capture the sheer scale of the hell he had endured. "It was hell," he finally said. The words were inadequate, but they were the only ones that felt true. Jet didn't flinch. "I understand. Many awakened find their first nightmare to be the worst moment of their lives. But you need to make sure it doesn't hold you back. Her voice was calm, matter of fact, yet the weight of her own experience gave the words a heavy truth. I'm sorry to say this, but the dream realm will be much worse. Hugo understood that she wasn't being cruel, just brutally honest. Yet, the words settled in his stomach like a block of ice. Yes, he replied, the word feeling hollow. I understand. But in truth, he didn't understand. He couldn't even begin to fathom a more terrifying experience than the first nightmare, and that terrified him to the core of his being. Jet shrugged, moving on to the next piece of business. Lastly, there's the matter of your family. Hugo stiffened. In the whirlwind of his awakening, he had completely forgotten about the drunken mess waiting for him at home. His father. We tried contacting your father, but we couldn't reach him. So, maybe I can't take you to. No. Hugo cut her off, his voice sharp enough to make her blink in surprise. The shift in his demeanor was instantaneous and violent. The neutral mask he wore cracked, revealing a glimpse of the seething emotion beneath. Jet recovered quickly, her professional mask back in place. I understand this might be difficult for you, but it's not a matter of what you want. He's your legal guardian, and so we need his permission to even register you at the academy. You'll have to at least meet him. Hugo's frown deepened into a scowl. A familiar, venomous hatred bloomed in his chest at the thought of his father. The man was a ghost, a hollowed-out shell who had never once looked him in the eye after his mother's death. There had been no comfort, no shared grief, only the stench of alcohol and the sound of strangers in the night. And deep down, Hugo knew the man blamed him. If Hugo hadn't begged her to go to the park that day, she would still be alive and with them. And to an extent, Hugo blamed himself too. But his hatred for his father was a cleaner, sharper thing. There were few things in this world he hated with such pure, unadulterated passion, and his father was at the top of that short list. Now, bestowed with more power than any mundane human could comprehend, he didn't trust himself to be in the same room with the man. He didn't know what he would do. Eventually, he managed to unclench his jaw enough to speak. Aren't all nightmare spell carriers entitled to attend the Awakened Academy? Jet shook her head. Yes, they are entitled. But a legal guardian's permission is still required. The only exceptions are for orphans, or those from the outskirts who have no registered guardian. Hugo felt the walls closing in. There was no way out, just like his first nightmare, he was cornered like a rat. He took a slow, measured breath, forcing the storm inside him to still for a moment. All right, he conceded, the words tasting like ash. I'll go. Chapter 12, Rewards. Hugo found himself in the back of a sleek, government-issued PTV watching the familiar dilapidated streets of his neighborhood slide past the window. A profound sense of disappointment lingered in his heart because Soul Reaper Jet had not come with him, as escorting a dormant through a family drama was understandably far beneath the pay grade of an ascended master. But given that Hugo was a newly awakened minor with a documented complicated home life, the authorities couldn't simply turn him loose. So, they had assigned a government awakened named Bell to him. The man was perhaps in his early 20s to mid, with a clean-cut look and an air of professional detachment that was a pale imitation of Jet's lethal grace. But one thing was clear, he was competent, yet Hugo still felt that the man lacked Soul Reaper's chilling iconic presence. Hugo didn't bother starting a conversation, his mind was stuck in a state of grim anticipation as he played out the upcoming confrontation with his father in his head. Each scenario more tense and unpleasant than the last. But then, he was suddenly jolted from these spiraling thoughts by a realization he still hadn't properly examined the two other memories he gained at the end of his nightmare. How could I forget something so crucial, he chided himself, a wave of frustration washing over him. This was the kind of oversight that got people killed in the dream realm. So he focused inward, pulling up the spell's runes. Memories, Prototech Armor, Conqueror's Wrath, Polymorphic Crystal. He had already examined the Prototech Armor during the first nightmare and saw what it was capable of, but the other two were a complete mystery. They were rewards from the two most powerful beings he had encountered in the nightmare. one from an awakened devil, the other from an ascended tyrant, so naturally they were bound to be incredibly powerful. With a tang of excitement, he decided to start with polymorphic crystal, saving the ascended tier memory for last. Memory, polymorphic crystal. Memory rank, awakened. Memory type, tool. Memory description, frowny face. The first thinker's prodigy was a fickle soul. Unlike his fellow Galvans, his brilliance was not tempered by their race's cold logic. Instead, it was fueled by a myriad of emotions. Yet, this did not mean he was inferior to the rest of his kin, as his genius was second only to the first thinker himself. But in the end, he was not content. A gnawing greed consumed him, a desperate need to create something greater than his master's magnum opus. But all his efforts yielded were tools of exquisite destruction. Enchantments, gaze, upgrade, greed, envy. Albedo. Hugo thought, the Galvan's frustrated face flashing in his mind. The description painted a tragic picture of wasted potential, a genius destroyed by his own envy. But Hugo couldn't really feel pity for the Galvan, as he was the one to inflict unimaginable pain to him during his first nightmare. Even if that version of him was an illusion conjured by the spell. Not dwelling on the thought, he willed the memory to manifest. A small, reddish-pink polyhedron-shaped jewel no larger than his thumbnail materialized in a small torrent of white essence. It was cool to the touch and seemed to pulse with a faint, inner light. The moment it appeared, new runes shimmered into view, detailing its enchantments, making Hugo's eyes widen in surprise. Gaze, enchantment description. This crystal can peer into the fundamental essence of things, revealing their hidden properties. Incredible, Hugo mused, his mind slowly processing the meaning behind it. It can identify enchantment descriptions and tiers. Other awakened would probably kill for this. He could probably auction it to a great clan for millions of credits, as a memory capable of identifying memory enchantments and tiers would be incredibly useful. But alas, Hugo needed it more than he needed the money. He kept scrolling through the runes, checking the other enchantments descriptions. Upgrade, enchantment description. This memory can upgrade any non-sentient object. Greed, enchantment description. This crystal can siphon any form of ambient energy and store it within itself. Envy, enchantment description. This crystal can release its stored energy as focused kinetic projectiles. Hugo stared at the runes with a strange expression, his earlier assessment of the memory changing immediately. What a monstrously versatile memory. How is this only awakened rank? While the raw power of each enchantment would be limited to the awakened rank, their sheer utility was immense. Gaze and upgrade are passive utility enchantments which are already incredible enough, but greed and envy could work as a great damage dealers. Although I'd only be able to use them after I awaken. Active enchantments required soul essence after all, which he couldn't manipulate as a dormant. Hugo quickly pulled up the details for his Prototech armor to re-examine its single enchantment now that he could read it. Modification, enchantment description. This armor can be modified to better suit its wearer's needs. Isn't that useless? He thought. Memories were already designed to suit their owner's need perfectly, whether it's an armor memory or a weapon. It's an active enchantment though. So maybe it has its usefulness in other ways. Finally, it was time for the main event. The memory from Vilgax himself. Memory, Conqueror's Wrath. Memory rank, Ascended. Memory tier V. Memory type, Charm. A genuine smile, thin and sharp, touched Hugo's lips. A charm-type memory was incredibly rare, often granting powerful, persistent effects to an awakened, and this one was of the Ascended rank. This was the kind of treasure that could define an awakened's entire career. Memory description: a king traveled the realms, gathering knowledge for his people. Eventually he found a home among the Galvan's brilliant minds, and though he lacked their innate intellect, he slowly earned their respect through sheer determination and eagerness to learn, even captivating the first thinker. But when the looming threat of the Children of War descended upon his kingdom, the king begged the Galvans for aid. They refused, hiding behind their walls of neutrality. Years later, learning of the first thinker's magnum opus, the king resolved to seize the relic's power to save his people himself. In the end, his quest brought only ruin, consuming them all. Hugo read the description carefully, the pieces of the ancient drama that had transpired during his first nightmare slowly falling into place. Vilgax wasn't always a mindless conqueror, he was a desperate king. In a sense, he betrayed by those he considered allies. The Galvans, in their isolationist wisdom, had sown the seeds of their own destruction by denying Vilgax's help. If Albedo was a genius warped by envy, then the mysterious first thinker, Azimuth, was an absent god. What a tragic, pointless cycle, he concluded, feeling a strange, detached pity. No one was purely evil, and yet everyone was guilty. A story of good intentions paved with corpses. Because while it was easy to paint Vilgax as a desperate villain, it was also easy to paint the Galvans as villains for not helping a dying civilization, even though they could have easily done it. It was a matter of perspective. But such philosophical exercise was another luxury Hugo didn't have time for right now. It doesn't matter. They're all dust now, like everything in the dream realm. His focus quickly returned to the enchantments. Conqueror's will, enchantment description: those weaker than you are instinctively frightened by your presence, their will to fight diminished. Mighty, enchantment description: all of your physical abilities are greatly enhanced. Heart of Cinders, enchantment description: while wearing this charm, you gain a moderate resistance to fire and extreme heat. Aquatic balance, enchantment description: you can move and fight with perfect grace and efficacy underwater unhindered by depth or pressure. Diagon's blessed, enchantment description: the king wandered for years, seeking a power to rival the Omnitrix as wielder. His path eventually led him to a pact with an ancient, sinister deity. As he did, you may consume this memory to gain the same powers. Hugo was speechless. This is not what I imagined. The sheer raw power of the charm was overwhelming. It granted a passive fear aura, a massive physical boost, a moderate elemental resistance, and lastly an entire environmental adaptability. It was a complete combat package that was a wet dream for any awakened. But the final enchantment gave him pause. A memory can be consumed? To gain power? The concept was alien and deeply unsettling. The description of Diagon, which Hugo assumed was the name of the deity, as ancient and sinister, sent a chill down his spine. The potential was tantalizing to say the least, a direct link to a deity's power. But the cost was a bit too high for Hugo. No, he decided after a moment of intense contemplation. It's too great a gamble. I'd be sacrificing 4 incredibly powerful enchantments for a single unknown end. And something described as sinister by the spell is not something I want inside my soul. This stays a charm. There was also fact that this single enchantment description had confirmed the existence of an Omnitrix wielder that had lived in the past of the dream realm. Which was a huge boon to Hugo considering the nature of his aspect. Just as he was contemplating the implications of this knowledge, the PTV came to a sudden halt. Awakened Bell glanced at him, his expression neutral. Well, lad, this should be the address. Just go in and get your old man's signature on this paper. He handed Hugo a formal document which was obviously the Academy entrance application. As Hugo took it, Bell's gaze sharpened. Listen, kid. I don't know what sort of history you have with your father, and it's not my business, but no matter how bad it is, it's not worth throwing your future away for a moment of anger. So, do us both a favor and don't do anything stupid in there, understand? The message was clear and delivered with the casual authority of someone who could effortlessly enforce it. The gap between a dormant and an awakened was a chasm Hugo couldn't cross, so he was obviously not willing to do anything that would put him in a situation where he'd have to fight a seasoned government awakened. Hugo met his gaze and gave a single, tight nod. I understand. He stepped out of the vehicle, the door hissing shut behind him. Hugo stood before the familiar, slightly dilapidated house, a storm of emotions playing in his heart like a drum. Every neglected patch of lawn, every chipped tile on the roof was a testament to the life that had festered here after his mother's death, a life of silence, neglect, and the cloying stench of alcohol. But what superimposed over the grim present were the ghostly memories of a sweeter past, the aroma of his mother's cooking, the sound of her laughter, the warmth of her hand on his forehead every time he fell bedridden. His extraordinary memory was as much of a curse as it was blessing, preserving every beautiful, painful detail with perfect cruel clarity. With a sigh that did nothing to steady his nerves, he reached for the handle and pushed the door open. Immediately, he was met with a flying bottle of cheap whiskey, hurtling directly toward his face. Chapter 13, Bigger Man. Hugo, with his enhanced senses, tilted his head slightly, dodging the bottle without much effort. Not that a glass bottle would have done anything to his dormant body, which was augmented by anatomica. Looking at the person who had thrown the bottle, Hugo saw a man sitting on a plastic chair that was placed directly across the door, as if he had been expecting someone and waiting just so he could throw the bottle at them. That man, of course none other than Hugo's father, completely hammered out of his mind by alcohol and whatever synthetic drugs NQSC offered. Hugo looked at his father, who was wearing only shorts and a white shirt, his eyes slouched and his face wrinkled. Then his father spoke. "You leave for a week without a notice and then have the balls to come back," he said. His voice, although undoubtedly affected by alcohol, was still strangely serious. That seriousness had once terrified Hugo, even though his father had never laid a finger on him. But that did not matter anymore, now that he was stronger to the point that his father couldn't hurt him even if he wanted to. Hugo looked at him for a moment, then spoke calmly. "I was infected by the nightmare spell. I spent the entire week in the nightmare and woke up this morning." Hugo's dad tilted his head slightly, then a crooked smile formed on his face. "Good, good," he said in a mocking tone. "Now you can kill these damn abominations like you always wanted," he said, chuckling slightly. But then he suddenly stopped and looked at Hugo with a strange expression. "Then why are you here? Don't tell me you came here to kill me?" "I didn't think I was that bad of a father," he said, his voice changing from playful to disappointment. Hugo glanced at him sharply. "You're not worth the bother. I just need you to sign something." His dad smiled again. "Oh, forgive me, oh great and venerable awakened. What would a foolish, mundane person like me even be good for? Not even worth getting your grand revenge, huh? You'd probably enjoy something like that, becoming the cause of your second parent's DEA." He suddenly stopped himself, barely conscious of what he was saying. Hugo's face contorted into a fro, clutching his hand slightly. He was really contemplating transforming into something and ripping his father's apart, but he quickly remembered Awakened Bell's advice and decided against it. He stepped closer, his boots pressing against the soft wood of the house. Reaching his father's chair, he gave him the paper and the pen. "Sign it," Hugo demanded, his voice devoid of all emotion, leaving only a cold command. His father scoffed but obliged. Taking the paper and pen, Hugo stepped back and headed for the exit, unwilling to stay here for more than he needed. His father's voice suddenly made him stop. "You think you're better than me?" The voice was high-pitched, tangled by alcohol. "Not really," Hugo said. "But I still hate you." He spoke without looking back. "Goodbye, Martin," he spoke, using his father's name, not willing to refer to him as anything else. That seemed to have triggered something inside Martin, who rose from his chair in a quick motion, but due to his current drunken state, he fell over before reaching Hugo. With one final glance, Hugo left the house, walking down the path. He heard a muffled, painful scream. "Hugo! Come back here! Right now!" Martin shouted, but his words were left unanswered. Hugo, ignoring his father's shouts, walked towards the PTV where Awakened Bell was waiting with measured steps. He entered the car without a word and handed the paper to Bell. Awakened Bell looked at him for a moment, then said with a smile, "Good job, kid. I have a feeling that you'll go far if you keep this mentality." Hugo nodded at the compliment, yet his mind was not really set on that. The mess of emotions was still raging deep in his heart, threatening to consume him. And once again, Hugo remained silent as Awakened Bell drove him towards the Awakened Academy. After an hour or so, Awakened Bell had dropped him at the academy, leaving him with a couple of advices that consisted of the following. Make friends with the other sleepers in case you end up in the same region as them during the winter solstice. Don't give up your flaw no matter what. And lastly, don't reveal too much about your aspect to the Academy. Hugo wasn't going to do the first two even if Belle hadn't told him, but he was contemplating the last advice, as giving some minor information could give him some soul shards to make his life a little easier in the dream realm. Shaking his head slightly, Hugo looked at the towering structure of the awakened Academy. There was two seemingly indestructible red gates at the entrance, as the Academy was in a sense a city within the city. It was built like a fortress, with a high wall made of hard alloy, deep moat, and numerous large-caliber turrets which were placed in certain positions to create a deadly air suppression dome. No nightmare creature, not even colossal titans, were supposed to be able to break through its defenses, but Hugo doubted that fact. The massive gates suddenly opened, revealing the bridge leading inside. The Omnitrix glowed slightly beneath his sleeves as with Hugo walked forward, wondering how his 3-week stay would be in this place. Immediately after entering, Hugo was guided by one of the Academy worker to an interview. Usually, he would join the batch of sleepers in an area meant for them to socialize and hear a small speech by an awakened, and they would later on go through an interview. But considering the fact that Hugo had arrived 1 week later than the last batch of sleepers, he was immediately sent to the interview room, which he didn't mind. Entering the room, Hugo found himself facing a beautiful red-haired woman who was wearing the most charming smile he had ever seen. "Sleeper Hugo, please take a seat," she said, gesturing towards a seat. Hugo obliged. The lady kept her bright smile, which had the opposite effect on Hugo, making him slightly creeped out by the women. "Emma awakened Emma, now shall we begin the interview? I would be asking you multiple questions about yourself, but remember you have the freedom to refuse answering. Just make sure not to lie, all right?" Hugo nodded. "Perfect, then let's start with your aspect. Would you mind telling me about the type of aspect ability you received, as in combat, sorcery, utility?" Hugo spoke with a natural expression. "It's a versatile aspect, although how useful, I'm not sure yet. I haven't experimented with it too much." Emma nodded, then continued, "Are you able to directly deal damage with it?" Hugo nodded. "Yes, in theory." She noted something down on what was probably his file. The questions kept looping back in the same direction, such as the functions of his aspect, his attributes, and what sort of nightmare he had gone through. Hugo gave vague answers about his aspect while keeping his attributes and the events of his nightmare to himself because he did not want to overshare, deciding to follow awakened Belle advice. Lastly, this question is not really necessary but just a formality, as 98% of sleepers would probably answer with no, but here we go. Do you have a true name? Hugo looked at her for a moment, then said yes. She smiled, just as I, what, in a moment, bare demeanor entirely changing as she confirmed he wasn't lying. Slowly calming herself, Emma exhaled. "Do you mind telling what it is?" she said, nearly stuttering. Hugo spoke in a calm voice, yet the words held a strange sense of authority. "Paragon of purity." The cafeteria of the Academy was filled with all sorts of sleepers going about their daily routine. In the center, a screen displaying the ranking of the sleepers of this year batch stood, unchanged for a week. Until now. "How is this possible?" a sleeper shouted. "No way! 2 in the same batch? Impossible! Is he a legacy? It's like a true name bargaining sale. What's next? The outskirt pervert also has a true name?" On the screen, occupying the top one spot, was none other than Changing Star of the Immortal Flame Clan, the last heir of her clan. But his second place had changed. Where caster of the Hanli clan had once been, now stood another name. Name, Hugo. True name, Paragon of Purity. The screen displayed a young man with black hair and piercing blue eyes that seemed to shift the more you look at them. That same boy was standing in a secluded spot in the cafeteria, enjoying a slice of pizza while being watched by everyone. Well, this is uncomfortable, Hugo thought, barely able to enjoy his food as he felt both the legacy sleepers and the non-affiliated clan sleepers piercing him with curious gazes, some more dangerous than the other. Hugo quickly finished his food, quickly escaping the cafeteria before anyone could notice him. He was now in his dorm room, examining the simple yet beautiful room. Without wasting any time, Hugo raised his left hand, turning the dial slowly. Instantly it shot upward, the hourglass symbol opening into the shape of a menacing tentacle figure. "Well, I've been holding out on this for a while," he said with a hesitant voice as he slammed the dial in. Immediately, Hugo felt a profound shift in his being. His bones, blood, flesh, mind, soul, spirit and shadow, all which have been altered by Omni energy, they all changed. Not in the same change he had undergone during the first nightmare, but a more profound, complete change retaining no trace of their former self. His flesh turned green and extended, opening up and morphing into green tentacles. His torso grew bigger and bigger, expanding in length and width. His head shifted, followed by his skull. 2 crimson eyes glowed. In a brilliant flash of blue, Hugo's human frame was no more. In his place was a towering figure standing over 15 entire feet, wearing a dark, menacing armor. A strange glowing hourglass symbol was on his chest. The figurehead was round, and near where his mouth was supposed to, tentacles took place. His arms were also tentacles, although they were solidified and united together, forming mighty muscles. There were 2 tubes extending from his cheeks, pumping strange blue liquid in his mouth. Hugo, in his new form, couldn't move, as one wrong movement could wreck the entire room and possibly the floor, sending him flying towards the ground. "Holy shit!" he muttered, his voice raspy and deep. Hugo looked down at his body. To his surprise, he was not naked. Instead, pitch-black armor made from the same material as the Omnitrix covered his body, providing solid protection. Ah! He found himself in a strange situation of being unable to move. Quickly, he gently sat on the ground, locking his legs together and looking at the mirror. Strangely enough, Hugo was not terrified by his new appearance. Quite the opposite, in fact. He was proud of it, as if it was only natural he'd look as fearsome as this. "How did I exist in such a fable form before?" he growled, his voice low and dangerous. Wait a moment. That was not how Hugo talked. In fact, the words felt a bit hollow. Then it clicked in his head. His new tentacle head. "It's my flaw." The world suddenly seemed to become much clearer as Hugo had a clear understanding of how his flaw was slowly beginning to alter his personality when he was transformed. Flaw, unstable ego. Flaw description: the light between your true self and that of your transformations is thin. Realization down at him like a cold hot blade. This is going to be a problem. Battling a flaw that affected his mentality would be a nightmare, both literally and figuratively. He could already imagine hundreds of scenarios that'd lead to his death if he couldn't control who he was at the moment. Calm down. I'm still me, just changed. Paragon of purity. He muttered, drawing upon his true name to solidify his sense of self. But even that seemed not to work, considering the nature of Hugo Flaw, which changed his personality whenever he was transformed. Hugo sighed, deciding to take a look at his runes. Name: Hugo. True name: Paragon of Purity. Rank: Dreamer. Omnicore: Dormant. Soul fragments 5 1,000ths. Memories: Prototech Armor, Polymorphic Crystal, Conqueror's Wrath. Echoes. Attributes: Mutant, Flame of Divinity, Extraordinary Memory, Antimonica, Spirit Core, Shadowrend, Soul Bound. Aspect: Omnitrix. Aspect rank: Divine. Aspect description: you have bonded with the first divine relic created by mortal hands, transforming you into a being woven from the primordial blueprint of life itself. Created by the greatest of minds in pursuit of a perfection forbidden by the absolute law of reality, you carry the potential to become any creature. Your existence is a testament to adaptation and the boundless diversity of the world. Innate ability: Essence imprint. Ability description: frowny face: no creature is an alien to your existence. You possess the ability to imprint the fundamental essence of any being onto your soul, storing its template within the relic. First imprint: Chimera Sui Generis. Second imprint: Galvan. Third imprint. Fourth imprint. Fifth imprint. Sixth imprint. Seventh imprint. Eighth imprint. Ninth imprint. 10th imprint. Aspect abilities: Morph. Aspect ability description: you can transform into creatures imprinted on your soul. Hugo focused on the first imprint, and just as he did that, the runes shifted, revealing entirely new ones. Imprint race, Chimera sui generis. Imprint rank, awakened. Imprint class, beast. Imprint description, the first race to be banished from a divine realm. When the goddess of black sky banished her most harrowing children, they did not despair. Instead, they challenged their very nature, adapting to the harsh climate of the mortal realms. Imprint attributes, robust figure, Aquarius, resistance, maximum reflexes. Imprint abilities. Hugo eyes, now strangely without pupils, widened. "Wait, I'm an awakened," he said, not believing himself. Now that he thinks about it, he did feel incredibly powerful since he transformed, but Hugo thought it was normal because that was what most transformation abilities felt like. But he was wrong. It wasn't just the fact that he transformed or undergone a gigantification, but also the fact that he just transformed into an awakened. He could feel it, his soul growing brighter and seeping into his body. That strange power created from this phenomena was soul essence. So this is the truth power of a divine aspect. He thought, a bit horrified and equally excited to see what he would achieve at higher ranks. Focus, Hugo, he thought, quickly realizing that this was becoming a habit. Hugo focused on the attributes runes. Robust figure, attribute description, your strength, speed, endurance, and durability are all enhanced by your biology. Aquarius, attribute description, you can breathe underwater. Resistance, attribute description, you are completely resistant to heat. Maximum reflexes, attribute description, your senses and reflexes are heightened to the extreme. Hugo read the runes carefully, coming to the conclusion they were similar to Conqueror's Wrath, enchantments which made sense considering the memory came from Vilgax, and Hugo was now in the same race as the space squid. I would be incredibly powerful if I fight with that charm on. That would make a very powerful synergy indeed. But no abilities, huh? Hugo got a little disappointed at that, due to the fact that he had been receiving such generous treatment. Wait. I'm technically an awakened beast, right? And beasts don't possess his abilities no matter their rank. His tendrils slummed slightly as his disappointment grew further. Only nightmare creatures could form more soul cores, which meant he wouldn't be getting any new abilities. Still, the fact I can become an awakened is incredibly useful. The thought of crushing nightmare creatures with his own hands was incredibly exciting. With his current power, he could probably take on a fallen beast, which would be something no sleeper could boast about. I should try channeling my soul essence. Hugo closed his eyes in a meditative possession, tapping deep with his soul in an attempt to draw upon the force coursing through his body and soul. He found himself able to do that, but just as he was about to begin channeling it, he heard a strange beeping sound followed by the Omnitrix symbol on his chest glowing red. Then, with a flash of red energy, Hugo found himself meditating on the ground back in his human form, and more importantly, he returned to being a dormant human. I should have expected something like this, he muttered bitterly. So 10 minutes, huh? Not bad. Not bad at all. Chapter 14, Assessment. Hugo was still sitting cross-legged on the ground, contemplating the new revelations brought by his aspect. So I can turn into an awakened beast for around 10 minutes, and the transformation changes me entirely, both in body and personality. It was a double-edged sword capable of giving great strength, but the source of that strength could also lead to his doom. In truth, his flaw was not as crippling as some awakened, but it was still a flaw nonetheless. Having his personality change every time he transformed was bound to be a problem in the long run, and these kinds of problems were what caused the death of many awakened in the dream realm. But on the other hand, I can manipulate soul essence while transformed, meaning not only can I enhance my body, but I can also use memory enchantments that require essence, not to mention that I got a lot of passive effects when transformed. That perhaps was the greatest strength of his aspect so far, versatility. With only one transformation, he already covered a lot of categories that even seasoned awakened didn't possess, such a passive physical augmentation, an aquatic breathing, an elemental resistance, and lastly enhanced reflexes. Hugo sighed as he got up, enjoying the ability to move around the room freely once more. He looked at his Omnitrix, noticing that the hourglass symbol, which was part black and part blue, was glowing with a different color. The blue part was currently glowing with red. Raising his eyebrow in confusion, Hugo tried to use the Omnitrix, but nothing happened. The dial simply remained there, unwilling to rise up. "Don't tell me it needs to recharge. That's ridiculous," he frowned. Being able to use his transformations for only 10 minutes was already a bit limiting, but having to wait for his aspect to recharge was a far bigger limitation than the first one, practically making it a flaw on its own. Hugo grumbled, walking around the room in circles. This was a habit he usually did when he was frustrated. "It's not that bad of a trade-off, right? It's not like I'm that vulnerable in my human form." "Well, I am, but not as a mundane human would be." He was a sleeper after all, possessing an enhanced body that no mundane human could match, and he would grow only more powerful once he rises in rank, so the problem of being left vulnerable after his transformation runs out was not as severe as Hugo was making it out to be, although this realization did not make it any less bitter. Hugo exhaled. "Alright, let's think this through. What can I actually do?" Firstly, he possessed the ability to imprint any life form on himself, then transform into them, gaining their attributes. What made his aspect powerful was the fact that his transformations were of the awakened rank, or at least that's what Hugo assumed. There was also the possibility that he could imprint humans, which he had not tried yet. Then there were his attributes. Mutant did not do anything outright, as it made him different from other humans, which was quite fitting considering Hugo's aspect was all about becoming non-human. His other attributes, however, were far more useful. Anatomica changed his biology to an extent, saturating it with mysterious power, which Hugo found out was omni-energy, a strange form of energy created by the Omnitrix. That aside, the attribute granted him a form of regeneration that was quite potent, allowing him to ignore minor wounds in an instant. He had assumed that it granted him a form of enhanced strength during his first nightmare, but that was wrong. What it actually granted him beside regeneration was better physical resilience and stronger endurance, which were by no means inferior to a physical boost. Then there was Spirit Core, which Hugo knew was a very special attribute, especially after his awakening, but its exact functions were still a mystery. He only knew that it granted him a type of augmentation unlike the one Anatomica offered, but thankfully his lack of knowledge was not going to be a problem for long due to the fact that he was in the Awakened Academy, which held all sorts of information about the Dream Realm and awakened attributes and abilities alike. All the information he had gathered on the internet would pale in comparison to the Academy's archives, so Hugo decided that gathering as much knowledge as he could would be the most important thing right now. Then there was Shadowrend. "I guess it makes shadow bridges," he thought, almost finding the idea ridiculous, even though he would not mind having the ability to create bridges from his shadow. No, that can't be it. His shadow was impossibly large and also possessed the ability to separate from him and aid him in certain situations, but he could not control it, which was a problem. Hugo lowered his head to the floor where a large shadow was covering a large part of the room. Hello?" Hugo said with a hesitant expression. His shadow did not budge, staying the same as any regular shadow, with the sole exception of it being bigger than most shadows. "I guess you're not that talkative." "That makes two of us, I guess," he murmured. Lastly, his attribute, Soul-Bound, was still a greater mystery than all his attributes, promising multiple enchantments, but how he would get these enchantments, he did not know. For now, it supposedly granted him immunity to mind attacks, an immunity he still was not sure of how reliable it is, which is one of the greatest boons any awakened can ask for. A complete negation of an entire category of attacks was nothing to scoff at, as even saints were not fully immune to mind attacks. Hugo scratched his head, now seated on his bed. "Then there's my memories. One is an awakened armor, the other is a crystal capable of seeing memory enchantments and tiers and upgrading equipment while also being able to store energy and releasing it as kinetic projectiles. Then there's the charm, which gives me heat resistance, a physical passive augmentation, the ability to maneuver underwater, and the ability to dominate creatures with less power than me. Oh, did I mention that I can eat said memory to gain some ancient sinister power?" he thought, feeling a bit weird that he was talking to himself. "I'm pretty strong for a sleeper." Well, the right word would be that I possess too many abilities for a sleeper, but still. That said, it did not mean Hugo was invincible. He would still die if an awakened abomination decided to take a bite out of him, and he would also die if he let his guard down in the dream realm. It was the truth. Even saints could not allow themselves to grow arrogant, or else they would die. This fact made Hugo feel a strange type of feeling as he looked at the ceiling of his dorm room, his face blank and empty. His mind had stopped thinking about his abilities and attributes. A strange thought came across him, making him shudder slightly. Would you have been proud of me if you were alive? Mom, he muttered, his eyes uncontrollably filling up with tears. It was ironic, really, having all of this power at his current rank. One would assume Hugo possessed a will of steel and an unbreakable resolve that would not allow him to shed tears in any type of situation. But he simply wasn't that type of person. It was a strange paradox. His greatest dream was to wage war on nightmare creatures and eradicate every single one of them, yet at the same time, he did not want to be here, he did not want to go to the dream realm, and he did not want to risk his life. His greatest wish, besides killing nightmare creatures, was to be happy once again. To be with his mother again. Yet that was not possible. His mother was long gone, leaving only Hugo behind. All that was left was his maddening hatred for nightmare creatures, defining who Hugo was as a person. It was an all-encompassing emotion that threatened to consume him whole, and he, in a sense, wanted to be consumed by that desire. He wanted to stop feeling sadness, he wanted to stop feeling guilt for his mother's death, yet he couldn't. And that angered Hugo more than anything. He knew exactly what he wanted and he knew how to achieve it, yet he was afraid of taking the final step. Because a part of him wanted to remember. A part of him wanted to keep his mother alive in his heart. To remember her smile and grown up to become someone she would have been proud of. Eventually, the storm of emotions raging in his heart was slowly drowned by the dizziness of sleep. In his slumber, the Omnitrix symbol made a small beeping sound. Click. The symbol turned blue once again, regaining its former glory. Yet that, too, was left unheard. Hugo woke up with a slight headache, remembering the state he was in before he fell asleep. Exhaling as he got up, realizing it was early in the morning. I really overslept, he muttered under his breath as he entered the small bathroom in his room, intending to take a hot shower to calm his mind. He was faced with a bit of an awkward situation, not knowing if the Omnitrix was waterproof or not. I mean, it's the first divine relic made by mortal hands. It'd be embarrassing if it's not waterproof. And thankfully, it was. Gods, imagine if I lost my aspect because it wasn't waterproof? I would drown myself in a hole, he thought, letting the hot water run through his body. Hugo noticed how organic the Omnitrix looked and felt. For starters, it felt like nothing was there. No, not quite. It felt like it was a part of him, no different from his arm, which was quite fascinating. After the shower, Hugo wore the outfit provided by the academy, which was a sleek black tracksuit familiar to the police tracksuit. Before he left for the cafeteria, Hugo decided to try out his Galvan transformation just to know what it was capable of. HD activated the dial, selecting the Galvan figure, and then pressed the Omnitrix slightly. With a beam of blue light, his figure shifted once more. His torso shrunk down and down, eventually reaching the ground, then his skull extended, changing the shape of his eyes, which were now bright blue. His skin proceeded to morph and twist, eventually settling on a smooth gray color. Hugo looked at the world with a new perspective. The perspective of someone who was just 6 inches tall. What a weird situation, he said, thinking about how his other form was standing at a towering 15 feet while this one was not even a foot tall. Quickly moving around with strange agility, Hugo, now as a Galvan, found himself across the mirror. He had smooth gray skin, as if that of a baby, and he also looked like a frog with large blue eyes that had strange rectangular pupils and horizontal eyelids. Well, this is certainly a look fitting for someone like me, Humph, he said with a haughty attitude, unbothered by the fact that he was currently taking the form of the people that imprisoned and tortured him. What was even more bizarre, Hugo felt a lot more difference in this form than he did when he was in the Vilgax imprint, which was what he decided to call it because Chimera Sui Generis was too long. He felt smarter, which was a far more meaningful change than any physical one could give. Quickly pulling up the imprint runes, Hugo looked at them with a sharp gaze, rubbing his smooth chin slightly. Imprint race, Galvan. Imprint rank, awakened. Imprint class, beast. Imprint description, frowny face. Born through the goddess of war's dreams of advancement, the Galvans possessed the sharpest minds in all the realms. They held no extraordinary powers aside from their intelligence, and they were far smaller than most races, yet they still built one of the greatest civilizations, rivaling that of the other children of war. But when the end came, even their brilliant minds couldn't save them. Huh? The Galvans were born of the war god? Hugo said, analyzing the idea of the goddess of war creating a peaceful race that not only possessed extraordinary intelligence but also no grand ambition to conquer. I suppose simple logic and personality traits cannot be used to determine the hidden reasons behind a god's actions. How peculiar. There was also the mention of an omnious end, which Hugo assumed was the end that caused the death and corruption of all intelligent creatures in the dream realm. Which didn't tell him much, but knowing that even the great Galvans did not survive was an interesting thought process, if not a little harrowing. Saturating his body with soul essence, Hugo leaped upward, standing above the desk and leaning against the small notebook to continue reading the runes. Imprint attributes, genius mind, linguistic mastery, nimble limbs. Imprint abilities. Genius mind, attribute description, as a Galvan you naturally possess an unparalleled genius. Linguistic mastery, attribute description, frowny face, you possess an unmatched mastery in all types of languages. Nimble limbs, attribute description, frowny face, your limbs are extraordinarily agile. As expected, this form is more fit for support rather than direct combat, even though it's of the awakened rank. Not that I'm saying it's a bad thing, of course. I prefer this form a lot better than my other two ones, he said, thinking of the implications of his attributes. Genius mind and linguistic mastery were both extremely good attributes, with the former enhancing his mind, making him smarter than the brightest scientist in the world, and the latter giving him mastery over all sorts of languages. Genius mind, usefulness did not need any further explanation, as being smart was one of the key reasons humans had managed to survive and conquer large portions of the dream realm. Linguistic mastery would have been useless in today's age if not for the existence of two very important things in the awakened world: runic language and runic sorcery. Runic language was translated by the spell, but it did not mean awakened understood it truly, as they one grasped the concept of the runes, not the true meaning the one that had inscribed them had intended to leave behind, which is why a lot of people began studying runic language to comprehend the meanings behind the runes they encounter in the dream realm, which eventually led to the discovery of runic sorcery that granted awakened a whole new arsenal of power. Said sorcery becoming the foundation of an entire great clan. Clan Valor, who are known for their spellsmiths and artifacts. Usually, Hugo would not have been interested in runic sorcery due to the fact it took years to become adept in it, which and the fact that he was currently dormant human and soul essence was an essential part of runic sorcery. But Hugo had the exact solutions to these problems. His Galvan transformation was an awakened. Not only that, he also possesses a perfect fluency in runic language, so in theory he could learn runic sorcery way faster than any awakened, even those of the higher ranks, while being merely a sleeper himself. A wide grin appeared on his frog-like face. "Well, this is certainly going to be fun," he said with a hint of mischievousness in his voice. Chapter 15, Interesting Characters. The Awakened Academy's cafeteria was a cavernous hall, its high ceilings echoing with the din of hundreds of sleepers this early in the morning. The air hummed occasional discussions about aspects, strategies for surviving the dream realm, and of course the looming winter solstice, punctuated by the jarringly normal conversation about celebrities or sports. It just went to show that most of these people were regular teenagers forced to change their lifestyle because of the nightmare spell. Hugo received a few lingering glances as he entered, but the attention was far less intense than the one he received yesterday. Which was because of two reasons. First, everyone was too preoccupied with their own survival and training to fixate on him for long, and they also had their own share of problems to contend with. The second reason was the girl sitting like a silent, magnetic pole at the center of the room. Changing star of the immortal Flame Clan. She was the true center of attention. the last scion of a legendary clan and a sleeper with a true name, which was something accomplished only by her mother, Smile of Heaven, and Hugo later on. Changing Star was a peculiar existence, to say the least. Her expression was a mask of aloof detachment that seemed to push the world away as if she did not belong to it entirely. Talk about main character syndrome, Hugo thought. She had the tragic backstory, the legendary bloodline, the immense pressure. It was like she was pulled out straight out of the novels and webtoons Hugo used to read. I wonder if she has a divine aspect too. The thought was a bit out of place, but it was also a logical connection to make. As Hugo himself had a true name and a divine aspect, his immediate theory was that they were a package deal. If that were true, Smile of Heaven must have had one as well. It's an interesting thought process, but there's no way to confirm it. Hugo murmured to himself, the sound muffled by the voice of the other sleepers. He collected a tray of nutrient-rich synthetic food and scanned the room for a place to sit, which was practically non-existent as almost every table was filled to the brim. I really should have came early. He sighed, then after a bit of standing there like an idiot, his eyes eventually landed on a table with only 2 occupants tucked away from the main crowds. It was perfect. As he approached, he studied the 2 sitting there. One was a petite girl with long golden hair and shimmering azure blue eyes that seemed to look through everything but never quite focusing on anything. The girl possessed an eerie, delicate beauty that seemed utterly out of place in an institution designed to forge killers, as she looked like she wouldn't be able to swat a fly. Strangely enough, that only made Hugo a bit frightened of the girl, as it reminded him of how harmless the Galvans looked. Until they weren't, that is. The other person sitting there was a boy with skin as pale as a corpse, contrasted by hair and eyes of such a deep onyx they seemed to absorb the light around them. He was lean with a sharp fox-like face, and he was currently glaring daggers at the approaching paragon of purity. What a cheerful bunch, Hugo noted internally. Reaching the table, he spoke with a natural tone. Can I sit here? The blonde girl seemed startled by the question, as if she didn't see the question coming, her head turning toward the sound with her clouded blue eyes sweeping helplessly past his face, never focusing on them. The realization immediately clicked in Hugo's mind. She's blind. A pang of solemn pity hit him as the implications of her situation became quite prominent. She was doomed to die the moment she enters the dream realm. The onyx-eyed boy's glare intensified for a second before he gave a noncommittal shrug. Why, yes. Suit yourself. Their answers overlapped, creating a moment of awkward silence. Hugo decided to ignore it and sat down next to the boy, who radiated a distinct aura of go away. Strangely, Hugo couldn't stop looking at him. It wasn't about his appearance or anything, but because of a nagging sense of familiarity. Then, it clicked as he remembered where he had seen the boy before. Ah! Hugo said, the memory from a week ago resurfacing. So you actually survived your first nightmare. The words came out blunter than he intended. The boy flinched almost imperceptibly. What? He asked, his voice flat and guarded. Ah, sorry, Hugo backpedaled, realizing how it sounded. I just remembered you from the day we were infected. I was their aspirant with you at the police station, but doubt you remember. I'm Hugo, by the way. The onyx-eyed sleeper studied him for a long moment, his face unreadable. I see, he said, I'm Sunless. And yes, I know it's a strange name. You see, my mother had a poetic soul of sorts. The mention of a mother naming her child sent a sharp nostalgic pang through Hugo. After all, his own mother was the one who had named him, though her reasons were far less poetic than Sunless' mother. I see. It's nice meeting you, Sunless, Hugo said, making a conscious effort to be sociable as he remembered Awakened Bell's advice about how no one can survive in the dream realm alone. Sunless gave a curt nod. Just call me Sunny. It's easier on the tongue. What a peculiar fellow, Hugo thought, turning his attention to his food, unaware that in approaching this particular table, the strings of fate had already begun to twist around him, pulling him into an orbit he could not yet comprehend. After the awkward but ultimately successful breakfast, Hugo found himself in the vast combat training hall. He had decided that practical fighting skills was his top priority right now. His time was desperately short, only 3 weeks until the solstice, but he had to start somewhere. His options were limited by the short time frame, but on the positive side, he wasn't starting from zero. His public school education and his own obsessive research had granted him minor proficiency with a spear and the basic tenets of wilderness survival. It was a foundation that Hugo hadn't gotten the chance to utilize in the first nightmare due to certain circumstances, but they were still there. Now Hugo's real concern was how much that the instructor could offer him, as he needed more than just basic combat skills. Hugo needed to learn how to fight while transformed for obvious reasons. Power without skill was a quick path to a gruesome death in the dream realm. And while his Vilgax form was a powerhouse capable of both terrestrial and aquatic combat, it was also his only direct combat for the moment, and so he had to master it, or at least find a suitable fighting style when transformed. Hugo stood among a sea of other sleepers. Seemingly all of them had chosen this class, which made perfect grim sense. Many people thought the primary danger in the dream realm was nightmare creatures, and while that was true, it was not the only thing that could kill you in there. The instructor was an awakened named Rock, who was more like a mountain than a man, wore a dark blue uniform. His shoulders were broad enough to carry the worries of every student in the room. A gorgeous brown beard was adorning his chin, giving him a strange bear-like appearance. His serious eyes were almost omnipresent, seemingly missing nothing. Those same eyes soon landed on the new arrival. The giant man walked over, his steps measured and heavy. He looked down at Hugo from his impressive height. "You are paragon of purity, if I'm not mistaken?" Hugo nodded. "Yes, sir. But feel free to call me Hugo." Rock hummed, a low rumbling sound. To think I'd get the chance to train two sleepers with true names, in the same year nonetheless, how peculiar. His gaze flickered briefly toward Changing Star, who was standing perfectly still on the other side of the hall, before returning to Hugo. "All right, class," he boomed, turning to address everyone. "Your combat drills today will be largely the same. Pick your weapons of choice and find a sparring partner. I will assess your performance and tell you what you need to improve. You may use your aspect, or not. It is up to you." The hall erupted into motion as sleepers scrambled to pair up. Well, this is a hassle, Hugo thought. He didn't know anyone here, and his aspect made casual sparring complicated, so he waited for the crowd around Rock to thin before approaching again. "Excuse me, teacher? I have a question." Rock turned, his bearded face patient. "What is it?" "You see, I came to this class hoping I could find ways to learn combat while using my aspect," Hugo explained, choosing his words carefully. "Or more precisely, I need to develop a proper combat style for when I'm using my aspect." Awakened Rock paused, processing the request. As a seasoned instructor, he'd seen every type of aspect imaginable, so this was not a strange statement to hear. "That is definitely possible," he said. "But I'm afraid you won't reach anything resembling mastery in the short time you have before the winter solstice." A hint of genuine pity colored his tone. "But learning the basics should be possible with enough effort. What sort of aspect do you possess, if you don't mind me asking?" Hugo hesitated, recalling Bell's warning about discretion. "It's a transformation-based aspect, sir." Rock's bushy eyebrows rose. "That is certainly a rare type. But you're in luck." Hugo looked at him with a confused expression. "Why?" A wide, competitive grin split Rock's beard. "Because I happen to be the only instructor in this academy with a transformation-type aspect." Minutes later, Hugo stood on a large combat mat, the thick foam feeling firm beneath his feet. Awakened Rock stood opposite him, a few meters away. The bear-like instructor had decided to personally spar with Hugo to gauge his capabilities and find a fitting combat style after witnessing the transformation himself. Their pairing had drawn curious eyes, as it wasn't every day the head instructor personally sparred with a student, let alone one who possesses a true name. Hugo exhaled, a slow, steadying breath. He rolled up his left sleeve, revealing the Omnitrix. The sleek, blue and black device seemed to pulse in anticipation. Awakened Rock's eyes narrowed with keen interest. "Is that a manifestation of your aspect?" he asked, his voice laced with professional curiosity. Hugo simply nodded. His thumb found the dial that immediately popped up with a soft click, the blue hourglass symbol shifting to display the dark, tentacled silhouette of the chimera sui generis species. Well, here goes nothing, he murmured, slamming the dial down. A massive beam of brilliant, cerulean light enveloped him, so intense it drew a gasp from the entire hall. The air hummed with released energy. Where Hugo had stood now loomed a titan. A towering figure standing at a generous 15 feet tall, its body a mass of powerful light green tentacles solidified into a terrifying, muscular frame. It was encased in sleek, black battle armor that seemed to drink the light around it. The Omnitrix symbol, now large and prominent, glowed defiantly on its chest. Two eyes of burning crimson looked out from a face of writhing tentacles, radiating a palpable aura of ancient conquering wrath. A wave of stunned silence washed over the training hall, followed by a burst of panicked and excited whispers. "Ah, dash! A nightmare creature! It's not, you idiot! It's his aspect! Is that the power of a true name? By the spell, look at the size of it. So many tentacles, it's like a he-dash." Awakened Rock, on the other hand, quickly regained his composure with a slow, appreciative smile spreading across his face. "Well," he rumbled, his voice filled with a newfound respect. "This is certainly unexpected. Sleeper Hugo, color me impressed." He rolled his massive shoulders, his joints cracking like gunshots. "It seems I won't have to hold back either." And with that, Awakened Rock's own body began to shift and change, his form swelling with latent power, ready to meet the challenger. Chapter 16, Clash of Titans. Awakened Rock's body began to change, but unlike Hugo's transformation, it wasn't with a flash of light but instead with a visceral muscular expansio. A dark coarse brown fur sprouted from his skin, rippling as his torso began to swell, his uniform stretching with a faint enchanted shimmer to accommodate the sudden mass. His face elongated with his jaw strengthening and his eyes shifted to a fierce, predatory amber. Then sharp wicked claws unsheathed from his fingertips, giving his nails an ominous look to them. When the transformation ended, he stood at an impressive 8 feet tall, a monstrous werebear that would dwarf any normal awakened, yet he was still only half the height of the tentacle titan he now faced. Hugo's crimson eyes observed the change with a strange flicker of superiority finding its way into his heart. He sheds his humanity to become this animal? And he believes it makes him my equal? The audacity is almost charming. After all, how can Awakened match the sheer potential of a divine aspect wielder? One who has access to such a powerful, magnificent form that is. "Sleeper Hugo, focus!" Rock's voice boomed, deeper and more guttural now, yet still carrying the sharp tone of an instructor. The command cut through the rising arrogance, bringing back his true self for now. "Considering you're still a sleeper and I'm an awakened, I will hold back to avoid hurting you," Rock stated, falling into a low, balanced stance. Hugo's tentacled face twisted into what might have been a sneer. "So be it," he growled, his voice a low, resonant threat that vibrated through the training hall. In the next moment, he moved. The sheer speed was disorienting for something his size, a blur of black armor and green flesh closing the distance in a heartbeat, brining a massive clenched fist down and a hammer blow meant to crush the werebear into the mat. Rock, while surprised by the ferocity and velocity of Hugo's assault, was still a veteran awakened, thus his instincts quickly overrode shock, sidestepping the blow with a grace that belied his form, the air whistling as Hugo's fist smashed into the reinforced floor with a sound like a crashing bell. The man-bear proceeded to do something utterly unprecedented. He shot upward in a terrifying speed, extending his clawed hands towards Hugo's startled face. But then, no impact came because Rock didn't attack his face. Instead, he grabbed the mass of tentacles on his chin, putting them on his shoulders, and then he pulled downward, bringing Hugo's gigantic figure with him to the ground. Thud! Hugo's gigantic body slammed into the ground with a loud sound, chucking the ground beneath them. Sprawled on the ground, Hugo heard a strangely coherent bestial voice. "Tisk, tisk," Rock chided, his bear-like face somehow managing to look unimpressed. "And they call me a brute. Boy, do you know how to do anything besides punching like an idiot?" He turned slightly, addressing the mesmerized, terrified class. "All of you, watch well. Just because an enemy is bigger doesn't mean it's unbeatable. Size without technique is just a bigger target. The other sleepers had completely stopped their own spars, their faces a mixture of awe and focus at the confrontation. Even Changing Star seemed strangely focused on the fight, as if assessing how fast it would take for her to kill the tentacle figure. Not realizing he was currently being killed in someone else's mind, Hugo gritted his teeth in frustration, the condescension of his flaw fueling his motivation. He rose, a low growl rumbling in his chest. The two titans began to circle each other, the air thick with tension as they waited for the other two to make the first move. This time it was Rock who moved first. He dropped to all fours and charged, a surprising burst of speed that ate up the distance between them in an instant. His claws were raised, aimed to strike at Hugo's midsection. But once again the attack never came. It was a classical bait in the form of a feint. But Hugo was not in his right mind, so he simply braced himself for the impact, but it never came. Instead, Rock slid underneath his legs with shocking agility, twisting to grapple Hugo's massive legs from behind. Sadly for Rock, Hugo's current form was not just brute strength. The maximum reflexes, attribute of the Chimera Sui Generis, flared to life. His body reacted before his pride-clouded mind could. He managed to spin around in shocking speed, his own bulk becoming a weapon, and then he swatted the grappling werebear away with a powerful sweep of his arm. Awakened Rock was sent flying, a furry cannonball that impacted the specially reinforced wall with a resonant thwump. That shook the entire hall for a moment, but the wall held, as it was designed to withstand far worse than a mere awakened rank strike. The instructor, however, landed in a heap, shaking his shaggy head. He slowly rose, a low annoyed grumble escaping his throat. As he muttered, "Monstrous bastard." The gap in raw power was clear. In their transformed states, they were both technically awakened, and Hugo's form was simply more powerful. Emboldened by the successful blow, he charged once again. This time deciding not to punch, instead using his greater reach and mass, he grabbed the werebear in a powerful clinch, lifting him from the ground, and preparing to slam him down with devastating force. Rock, instead of struggling against the impossible strength, did the one thing Hugo didn't expect. He bit down on the tentacled arm holding him. It wasn't a bite meant to maim. After all, Rock was still an instructor who knew how to measure his power, but the blow was still delivered with the shocking primal force of a bear, sending a sharp, immediate pain coursing through Hugo, pain that was utterly infuriating. As it wasn't a dignified, honorable wound, but instead it was a dirty, animalistic trick which he strangely felt annoyed about in his current form. Hugo let out a primal scream of rage and pain, his grip instinctively loosening. "You monger!" Before the curse could fully form, Rock was already moving. The moment his feet touched the ground, he dropped his center of gravity, wrapping his powerful arms around Hugo's leg, and then, with a grunt of immense effort born from perfect leverage, he pulled with all his might. Hugo's colossal weight, caught off balance by the sudden sharp pain and the expertly applied force, betrayed him. Thud! For the second time in the fight, the giant crashed to the mat, the impact juddering through the floor. He lay there for a moment, stunned more by the humiliation than the force of the impact. "Stay down for now, brat," Rock spoke sharply, standing over him with his chest heaving slightly. "Anger is a weapon, but you let it control you. You saw an opponent and thought smash, not fight. A nightmare creature with half a brain would already be feasting on your soul if you tried this tactic in a real fight." The words cut through the arrogant haze, reaching the real Hugo buried beneath his flaw's influence, which made him feel a hot flush of shame, not the Titan's wounded pride but the boy's realization of his own incompetence. He had power, but he was fumbling with it like a child would do with a live grenade. He sighed, the sound a rush of air from a massive chest, and sat up, crossing his legs as best his form allowed, looking up at Rock's bestial form. Then, with a certain idea ran through his mind mixed with a bit of greed. "I wonder if I can imprint him." The thought was a bizarre testament to the strange new rules governing his life. "Well, here goes nothing." He drew upon the instinctual knowledge granted by the nightmare spell and activated his innate ability, Essence Imprint. The Omnitrix symbol on his chest glowed with a soft yellow light, then a strange, translucent energy, invisible to all but him, washed over awakened Rock transformed figure. For a few moments, nothing happened. Then, a new voice, synthetic and distinct from the spells, spoke in his mind. Unidentified DNA sample detected. Error, mutation detected. DNA is too similar to the wielder's core genetic template. Essence imprint failed. Hugo sighed internally. Of course. He's still human at his core, just shaped differently, not a different race. It was a disappointment, but at the same time a valuable discovery. I wonder if that rule applies to saints as well, or if their humanity has been so fundamentally altered by ascension that it would register as something new. He filed the question away for later and met Rock's amber gaze. So, Hugo said, his voice back to a more measured tone. Besides my bad usage of my aspect, what exactly is it I'm lacking? Instead of answering his question, Rock began to shift back, his form shrinking back to its human, though still massively imposing, state. He looked up at the seated Titan, his expression professional. You have the physicality to overpower most things you'll meet as a sleeper, and your reflexes are also top tier, Rock began, crossing his arms. But you fight like a brawler in a bar. He said, pausing for a little as he scratched his hair. You need a weapon. Hugo's raised his non-existent eyebrows. A weapon? Absolutely. Hammering everything with your fists is a great way to break your hands, even with your durability. It's inefficient and leaves you open for attacks. More importantly, it forces you to get too close. So despite your speed, your attack movements are telegraphed and linear, which makes you subconsciously rely on overpowering, not outmaneuvering. If I were an awakened devil with hide like steel or a poison touch, you'd already be dead already right now. If you were a nightmare creature, I would have used soul essence to enhance my strikes, Hugo wanted to retort, but he held his tongue. The instructor's point was valid, raw power was obviously not enough. After a moment, Rock looked him up and down with an awkward glance. You're not going to revert back? I get acclimating to your transformation is important, but you're making your classmates nervous and quiet. Frankly, you're taking up a lot of space. Hugo felt a wave of embarrassment run over him. About that, he mumbled, leaning forward to keep his voice as low as possible. I can't revert back to my normal form until the timer ends. Rock's eyes widened slightly in understanding before quickly returning to normal. I see. That's a significant limitation. You need to be careful with. Transformations are powerful, yes, but the ability to release your form whenever is just as crucial. Being human is sometimes more beneficial than being a giant squid monster. No offense. I'm a bear myself, you know, so be careful when you decide to transform. The attempt at humor did little to soften the blow, but the wisdom behind the word struck home. This inability to control the duration was a shackle, especially considering there would also be a recharge timer after each transformation. Hugo looked down at the Omnitrix symbol on his chest with a strange expression. Maybe. He reached a massive finger and pressed the symbol. Nothing. He tried to focus, to will the transformation away as he had willed it into being. Again, nothing. It was locked, as if he was a prisoner in this powerful but prideful shell until the relic decided otherwise. With a final, defeated sigh that ruffled the hair of sleepers standing too close, he resigned himself to waiting. A silent hulking monument to his own current limitations. Unbeknownst to him, from the shadows of the highest observation balcony, a certain pair of onyx black eyes watched the entire exchange, missing no detail, with a sharp, calculating look gleaming within them. After finally detransforming in a flash of red light, a relief that was both physical and mental, Hugo felt the strange arrogance recede, leaving behind the sobered, determined boy. He immediately went to the weapon racks that lined the hall. His eyes scanning the array of blades, axes, and maces, but they kept returning to only one weapon. The spear. He hefted a training model, its weight familiar and comforting in his hands. Hugo loved the spear for a myriad of reasons that now felt more solid and true than ever. Firstly, it wasn't as difficult to master as a sword, which required years of dedication to its complex forms and edge alignment. The spear's fundamentals, thrust, sweep, parry, were more straightforward, which was a crucial factor given his 3-week deadline. Secondly, and most importantly, it had an extremely long reach. In his Vilgax form, his arms were long and big, but a spear would extend his threat radius exponentially, meaning he could keep a faster, more agile opponents at bay, controlling the space around him. It was the weapon of a tactician, not just a brawler, which was exactly what Hugo was trying to achieve. And finally, it possessed an incredibly versatile moveset, as it wasn't just a pointy stick. He could thrust for lethal precise strikes, use the butt of the spear for close-range strikes and sweeps, and even use the shaft to block and parry incoming attacks. It was a complete system unto itself. Plus, he couldn't deny it. There was just something insanely cool about a warrior wielding a spear. It spoke of discipline, grace, and lethal efficiency, a stark contrast to the wild fury of his transformed state. And so, for the remaining hour and a half of the class, Hugo practiced. He drilled the basic thrusts, the footwork, the sweeps, over and over until his muscles burned and the sub-instructor's shouts of "pivot your back foot" and "don't overextend" became a mantra in his head. It was grueling and repetitive, yet utterly essential for his nascent skill to grow. After the combat class ended, the paragon of purity walked through the academy's sprawling corridors completely exhausted. Yet the weight of his situation felt heavier than any training spear as he was mentally cataloging his overwhelming to-do list. Let's see. I need to develop a proper fighting style for both my human and transformed self in 3 weeks. I need to acquire a memory weapon. And I also need to learn the basics of runic sorcery using my Galvan transformation. His shoulders slumped slightly as the feeling of overwhelmance involved him in a tight grasp. His original meticulously planned training schedule was in tatters, as reality was far more demanding than his theoretical plans had accounted for. He reached the door to his next class, which named Runic Sorcery and Language class. Taking a deep breath to center himself, he pushed the door open. "Focus," he mumbled to himself. "I just need the basics, and my transformed self will do the rest." His mind was so preoccupied with his internal checklist that he completely failed to see the thick, leather-bound bestiary hurtling towards his face the moment he crossed the threshold. Chapter 17, Familiar Faces. Hugo once again found himself in a space between worlds. But unlike the endless void of the nightmare spell, this one was not filled with endless white stars, nor did it have any relation to it. Instead, it was made entirely of an endless amount of blue energy enveloping the entire space around him. Eventually, the same energy began to solidify, becoming something. That something transformed once again, becoming giant walls and platforms. Hugo recognized the place instantly despite only seeing it once. It was his soul sea. Huh? A confused thought ran through the blue void as Hugo slowly regained his consciousness. Where am I? The thought was barely a conscious sentiment, as his emotions and senses had yet to return to him. In the sky, there was a gigantic blue sun with the symbol of an hourglass, bathing the world around it in light. This, of course, was his soul core, Omni-core to be precise. Then, something strange began to happen. From inside the Omni-core, something suddenly split out of it. It was a beam of ethereal blue light that hid something within it. Then, just as the first one, another beam split. Then another one soon followed. In the span of seconds, dozens of beams split from the Omni-core, all heading towards Hugo's direction. Now that he was looking closer, he noticed that the beams of light did not split out from the Omni-core. Instead, they had simply came out of it as if they had been imprisoned there by a strange force. Bam! The beams of light all hit the gigantic square area near Hugo, slowly solidifying and revealing the figures hidden within them. There were hundreds of them. Hugo's eyes locked into a tall figure entirely made of fire. Another with red skin and 4 arms, just like the one he saw in his first nightmare. Another was made entirely of crystals. And the figures did not just possess humanoid structures, no, they differentiated and were all unique in their own ways, some more than the others. There were harrowing wraiths that could not be described with words. There were these that took the shape of animals. Most noticeably of these was an orange dog with no eyes and a strange humonio tiger. The most terrifying of these creatures, however, were undoubtedly the giants. Among said giant, there was one that dwarfed the rest easily. It was a gigantic figure of white and red towering over all of the other creatures, possessing a nearly mechanical biology with a sharp red horn extending from his forehead. Just looking at creature, Hugo felt like an ant with no significance waiting to be crushed by the Titan. More beams of light came, revealing more and more strange creatures that defied all logic, even the dream realm's logic. Creatures made of pure sound, others of stone, others of strange liquid, and some even made from pure light. Just witnessing these beings, Hugo felt like he was about to go insane simply from being in their presence. It was as if the mere sight of them was not something a mortal like him was ever supposed to see. But that mind-shattering feeling never came. In fact, Hugo was not afraid. Despite being in front of hundreds of harrowing beings, he was not scared in the slightest. Because he knew, somehow, that each of these creatures would not harm him. In fact, they could not even be called creatures. They were him. All of these creatures were him. He did not know how, but he knew they were. And currently, they were all whispering something. As if trying to tell him something. As if Hugo himself was trying to tell himself a very important thing. But no matter how much they whispered, no matter how much they shouted, Hugo could not hear. He was deaf. No, that he simply did not possess a body right now. He was a mass of blue energy that was only an observer. Suddenly, just as they began, the creatures all stopped shouting in unison. Not because they were tired. Nor was it because they knew he couldn't hear them. No, they stopped speaking because of something. A large group of creatures moved to the side, all opening path as if they shared a single mind. What stood on the other side shook Hugo to the core, despite currently not having one. It was a figure of moderate height. The figure, however, was not like the rest of the creatures. He was not made out of energy, he was not made of stone, metal, skin, or anything else. He also was not a wraith. Instead, he was made of everything and nothing at once, creating an impossible contradiction that drove Hugo to the brink of tears. But of course that was not possible as he did not have eyes right now. The creature body, dark as space, encompassed everything, holding within it countless stars and galaxies. His face displayed nothing. No mouth to speak. No nose to breathe. No ears to hear. And even the eyes were not truly eyes but simply windows for some strange being to peer through them. What was more terrifying about this certain creature was the fact that unlike all the other creatures, this one seemed to possess sentience of its own and, in fact, was not just an extension of Hugo. Two consciousnesses existed in that being. With Hugo being the weak, fragile third consciousness that was currently dormant. The figure then spoke. Strangely, Hugo suddenly found himself able to hear once again as if he had been bestowed a blessing by some unknown deity. The figure uttered only one word. One word that Hugo had never heard, yet it still filled him with a deep sense of curiosity. Curiosity beyond his will. Primus. As he uttered them, the words shuddered, and with them, Hugo felt another sensation. This one, however, did not come from the strange omnipotent creature. Instead, it came from outside. He suddenly was pulled from his soul sea, forcefully returning to his body. With the last thing he heard being, "You have received an aspect legacy." Oh gods! Please wake up, please wake up. I can't lose my job again. Should I hide the body? No! How is a book even enough to knock out an awakened? You fool! That book was an awakened memory and this boy is a sleeper. Oh! Hugo's eyes fluttered awake, disturbed by the panicked voices. Opening his eyes fully, he saw a strange bunch. First, there was a lady seemingly in her 30s, possessing sharp crimson eyes and hair of the same color, radiating a unique sense of beauty. The second and the third were a pair of twins, oddly enough both possessing onyx black hair and strange white eyes, undoubtedly changed by their aspects, with both of them looking to be around their early 20s. Lastly, there was a brown-haired young man possessing clear blue eyes and an easygoing expression on his face. "Oh, look, he's alive," said one of the twins with something akin to disappointment. The middle-aged lady exhaled, her frown quickly relaxing. "Oh, Thank the dead gods. Hey, buddy, you alright? Spoke the brown-haired boy with a smile. But Hugo was currently frozen, not from what was happening before him but because of what he had just seen. He had seen something utterly miraculous. Something no other human in the current era had ever seen. A divine being. Hugo had no way to confirm it, but he knew. Because while that creature possessed more than a single consciousness, it was still a part of Hugo. And Hugo felt it. Divinity. True divinity. The one the dead 6 gods possessed. But how was that possible? The gods were long dead. And no divine rank human or noble creature existed in the dream realm anymore. They too were all dead. Then Red Lady snapped her fingers near his face, making him regain his attention. Unknown to Hugo, he was looking at the 4 people with a petrified expression. Are you alright? You look like you just died. Surely the book couldn't have been that bad, said the brown-haired boy, making him receive a sharp glance from the middle-aged lady. I think I just saw God, Hugo muttered, not knowing why he even said it. The 4 people looked at him strangely, as if he had just grown a second head, which he could probably do with the right imprint. Then one of the twins spoke in a bored tone. Yep, he lost his marbles. You're definitely getting fired, Miss J. After the initial, soul-deep shock of witnessing a divine being and surviving the experience had subsided into a dull, background hum of terror, Hugo was immediately offered a visit to a healer, which he refused instantly. Wasting time coddling his nerves was a luxury he couldn't afford, not with the solstice looming. The source of the recent impact was his new teacher, an awakened named Jasmine, Miss J for short. She taught runic sorcery and, in a fit of frustration over her students' apparent lack of comprehension, had hurled an awakened memory in the shape of textbook at the door just as Hugo opened it. Smack! A direct hit. It was making him wonder if he had somehow developed a personal magnetism for projectiles whenever he opened a door. If he had a nickel for every time it happened, he'd have 2 nickels. Which wasn't a lot, but it was why strange that it had happened twice. Again, Miss J said, her voice strained with a mixture of professional guilt and lingering irritation. I am terribly sorry for throwing a book at your face. The twin, the one with glasses, who hadn't looked up from her notes through the whole commotion, spoke without inflection. An awakened memory, propelled by the enhanced throwing strength of an awakened, to be precise. Ahem. Miss J coughed, a sharp, loud sound that brooked no further commentary. She then turned her full attention back to Hugo, her keen eyes studying him. So, you are Sleeper Hugo, the one with the true name. She tilted her head. Might I ask what brings such a figure to my humble class this close to the solstice? Hugo ran a hand through his disheveled hair. The fact that his true name was already this known about was a bit unsettling, even if it was expected. I was hoping to learn the basics of runic sorcery, he explained, keeping his tone neutral. My aspect has certain versatile properties, you see. He left it deliberately vague for no specific reason than caution. The other 3 students in the cavernously empty room, the brown-haired young man and the twin girls, leaned in with undisguised interest. A sleeper with a name was an anomaly after all, a walking piece of high-stakes gossip. Miss J's expression softened for a fraction of a second. A good cause. I knew someone with a sorcerer-leaning aspect would find their way here eventually. The brown-haired man placed a hand over his heart in mock offense. Oh, Miss J. Are we nothing to you? So easily replaced? How tragic. We are but fading echoes after all. The twins intoned in unison, their voices flat. Miss J rolled her eyes so hard it seemed painful. Don't you 3 start. You're already awakened while Hugo here is still a sleeper, and he has to face winter solstice in. Her voice faltered, a dangerously short amount of time hanging heavily in the air as most if not all sleepers consider the winter solstice to be a sensitive subject. Hugo cut through the sudden tension with a blunt, straightforward question. If I may ask, is this the entire class? And why are there awakened here? I thought this was only for sleepers. A sigh of dejection escaped Miss J mouth. This is it. Runic sorcery isn't a popular elective just like wilderness survival. Most sleepers are focused on more immediately violent applications of their power, so it's rare to find someone with the affinity or the patience for this art despite how useful it is. She gestured at the vast, echoing emptiness of the lecture hall. As for your second question, the Awakened Academy doesn't cease to function once its students awaken. Where do you think those who don't get scooped up by the great clans go to continue their training? The name is rather literal. I hadn't considered that, Hugo admitted, feeling a flush of embarrassment. It was obvious in hindsight, but he had strangely missed this fact. Miss J studied him for a long, silent moment, her beautiful face a mask of neutral assessment. Well, you're out of luck today. We're finishing early due to certain circumstances. She shot a venomous look at the three other students, who immediately shivered. Please return tomorrow. She slung a bag over her shoulder and then pointed a commanding finger at the trio. You three, introduce yourselves to the kid. She paused at the door before adding properly. And with that, she strode out, muttering under her breath about a certain job offer from the Valor clan she should never have refused. The moment the door clicked shut, the brown-haired man bounded over to Hugo, his smile so brilliant it was practically glowing. Hey there! Don't let her intensity scare you off. She's just passionately disappointed in us. I'm Nero. A pleasure to meet the Academy's newest celebrity. He thrust out a hand. Hugo shook it, offering a slight, wary smile in return. Please call me Hugo. The twins, in contrast, gave a synchronized, dismissive wave without bothering to make eye contact. Nero's smile became slightly strained at the edges. And these two are Moon and Luna. They're not big on social graces, but they're good people once you pierce the enigmatic exterior. No, we're not, the first twin stated, flipping him off. Being good people is statistically disadvantageous for survival, the other added, finally looking up from her notes. Hugo's gaze lingered on them, a certain memory resurfacing in his mind. Did your parents, by any chance, possess a particularly poetic soul? The twins exchanged a glance, their identical faces registering identical confusion. We've got another weirdo. Fantastic, the first said, her tone dripping with disdain. Nut job is the more common terminology, but you do you, the second concluded, gathering her things. Then they moved towards the door in perfect unison, which was more than a little unsettling. Nero's cheerful facade finally cracked, a look of profound exhaustion flashing across his face before he plastered the smile back on in an attempt to cheer Hugo on. Ah, well, sorry about them, little buddy. I've got to run too. See you around. And remember, train hard. But I'm sure I don't need to tell you twice. He gave an exaggerated wink, grabbed his backpack, and hurried after the twins. Hugo was left standing alone in the vast, silent room. And I thought I was the odd one, he murmured to the empty air, concluding that awakens, as a rule, seemed to be varying degrees of insane. Some time later, Hugo was back in the sterile silence of his dorm room, having retreated there after the bizarre encounter. His mind still was a tangled web, trying to pick apart the events of the vision. Dream felt too weak a word for what he had experienced. Were those creatures transformations? He muttered inwardly. The Omnitrix was a relic of change, designed to give its wielder the ability to become any form, so it made a terrible kind of sense that it would come preloaded with templates, but that directly contradicted his innate ability, essence imprint, which was supposed to allow him to acquire new forms through imprinting them on his soul. Aren't I thinking about this too linearly? The thought struck him with the force of a revelation. Who was to say a divine aspect couldn't be both a repository and a scanner? That it couldn't hold ancient, preordained templates and possess the capacity to imprint new ones? He was merely a dormant human right now, so trying to comprehend the true scale of a divine aspect he had just unsealed 2 days ago was not a very bright idea. But still, one certain idea refused to leave Hugo's mind. But that would mean, one day I could transform into that. A cold shiver ran through his spine. The memory of the omnipotent entity, the dark deity that held swirling galaxies within the confines of its being, was still fresh in his mind, no doubt thanks to extraordinary memory attribute. To wield even a fraction of that harrowing power would be enough to scour nightmare creatures from the face of the earth and possibly even purge the endless dream realm itself. The implication was a heady, terrifying cocktail of ambition and dread. He longed for that power with every fiber of his being, yet a deep, instinctual part of him recoiled at the thought. No mortal was meant to hold such a power. A power that no doubt rivaled the gods themselves. And more importantly, what exactly did the divine being say? The thing that every other creature was trying to say but couldn't. Primus. He muttered the words, feeling heavy on his tongue. What was Primus? Or is who the appropriate term? Hugo did not know, yet he felt that the word was an important part of his future. Something that would undoubtedly be related to the Omnitrix and the secrets it held. Shaking his head to clear off the cosmic dread, he decided to focus on the things within his scope of comprehension. He pulled up his runes, seeking the cold comfort of defined statistics. Name, Hugo. True name, Paragon of Purity. Rank, Dreamer. Omnicore, Dormant. Soul Fragments, Frowny Face 0/1000. Aspect, Frowny Face, Omnitrix. Aspect, Rank, Divine. Innate ability, Frowny Face, Essence Imprint. Ability description, Frowny Face, no creature is an alien to your existence. You possess the ability to imprint the fundamental essence of any being onto your soul, storing its template within the relic. First imprint, Chimera Sui Generis. Second imprint, Galvan. Third imprint. Fourth imprint. Fifth imprint. Sixth imprint. Seventh imprint. Eighth imprint. Ninth imprint. 10th imprint. Memories, Frowny Face, Prototech Armor, Polymorphic Crystal, Conqueror's Wrath. Echoes. Attributes, Frowny Face, Mutant, Flame of Divinity, Extraordinary Memory, Anatomica, Spirit Core, Shadowrend, Soul Bound. No new imprints had been added, which was a Hugo disappointment given the vast bestiary he had witnessed in his vision. But then his eyes caught a new set of runes, one that hadn't been there before. Aspect Legacy, The Last Testament. Chapter 18, Testament. For a full suspended minute, Hugo's eyes remained locked on the runes as he read them over and over, his mind struggling to process their existence, half expecting them to dissolve into nothingness like a cruel mirage. An aspect legacy. It was an extraordinary thing to have. Even possessing a divine aspect did not guarantee such a thing, not that Hugo knew many things about divine aspect wieldies, but to have an aspect legacy was a rarity so profound that those who bore them became the founders of legacy clans, with most of them being of the transcendent rank. Their names forever etched into history, and here he was, a sleeper with one burning in his soul. The sheer, impossible weight of it left him genuinely bewildered, the air in his room suddenly feeling thin and significant. Finally, he forced his mind to focus and read the runes. Aspect Legacy, The Last Testament. Aspect Legacy Description: I, the first thinker, have foreseen the end and could not stop it. And so, I leave this record. Let this stand as my testament against the vile strings of fate and the one who weaved them. Within this record lies the proof of our world and the hope for what may one day be again. You who are reading this is the testament of our existence. So I beg of you, whoever you are, do not fail us. First playlist, locked. Second playlist, locked. Third playlist, locked. Fourth playlist, locked. Fifth playlist, locked. Sixth playlist, locked. Seventh playlist, locked. Hugo let out a slow, shaky breath. He didn't even know what to be surprised about anymore. The shocks were piling up, one after another, with each one being more monumental than the last. The first thing that truly struck him, beyond the message itself, was the medium used in writing it. These runes were wrong. They weren't the familiar, imposing golden script of the nightmare spell. This text was woven from a shimmering, celestial blue light, the exact same hue as the core of the Omnitrix on his wrist. The realization hit him with the force of a physical blow. These runes were crafted from Omni energy. They were a part of his aspect, an internal system manifesting, completely separate from the spell's authority. The knowledge felt, implanted, as if the Omnitrix itself had forced the understanding into his mind the moment he saw it. It was a fundamental truth he accepted instantly, feeling if these runes were meant for him and him alone. But that revelation was swiftly overshadowed by the content of the message, making Hugo's head spin with dozens of unanswered questions. Just who exactly were you, first thinker Azimuth? He had known Azimuth was a figure of immense importance from his first nightmare, an entity conspicuously absent for reasons the trial never explained. He had assumed it was because the spell, not being an executioner, would not replicate a being of such magnitude for a mere sleeper's trial. That had seemed logical then, and in a sense it still is. But Hugo was not sure anymore. He was not sure of a lot of things after each revelation he received. He slowly pieced together the fragments he knew, replaying everything he knew from the nightmare and the spell's description. Azimuth was Albedo's and Vilgax's mentor, making connected to the two most important figures within his first nightmare. He was also the creator of the Omnitrix, the first divine relic forged by mortal hands, which meant he wasn't a god, or at least, not one the nightmare spell recognized, and most crucially, he had foreseen the end. The true end that destroyed all uncorrupted life from the dream realm. And he could not stop it. The implications settled over Hugo like a shroud, a profound and strange sadness seeping into him. He was staring at the last will and testament of an entire age, an entire world. He imagined them not as gods or monsters, but as people. Beings who lived, built, loved, and feared their vibrant world, which was now reduced to a death zone infested with abominations, and people themselves became said abominations. Their lives were destroyed by something. A force so absolute it had consumed even the gods, not even leaving behind any corpses. This created a terrifying contradiction that made Hugo's blood run cold. But that doesn't make any sense. There was that transformation within the Omnitrix. He remembered the entity he had witnessed during the strange dream-like vision. The dark, galaxy-spanning deity whose very presence had threatened to unmake his sanity. Why couldn't Azimuth use that? He was the creator of the Omnitrix after all, so surely he had access to its full power. Hugo's mind raced, desperately searching for a loophole, for another explanation, anything but the obvious, chilling truth that was staring him in the face. The god within the Omnitrix had not been enough to stop the end. The true gods themselves were not enough and fell as well. Just what kind of cataclysm could do that, he thought, a spike of frustrated anger piercing his awe. How did the gods die? And how could a genius who built a divine relic just accept the end of everything? Instead of a final, universe-shattering battle, Azimuth's last act was one of profound tragic preservation. He had created a message in a bottle and cast it into the far future. The truth of the Omnitrix finally crystallized in Hugo's mind, sharp and painful. It was not a weapon born of ambition like Albedo had thought. It was not a tool for conquest like Vilgax had sought to use it. Instead, it was a record. A tombstone for a dead world, a desperate defiant act of remembrance so that someone, someday, would know they had existed. This revelation pierced Hugo to his core, drowning him in a riptide of questions that had no answers. What were the vile strings of fate? Who had weaved them? And what did the end even look like? He was merely a boy from a half-dead civilization himself, and so these questions were not something he could answer now. If ever. For 10 long minutes, he did not move, petrified on the edge of his bed, the weight of 1,000 dead worlds pressing down on him. Then, a colder, more pragmatic thought emerged, a lifeline of skepticism. No, wait. Am I even the true wielder of the Omnitrix? His aspect, the Omnitrix, was something he had gained during the first nightmare through strange methods. The nature of the nightmares was still a profound mystery. Most believed them to be intricate illusions conjured by the spell, elaborate tests with a beginning, a goal, and an ending to forge a stronger aspirant. It was a comforting thought, one that helped sleepers justify the horrors they committed and witnessed within them. So, what if the Omnitrix he wielded was not the original but instead a perfect copy forged by the nightmare spell? A replica of a legendary weapon, granted to him only because his soul was, by some bizarre chance, a compatible vessel? He was just lucky, or perhaps cosmically unlucky, to have stumbled into it. The thought was simultaneously humbling and unsettling. If that's the case, then where's the real Omnitrix? And who was its wielder? Did they fail? Did they die? Once again, the cycle repeated itself. A moment of clarity, followed by a deeper, more frustrating abyss of questions with no way to find their answers. He let out a groan of pure exasperation, running his hands through his hair. He was trying to solve a cosmic murder mystery with only a single, cryptic clue, and he didn't even know the language it was written in. After a while, Hugo forcibly wrenched his mind away from the unsolvable puzzles of the dead. He was a sleeper. His world was frighteningly small and immediate, survive the winter solstice. Everything else was a distraction he couldn't afford even though he did not like it. His plans for runic sorcery were delayed due to circumstances, so he turned to the next best thing, utilizing the arsenal he already possessed. Specifically, one particularly versatile memory. A shimmering red ruby crystal materialized in his palm, catching the light, its facets gleaming with latent potential. This was the polymorphic crystal, his reward for slaying Albedo. Its sheer versatility arguably placed it above the prototech armor, but he wasn't yet sure if it was more valuable than the raw, destructive power of Conqueror's Wrath, Charm. The memory had 4 enchantments, but the one that captivated him was Upgrade. The description was deceptively simple: this memory can upgrade any non-sentient object. An augmentation-type memory for his gear was obviously an invaluable advantage on the Dream Realm, so he was naturally eager to test it. He summoned the prototech armor. The sleek, blue and black assembly appeared in a cascade of white sparks, settling into his frame. Hugo exhaled, focused, and then pressed the crystal against the chest plate, having been granted the knowledge of how to use the enchantment by the spell. The reaction was immediate. The crystal flared with an ominous red LGHT, blinding Hugo for a moment. It then proceeded to leap from his hand as if pulled by a powerful magnet, phasing directly into the armor. The entire suit was instantly encased in a shell of crimson energy, and Hugo felt a distinct shift, a subtle vibration as the memory structure was reinforced. Curious, he summoned its runes. Memory, prototech armor. Rank, ascended. Memory type, armor. Memory description: despite their lack of physical prowess, the Galvans were hailed as among the greatest of the gods' creations due to their intelligence, and as such, their inventions were simply unmatched throughout all the realms. Memory enchantments: modification, polymorphic crystal. A satisfied, if weary, smile touched his lips. It had worked splendidly. The armor was now ascended rank, a significant boost to its durability that would make him nigh invincible for most awakened abominations. And naturally, if the upgrade enchantment worked on memories, it would likely work on other non-magical objects as well, a boon that would certainly come in handy in the future. He focused on the new, polymorphic crystal enchantment line, interested by what new powers the armor gained. Polymorphic crystal enchantment: this armor has been upgraded by polymorphic crystal, gaining its abilities. Satisfied, he mentally willed the crystal to separate from the armor, which instantly made a strange thought appeared in his mind. The process of activating the enchantment had required no soul essence, which was unusual. Is it due to the memory's unique nature? Or did the spell just not account for this? Not wanting to question the inexplicable mechanics of the omnipresent entity that governed his life, he decided to simply accept the gift. A new, ambitious idea sparked within him, eager to test the boundaries of the crystal. He quickly summoned Conqueror's Wrath. A beautiful green necklace with a strange tentacle wrapped around it materialized in a small burst of white light. His heart hammered against his ribs at the thought of possessing a transcendent charm as a sleeper. That, mixed with his transformations, would elevate him to the rank of Ascended, which would make his life way easier. But the hope was immediately crushed just as swiftly as it was born. Conqueror's Wrath was already an Ascended memory, and polymorphic crystal was an awakened rank memory. And as it turned out, a memory of a lower rank could not elevate one of a higher rank. The logic was inexorable, and he should have known better. This also dashed any fleeting fantasy of using the crystal on the Omnitrix itself. The relic, while bound to his rank, was still divine in its origin. And you couldn't upgrade a star with a matchstick. Well, he thought, a dry, sarcastic edge creeping into his internal monologue as he thought about the absurdity of his day. I suppose this is it for today. Let's see. I fought an awakened who transformed into a bear, then went to study runic sorcery, but instead got knocked unconscious by a flying textbook, had an on-sighted chat with a primordial god trapped in my wrist, then unlocked my aspect legacy while discovering that I'm wielding a copy of the greatest creation of the smartest being to ever exist, which is basically a tombstone for every race that died in an apocalypse I don't understand. He looked down at the Omnitrix, its blue icon now feeling infinitely more ancient and heavy than it did a few days ago. Yes. A perfectly normal day in the life of a sleeper. Chapter 19, Routine. The next few days passed by in a blur, falling into a slow rhythm of the same actions repeated over and over again after he found no progress with his aspect legacy. Hugo waking up early in the morning and having breakfast in the cafeteria with Sunless and the blonde blind girl, whom Hugo had learned was named Kasha. They never talked to each other, simply eating in silence without ever bothering to familiarize themselves with each other. Hugo had really tried, but Sunless and Kasha just seemed too distant for him to reach. Not that he was too interested in making friends with them, the only thing that changed was the way Sunless looked at him, which slowly shifted from caution to downright distrust. Hugo did not know the reason for this, but he didn't try to talk to Sunny about it, deciding to respect his freedom of choice. LOL. After breakfast, the training segments would begin, and they were what Hugo was pouring most of his time and focus into. As it turned out, trying to create a good fighting style for both when he's transformed and when he's not, all within 3 weeks, is not easy. After the training sessions ended came the runic sorcery classes. Hugo had found himself alone in that class almost all the time because Moon, Luna, and Nero only came to class on rare few occasions. When he asked Miss J why this was the case, she explained to him that as Awakens receiving free tutelage under the Academy, they had certain duties to uphold in the Dream Realm section where the government strongholds resided. This was because the Awakened Academy fell under the government's domain, which was interesting information for Hugo. The basics of runic sorcery were a bit strange for Hugo. They were not like the sorcery presented in the webtoons and shows he used to watch, but instead had very different fundamentals that Hugo found to be a bit confusing when not transformed into a Galvan. Runic sorcery is quite different from how crafting-based aspects works, you know. Aspects in their nature are bizarre and convoluted as they an expression of an awakened true self, thus their abilities are all diverse and unique. But that is quite different when it comes to runic sorcery, Miss J said, her voice steady as she pointed to a board filled with runic drawings. Hugo sat in the first rows, utterly alone, noting everything she had said carefully for later usage. You see, two fundamental components of runic sorcery are soul essence and runic language. The reason it isn't used by a lot of awakened is because of its second component, runic language. Hugo tilted his head in confusion. Isn't runic language translated by the spell automatically? Shouldn't that make runic language extremely easy for all awakened? Miss J shook her head. No, it's not quite that simple, Hugo. While yes, the spell makes an awakened comprehend the runes found in the dream realm and even the runes it uses for its own descriptions, it doesn't translate them. Rather, it forces their meaning onto an awakened's mind, giving them the illusion of being translated. And its translation can be vague and misleading a lot of the times due to the fact that runes aren't like our world's language, as one word in the runic language can represent many concepts at the same time. For example, a rune for change can be synonymous with both ruin and destruction. That is why people who are interested in learning runic language spend their lives looking for scriptures of the ancient dream realm, slowly expanding their vocabulary by learning more words. Hugo noted all of these details. Even though they themselves weren't the key to how runic sorcery worked, they were a part of its components, and quite frankly, Hugo was really curious about topics regarding the dream realm. So you might ask, how does runic language come into the grand equation? Well, to put it in the simplest way possible, runic sorcery requires someone to be knowledgeable about runic language. Then, said person would create something called a runic circle. This circle is composed of various runes representing the drawer's desired outcome. Let's say there's a sword you want to enchant. You draw a rune upon it, and then said rune would have to contain multiple runic words that make up the enchantment. She noted parts of the diagram on the board before continuing. After that is done, you would need a power source, which is, of course, none other than soul essence, which will need to guide it through the runic. While the sorcerer behind this process think about the desired outcome extremely hard. Imagine it like pouring Q physical manifestation of your will upon the runic circle, and poof, you get an enchanted sword. Hugo scribbled everything in his notebook, but now he understood everything. Hugo felt even more confused than ever. I know learning runic language is hard, but is it really that easy to enchant something? Surely runic sorcery doesn't only apply to swords and armor, it can also enchant places, utility objects, and much more, so why don't more people learn it, even if it's hard? Miss J looked at him for a moment before chuckling slightly. Then she spoke in a calm tone. You really are too optimistic, aren't you? She said, her voice growing a bit grim before adding, do you realize how long an awakened lifespan is? That single question, which seemed to come out of nowhere, surprised Hugo. It was. Trick, of course. She didn't mean the fact that awakened live short life. No, she meant that awakened don't get to live long enough to enjoy their extended lifespan because of the fact they got killed so oftenly in the dream realm. Not long, he said with a solemn voice. She simply nodded. Exactly. Not long. Most awakened focus on mastering their aspects and combat skills to prepare for either conquering nightmares or protecting something they value. Those who don't want to risk their lives fighting abominations often live without interacting with any mystical parts of the dream realm, she said before adding with a bit of a pride in her tone. And the few people like me, who study runic language and sorcery, are usually taken by clan valor who have mastered runic sorcery and evolved it into an entirely new realm of enchanting. But of course, their ways and teachings are kept secret from the rest of the world for obvious reasons. So that's how it is, he thought, wondering how advanced the artisans of valor were. But then a strange question popped into his head. This one, unlike the dozens of cosmic questions, actually had an answer, but he was nervous to ask it. Eventually, he swallowed his nervousness, his curiosity winning in the end. Miss J, please don't take this as an insult, but why haven't you joined valor yourself? He had found it a bit strange that someone who was at least adept at runic sorcery was a teacher in the academy who only taught 4 students, 5, including Hugo, instead of reveling in the riches of valor. She tilted her head a little, a strange, nostalgic expression appearing on her face. Well, at first, I thought of doing just that, but I decided against it because of a naive dream of mine, she said, brushing her hair slightly. I wanted to share my knowledge with dreamers and awakened of the academy in hopes that they might one day use that knowledge to survive. Teaching was always an interesting profession to me. But alas, you can see how that turned out. In fact, I'm planning on retiring from the academy soon enough, so you might very well be the last student I teach, well, besides the other 3 rascals who are already my students, but you get the point. Hugo nodded, strangely feeling inspired by his teacher's strange dream. The idea of an awakened aiding society through means other than just killing nightmare creatures was something that warmed Hugo's heart greatly. But alas, that was not a path he could follow himself. 2 weeks later, a strange gray creature, barely 6 inches tall with frog-like eyes and head, was currently scribbling something on a sheet of paper. Instantly after the strange ritualistic process ended, the paper suddenly became incredibly sharp, with the runes on it igniting with a soft azure light. Yes, yes! It worked, the gray creature shouted in its high-pitched voice with a mad smile on its face. Hugo had done it. After only 2 weeks of learning runic sorcery by memorizing all the important steps through extraordinary memory, and then reapplying all of the steps when he transformed into a Galvan through linguistic mastery, he finally could successfully enchant a mundane object through a perfect runic circle. This runic circle, in particular, contained the runes representing durability, sharpness, and cutting. Its power source was a portion of Hugo's own soul essence that he had poured into it while transformed as a Galvan. The paragon of purity picked up the sheet of paper, which was now a bit gigantic for his small body, but still posed no weight for his awakened biology, and then he uncharacteristically tossed it towards the wall to test how strong it was. Thud. The sharp piece of paper hit the wall, impaling it directly without meeting any resistance. So I was correct. The effectiveness of the enchantments is determined by the quality of my essence. Meaning once I rise in rank, I'd be able to create even more powerful enchantments, he exclaimed with a strange fascination that came with his hyper-intelligent brain. Now, this could solve the problem of me lacking a weapon. His third goal of acquiring a memory weapon had gone terribly these last few days. There was no suitable way for him to acquire a memory besides trading one of his existing ones, which he wasn't willing to do. Prototech armor was his only armor and thus held equal worth to any weapon Hugo could have, while Polymorphic Crystal and Conqueror's Wrath were simply too powerful and useful to trade for anything. So he turned to the next best thing. The spell can keep its stingy memories. I'm going to make a weapon for myself. With the right materials, he could definitely make something extremely powerful, not to mention the upgrade enchantment which could evolve any object he makes. The small Galvan puffed his chest in victory, relishing at his achievement, but then he suddenly saw the time and date on his gigantic communicator screen, making him pause for a while. The winter solstice was only 4 days away. Hugo scoffed as he was reminded of that fact. So what? I'm the wielder of the most powerful relic in the world. And I possess the ability to morph into almost any creature. Not to mention my current galvanic form possesses extreme intelligence, so what's a mere winter solstice going to do? I will survive. And not only that, I will thrive, gain strength and climb the path of ascension by conquering the second and third nightmare. He exclaimed, his tiny gray hands raised into a fist. And why stop only at that? I will conquer the fourth nightmare, the fifth, the sixth, and all the nightmares above that. Nothing will stop me. Not the nightmare spell and not these hideous abominations. He shouted at the ceiling, his resolve unwavering. Hugo would have usually cringed at a scene like this, but he wasn't in his right mind currently, so he was enjoying the sensation. Well, that was the case up until the point he started hearing a certain peeping sound coming from the Omnitrix on his back. 4 days later, Hugo woke up with an annoyed expression, his room filled with scraps and random materials he had collected from the academy while experimenting with his galvanic form and runic sorcery. Even though he had slept for a long time yesterday, he was not feeling refreshed in the slightest. That was because a strange sense of drowsiness was strangely tugging at his senses, digging deep into his core and reaching his soul and trying to pull it somewhere else. To the dream realm. Today was the day where all sleepers on the world would be judged. Today was the winter solstice. Chapter 20, Dream Realm. Hugo slowly went through his morning routine, savoring every moment of luxury he could get, knowing he might not see that same luxury for a long time once he entered the dream realm. After showering, he wore his clothes and left his room to go towards the cafeteria. Immediately after entering, he felt the grimness of everyone inside practically radiating through the air, with every sleeper feeling a terrible sense of dread at the looming solstice. Even the proud legacies weren't looking too relaxed. Hugo quickly poured food onto his tray and went to sit in his usual spot near Kasha and Sunless. The tension in the air was strangely the same. The trio practically never talked to each other, so even though the winter solstice was today, nothing really changed about their interactions. However, that did not mean they weren't afraid. Kasha especially, due to her flaw, she was practically a walking corpse, doomed to die in the dream realm, which was exactly why Hugo never tried to interact with her more than needed. Sunless must feel the same way, Hugo thought, eating in grim anticipation. Right after he finished his food, he hesitated for a bit before speaking in a stiff tone. Hey, Kasha, Sunny, if we ever end up in the same place in the dream realm, let's help each other out. Sunny looked at him without saying anything, a strange emotion tugging on his face. Maybe, he said with a measured tone, clearly showing his doubt about the chance of them ending up in the same place. Kasha, on the other hand, only smiled a little. Yeah, that would be nice. Although that smile did not quite reach her face, making Hugo feel a pang of sharp guilt in his heart. Focus, Hugo. You can't be feeling bad for others when you're still in danger. With that, Hugo got up from the table, giving Sunny and Kasha a small nod. I should go say goodbye to my teachers now. Hugo knocked on the runic sorcery classroom door, not sure if there was anyone inside in the first place. Come in. With a relieved sigh, he opened the door and entered the empty classroom, finding Miss J leaning at her desk, looking at the empty room without particularly doing anything. She tilted her head, looking at him with a smile. You know, I wasn't sure you'd come to see your humble teacher before you enter the dream realm. So color me surprised. Hugo raised an eyebrow in confusion. I mean, it would be pretty disrespectful if I didn't. You taught me a lot of important stuff, after all. She sighed slightly before adding, I was just kidding, geez. You're way too serious compared to the other three idiots, even the twins aren't as robotic as you are. She stretched slightly before continuing. You know, if you come back from the dream realm in about a month or two, you get to be here at my retirement party. Hugo smiled before saying, I'd try my best. If I take a little longer than 2 months, please leave some cake for me. She chuckled. It would be easier to kill an unholy titan than to save up any food when the twins are in the vicinity, but I'll try. Eventually, she stopped laughing and looked at him with a serious expression. So you should make sure to survive long enough to enjoy that piece of cake, paragon of purity, understood? Hugo nodded, a bit unsure if the motivation of eating a piece of cake was enough to survive the dream realm. After the conversation with Miss J, Hugo went to see Instructor Rock to thank him for all his teachings and training in the last 3 weeks. Entering the silent training dojo of the academy, Hugo instantly spotted the giant man standing in the middle of the room, looking at the training ground with a reminiscent expression. Hugo approached slowly, but the seasoned awakened already sensed him. Sleeper Hugo, you do know that all classes are dismissed today, right? He said with a firm voice without turning back. Hugo studied the man for a moment before speaking in a calm tone. Well, I thought I'd come to thank you for personally training me. You do realize it's my job, right? Well, even if it is, you could have easily refused to train me when I used my aspect without suffering any consequences, but you didn't. Which means a lot to me. So, Instructor Rock, thank you for everything. I will make sure to repay this debt once I come back from the dream realm as an awakened. Rock's shoulders stiffened a little as he let out a sharp exhale. You're really something, aren't you, brat? He finally turned back, showing his face, which had an unusually sad expression on it. Make sure to survive, Sleeper Hugo. The dead can't repay their debts, you know? Hugo nodded firmly, locking eyes with Rock. I will. When the sun was close to setting, Instructor Rock gathered all the sleepers in the foyer of the Sleeper Center and led them outside. In the snowy parks that surrounded the white building, other awakened were leading their own batches of sleepers to the same destination. It was the Academy's medical center. The center looked more like a shrine than a hospital. Its interior contained both highly advanced technology as well as some of the best healers among the awakened. For the duration of their first journey into the dream realm, the bodies of sleepers would be kept safe in specially designed pods and sustained by the magical powers of those healers if anything unfortunate were to happen on the other side of the spell. Of course, whether or not they would wake up in the end wholly depended on the sleepers themselves. Strangely enough, after entering the medical center, Instructor Rock did not take them directly to the wing-containing sleeper pods. Instead, he led them to a comparatively deserted floor and then opened the doors to a spacious gallery that was brightly illuminated by the beautiful crimson rays of the setting sun. There, they saw rows and rows of wheelchairs. In each wheelchair, there was a person with a blank, strangely peaceful expression on their face. All these people were completely silent, motionless, and still. They did not show any reaction to the appearance of guests. They all seemed to be empty. In the eerie silence, Hugo frowned a little, recognizing what these people were. Instructor Rock looked at the empty people with solemn eyes. There is a reason I brought you all here. Look well and remember. Some of you may know who these people are. For those of you who don't, they are called Hollow. He gritted his teeth. Each one of them was once either a sleeper or an awakened. Some of them were weak, some of them were strong. Some were even incredibly powerful. All of them have perished in the dream realm. I really hope none of us end up like this, Hugo thought with a grim expression on his face. If you're lucky, once your spirit is destroyed, your body dies with it. But if not, you'll become just like them. Hollow. Instructor Rock glanced in the direction of Hugo, then turned to Nephi's and a certain legacy that Hugo did not know the name of, and then added, "So don't die out there." Half an hour later, sleepers had been led to their personal rooms and were preparing to enter the pods. In one of the rooms, a blind girl was entering her pod, a look of grim and strange acceptance in her beautiful blue eyes. In another room, a certain proud legacy caster was staring listlessly at the floor. His lips were moving, repeating one strange phrase over and over again. He was trembling. Somewhere else, Changing Star Nephis, the last daughter of the immortal Flame Clan, was looking down at her hands. Underneath her skin, soft white radiance was slowly growing brighter and brighter. Her face was contorted in a grimace of harrowing agony. And then there was a room where Shadow Slave Sunless, lost from light, turned away from the sleeping pod and glanced down at his shadow, muttering something to it, before entering his own pod. Finally, the Paragon of Purity stood near his own dream pod, his eyes drowsy and tired. He looked at his left arm. The Omnitrix symbol was glowing brightly as if excited by the prospect of entering the dream realm. But Hugo paid it no mind for now. "Mom, I'm sorry I didn't get to visit your grave," Hugo said, addressing no one in particular, his expression unreadable. "After I awaken, I'll buy you plenty of flowers, the blue ones you always liked," he said before slowly entering his pod and closing his eyes. Darkness quickly consumed the Paragon of Purity, transferring him to an entirely different realm. Amidst that darkness, he heard the familiar voice of the spell whispering in his ear. "Welcome to the Dream Realm, Hugo." Hugo, immediately after hearing the voice of the spell, found himself falling at an incredible speed. Instantly, he willed Prototech Armor and Conqueror's Wrath to materialize. The armor quickly encased his body while the charm appeared gently on his neck, filling his body with power. Right as he was about to transform, he suddenly found himself not falling anymore. He had fallen, but not on ground. Instead, he was in water. Hugo accidentally opened his mouth, making the salty water rush in. "Damn it," he cursed, trying to find his balance, which was quickly secured thanks to aquatic balance enchantment from his charm. Although that did not fix his other problem. His vision. The body of water he was in was completely black, rendering his vision useless. Deciding to swim upward first, Hugo quickly reached the surface, breaking through with rapid gasps of breath. When he opened his eyes, he found nothing. There was no sky, no moon, and no stars in the sky. There was simply nothing. A sea? Is this the storm sea? He thought, trying to get a better grasp of his environment. But it seemed his first visit to the dream realm was not going to be so simple. Not even a full minute since he regained his breath, Hugo heard the sound of water splashing, and then a massive pressure jumped out of the water. Without even identifying the figure, Hugo raised the dial of the Omnitrix, hitting it as fast as he could. A flash of blue light illuminated the dark world, showing the terrible abomination that was attacking him. Its body was a pale gray, possessing a strange web digits, 4 on the hands and 2 other on its feet, the former of which hosted yellow claws. The creature sported gills going down neck to torso, as well as patches of scales all over its hideous body. On his arms and atop his neck were short swamp green fins. The stem of the angler sprouting from its head appeared the same color as his webbing. Lastly, it possessed strange circular eyes, appeared vapid, and entirely lacked lips to hide away its harrowing teeth. When not forming a fish-like tail, he had a loincloth, segmented by off-white lines. Unfortunately for the harrowing abomination, the shower of light lasted for only a second before a massive, tentacle fist slammed into it, sending it flying back into the water. Now in the form of a chimera sui generis, Hugo was no longer a helpless sleeper. He was now an awakened noble beast with the instincts and reflexes of a killer. Not to mention, he could breathe and move inside water perfectly. Immediately, Hugo swam towards the abomination, augmenting himself with his soul essence as he began to strangle the nightmare shark. Then his other arm started punching it over and over again. His already powerful punches were enhanced by both soul essence and Conqueror's Wrath, making him devastatingly powerful. And so in just a couple of hits, Hugo's fist broke through the carcasses, impaling the strange humanoid reptile. But the abomination was stubborn, deciding to keep fighting despite being impaled. It thrashed and spun violently in the water, with Hugo latching onto it like a parasite, slowly tearing its guts and insides away. The dark sea was painted crimson as Hugo kept tearing the abomination apart until he eventually reached deep within the abomination's chest, finding its soul cores and quickly clutching his giant hand, crushing all four of them at once. The nightmare creature screamed, with its movement slowly growing sluggish and weak as its soul started to crumble. Not long after that, Hugo heard the sweet voice of the spell speak. "You have slain an awakened demon, cursed dweller. You have received a memory." The rush of satisfaction from slaying his first nightmare creature felt like heaven, but his situation was still dire, considering a swarm of the same race as the shark abomination could come after him at any moment. Especially now that he was on a timer. Hugo grimaced at the fact that he wouldn't be able to absorb its destroyed soul shards. But that did not mean he wouldn't get payment for his trouble before leaving the corpse drown in the sea. Reaching deep within him, he activated his innate ability, Essence Imprint, and focused on the corpse. Unidentified DNA sample detected. Scanning. Essence Imprint succeeded. Smirking, Hugo quickly began maneuvering underwater, trying to find nearby land. Being blind and underwater was quite a dangerous problem, but he currently possessed the perfect biology to survive the terrain, so it wasn't that bad. Although Hugo doubted he'd be able to survive the harrowing depth dwellers. Focus. He extended his senses, which seemed to be functioning more effectively underwater, making able to sense any dangerous creature nearby. And soon enough, he did. A gigantic shark-like abomination was swimming fast through the waters, chasing after a strange small black dot. The black dot suddenly rose from the water and disappeared, making the creature spin around in the water. Land! It was the only logical conclusion to how the black dot disappeared completely from the surface of the water. That or it somehow flew away. Hugo was willing to believe the former, and so he contemplated attempting to swim there. Could I kill something like that? He frowned, realizing that its rank was definitely higher than the abomination he just killed. But then, something else happened. The water rippled as Hugo could sense the gigantic creature being pulled by something to the depths, by another by a mass of dark tentacles. His eyes widened, but he wasted no time. Immediately saturating his body with as much essence as it allowed, he swam like a bolt, reaching the strange platform in mere moments. His sharp claws pierced the stone as he quickly began climbing the wet stone, hurriedly scaling the giant structure before the creature returned. Finally, Law. Before he could finish his words, something hit his head, making him reel a little, but the force of the impact was not enough to make him fall off just yet. It was a leg? A human leg, to be precise. Looking up, Hugo sensed a figure standing on the platform, and judging by the strength of the kick, that figure was merely a sleeper. Wait! I'm a human! This is a transformation ability. Hugo shouted before the mysterious figure used any of their weapon memories to stab him in the head. Strangely enough, the figure seemed to believe that instantly, giving Hugo some time to climb the platform fully and step away from the edge. Sunny's POV. Sunny's luck was currently nothing short of abysmal. He had entered the dream realm, and not even 10 minutes later, he drowned and then got chased by a harrowing abomination the size of a house. Then, after escaping towards a stone platform he found by sheer luck. Moments later, he saw the same abomination that chased him being drowned by dark tentacles that impaled its body like toy. As the sea slowly calmed, Sunny had thought that was the end of his terrible luck, but then another abomination climbed out of the sea, sticking to the platform like an insect before reaching the surface. Without having anything to defend himself with, Sunny simply kicked the abomination, hoping it will fall back into the sea. But it didn't, and then he realized that the abominable creature was actually familiar. Not only that, the creature was one that he had seen before in the waking world. In fact, he had seen it every day for 3 weeks straight. Well, it wasn't always in this form, but Sunny quickly recognized the creature identity. It was the paragon of purity, the mysterious sleeper who had come out of nowhere 3 weeks before the winter solstice and placed second in the rankings, right beneath Changing Star of the Immortal Flame Clan. Through excessive observation with his shadow, totally not stalking, Sunny had found out that this mysterious prodigy's aspect included turning into a terrifying tentacle monster that was 15 feet tall, making Sunny envious of how powerful such an ability was. There was also the fact that the mysterious sleeper possessed a very bizarre shadow. It's wrong. Everything about it is wrong, Sunny thought as he once again felt the wrongness emitted from Hugo's shadow. Luckily, or unluckily, the situation was quite grim, so the feeling of wrongness was drowned by the need of survival. "Ah. Sorry for kicking you. I panicked," Sunny said in a hesitant tone, while Hugo kept silence. Making the treacherous loss from Light speak again, this time in a more hesitant tone. "Just to be sure, you're the same guy I ate breakfast with this morning, right?" "Yes," the paragon of purity said, his voice while transformed sounding nothing like his usual form. "Who would have thought we'd actually end up in the same area?" Sunny mummied, thanking the dead gods that he hadn't aggravated Hugo during their stay at the academy, like he had with many other sleepers. "Well, I really don't know what to say in this situation, but I think we should watch out for any abominations coming from the sea." Hugo nodded his tentacle head. "All right." "Huh. I could have sworn he seemed more social during the academy. What's wrong with him?" Sunny thought, unaware that Hugo was currently fighting against the urge to shout an opera of slurs at him for the kick that was delivered to his face. Chapter 21. Are you crazy? Around 10 minutes after their peculiar meeting, Hugo's timer ran out and he once again reverted to his human form. Although both Hugo and Sunny were afraid that the red flash would attract some horrible monstrosities, their intuition turned out wrong and no abomination crawled from the sea. However, Sunny did seem to be curious about how Hugo's aspect worked, but he did not make any attempt to pry into his secrets for now, which Hugo greatly appreciated, so in turn he didn't ask Sunny any questions either. And so, for around half an hour, they simply stayed silent, watching the dark sea and dreading any abomination that came out from it. Hugo finally decided to break the silence with a question, growing extremely bored with their current situation. "Hey Sunless, do you think we're in the storm sea?" Sunny shifted slightly in the darkness, unsure of what to say. Then a moment later he spoke in a hesitant tone. "I'm not sure. I might not be the most knowledgeable person about the dream realm, but from what I read, the storm sea is nothing like this place, considering the lack of stars and the entirety of the moon," he said grimly, making both of their moods sour a little as they slowly came to a dreadful realization that none of them wanted to face. After a bit of contemplating, Hugo spoke in a natural tone. "I think I might have a way to check." The pale boy raised his eyebrow. "How?" Hugo was silent for a moment, then a small clicking sound was heard by Sunny as the Omnitrix dial turned from red to its usual blue once more. "I'm going to transform and try swimming around to look for any land." "What? Are you crazy? Did you not see the terrifying abominations, or do you simply want to die that much?" the boy shouted, although his shouts were extremely muffled, afraid to draw the attention of the creatures in the depths. Hugo smirked slightly, then answered, "Well, I guess I'm a bit crazy now that I think about it." Before Sunny could retort, Hugo jumped off the edge of the platform, leaping towards the dark sea. Then moments he reached impact, the Omnitrix dial shit upward, revealing his newest imprint. Essence imprint, Pisxis Valan. Imprint rank, Awakened. Imprint class, Beast. Imprint description, the deadliest sea lurkers in the history of the Forgotten Shore. The only thing that rivaled their ferocity was their suffering. Imprint attributes, Seafarer, Sharp Monster, Undersea Sprint, Creature of the Dark. Imprint abilities. Seafarer, description, you are a creature of the sea. Sharp Monster, description, your teeth and tail were made to hunt. Undersea Sprint, description, you are unnaturally fast underwater. Creature of the Dark, attribute description, you were born in the dark, thus it is the only thing you see. Hugo's skin shifted gray as his torso extended, his eyes went blank, losing their pupils. At the same time, a strange horn adorned with a squishy ball sprouted from his head like a third eye. His legs merged and shifted into a long tail, giving him the look of a mermaid, although he was not beautiful type as he looked more of an abomination you'd find on Earth's oceans rather than a mermaid. In his new form, Hugo entered the sea, feeling more at home in this form than when he was transformed into Vilgax. This imprint was incredibly powerful for underwater battle and movement considering it was faster than Vilgax and possessed the ability to see perfectly in the dark due to Creature of the Dark attribute. His chances of survival underwater were probably better than they were on land, especially when paired with Conqueror's Wrath charm, but that wasn't the sole reason Hugo was confident enough to dive into the harrowing sea. It was his new memory that was filling him with confidence. Memory, Black Pearl Trident. Memory rank, Awakened. Memory tier, 3. Memory type, Weapon. Memory description, they were born for failure in a god-forsaken land with no hope of surviving the creeping corruption, their only solace was in death. Enchantments, Tormented, Vortex, Silent Stalker. Tormented, description, all beings hit by this trident will suffer the torment of the Pisces Volan. Vortex, enchantment, this trident can create powerful vortexes. Silent Stalker, enchantment description, this trident hides its wielder from prying eyes. All of the enchantments combined with the transformation and Hugo's charm made him perfectly suited for seafaring, so he was pretty confident of being able to escape most abominations, although he was still on a timer so he had to use his time wisely. The trident materialized in brilliant sparks, hurting Hugo's sensitive eyes for a moment. It was a long silver trident with 4 sharp teeth on its end radiating an aura of death. Well, it's not really a spear, but it'll do. With perfect vision underwater, he swam through the sea with terrible speed, looking for any land beside the platform. The first few minutes passed without Hugo spotting anything in particular. There was no land in the entire region aside from the stone platform, which made Hugo appreciate his luck. But that appreciation did not last for long. Hugo spotted gigantic shapes in the sea, but they were not abominations. No, they were a single deadly hunter killing its prey. The hunter in question was the same giant black tentacles that drowned the shark abomination chasing Sunny. It seemed the abomination did not satisfy its hunger, which made Hugo shiver as he tried assessing its rank and class. Then another set of tentacles emerged from the depths, reaching for none other than Hugo. With incredible speed, he spun around the abomination's body parts, his tail and biology making his speed beyond what an awakened should even be capable of, locking the tentacles in a knot as the abomination mindlessly attempted to reach him. Then, just as he found an opening, he struck his trident, thrusting it like a spear into the dark tendrils of darkness. Screech! The tendrils resisted at first but were quickly overwhelmed by the sheer might of the trident. After all, not only was Hugo augmenting himself with soul essence, but he also had polymorphic crystal, upgrading the memory into the ascended rank. The tendrils separated from the massive body, falling into the depths of the sea. At the same time, the water began to ripple and the tides picked up on the surface. The harrowing creature was wincing in pain from the tormented enchantment. But that was not all of it. The creature, while in pain, seemed to begin its ascent to face the insignificant creature who dared harm it. That insignificant creature, sensing what was going to happen, simply raised its trident, pouring his essence into it. The waters rippled once more. This time, however, it began spinning in circles, eventually turning into a gigantic maze of wind that instantly compressed underwater. The surrounding water pressure compressed the air, reducing its volume and increasing its density and pressure. Hugo would have widened his eyes if he had proper eyelids, looking at the intensity and power of the vortex enchantment, which was currently of the ascended rank. Although its power was great, it was also draining his soul essence incredibly fast. No time to waste. He thought grimly before rushing forward to make his escape. And just as Hugo did that, he looked down and saw something that sent in crippling fear into his soul. In the depths, a gargantuan body of dark mass was fighting the approaching vortex. It had dozens of long dark tentacles enveloping it and hundreds of other lesser abominations at the same time. At its center was a giant red eye shimmering in the darkness. that same eye locked into Hugo, making him shiver and feel utterly small despite all of his extraordinary abilities. The spell is fair? Bullshit. He thought grimly as he swam as fast as he could. Just then, he began hearing the voice of the spell. You have slain an awakened beast. You have slain a dormant monster. You have slain a dormant demon. You have slain a dormant devil. You have. The spell's voice continued, crediting him with dozens of kills from the vortex he unleashed, although the creatures were mostly of the dormant rank, with the strongest being an awakened demon, though he did hear the spell granting him some memories, but he didn't have the time to check them out. Sunny's POV. The sea surface opened as a terrifying abomination leaped upward towards a strange stone platform. The creature was a dark blue chimera between a squid and a fish. However, before it could reach the boy on the stone hand, another, more terrifying abomination reached from the sea, this one wielding a mighty silver trident. The creature jumped high into the sea, bringing its trident down the chimera like divine judgment, impaling the fish-like creature and killing it instantly. Sunny, still terrified and on the edge of the platform, ready to escape into the sea, looked at the monstrous figure, noticing that the creature that had saved him seemed more civilized than other nightmare creatures, as it did not radiate the profane stench of a nightmare creature like Mountain King or its larva did. It also had a strange symbol on its chest, which started glowing red instantly before flashing a bit of light. In the next moment, instead of an abomination, a boy around Sunny's age, wearing a black and blue advanced armor while wielding a mighty trident, appeared. You're alive? Sunny's eyes widened as he saw the shapeshifter look perfectly fine after taking a stroll through the dark sea. Hugo tilted his head. Why wouldn't I be? You didn't really think I'd jump into a sea infested with abominations if I didn't know I could survive, did you? Sunny remained silent for a moment, struggling as if something was compelling him to answer. Yes, I really thought you were crazy. I mean, you did say you were, so it's your fault. But that aside, what did you do when you got in? I saw something happen while you were gone, and it did not look pretty. Hugo shrugged slightly as he bent down to extract the soul shards from the fish abomination before saying in a calm tone. I tried looking for land or maybe even some awakened from House Knight, but I didn't find anything like that. Instead, I found a terrifying leviathan who is most likely a titan. It's the source of the black tendrils. Sunny instantly paled at the mention of a titan, but he did not know whether to be scared about the titan itself or about how nonchalant the boy was at mentioning a natural calamity like it was a nuisance. You're joking, right? Sunny said in a hesitant tone, hoping it was a lie. Hugo simply shook his head, his face, while neutral, was still filled with seriousness. He then grabbed the soul shards and crushed them instantly, absorbing them in front of Sunny's astonished eyes. If you're wondering, the Titan might be of the awakened rank. One of my weapons managed to cut its tendrils without much trouble, so if it comes back again, I should be able to kill it. Sunny raised an eyebrow. Oh really? You, a mere sleeper, can kill an awakened Titan? Did getting a true name fry your brain or something? It's an awakened Titan, for spell's sake. Paragon of purity? More like paragon of stupidity. He shouted at Hugo, who was looking at him strangely. But then, before Hugo could defend, something miraculous happened. The dark sea, which had been shifting for a while now, seemingly began to recede. Slowly at first, and then faster and faster, the water level was dropping. The circular stone formation they had been taking shelter on used to barely protrude out of the waves, but now there were meters and meters of wet rock between him and the restless surface of the sea. As the sun climbed up, the monstrous ebb tide continued. Soon, Sunny and Hugo found themselves standing on the edge of a tall cliff, with 100-meter drop separating them from the churning waters. Beneath, the rock formation broadened and changed shape. However, from their current vantage point, it was hard to determine what that shape was, exactly. At that time, the dark surface of the water began to be punctured here and there by sharp crimson blades. As it dropped even further, it was as though a crimson forest was slowly rising from the black depths. The trees were made of something resembling coral, growing chaotically into each other and stretching toward the sky. They were colossal in size, with irregular protrusions entwining and merging together, looking monumental and eerie in the black and red reality of the sunlit void. The labyrinth formed by this strange reef stretched as far as Sunny and Hugo could see, broken here and there by protruding cliffs, sudden chasms, and distant natural features. Half an hour later, utterly shocked, Sunny and Hugo stared down and realized that the sea was completely gone. If not for the black seaweed left hanging on wet rocks and scarlet pillars of coral, one would even doubt if it was ever there. Their small circular island had turned into the peak of a strange, towering, irregularly shaped cliff. Looking down, he felt his head spinning before speaking. "Well, I don't think Teacher Julia's taught me anything about this." "Yeah, no shit, Sherlock." "Huh. My name is Sunny, I thought you knew that." Hugo looked at him with a deadpan expression on his face, now illuminated by the sun. "What?" "Sherlock Holmes, as in the dash." "You know what, never mind." He sighed before taking in the breathtakingly and slightly horrifying sight. "So what do we do now?" Sunny tilted his head slightly. "I don't know, why are you asking me? You're the one who transforms into monsters." That sounded incredibly racist, but I'll have you know I also don't know what to do. Also, the creatures I turn into are noble beasts, not monsters, he said, his tone a bit too sharp. "Am not. How was I supposed to know what they were called?" Sunny said, strangely feeling the need to justify himself, which was quite ridiculous considering the nature of their situation. But the paragon of purity seemed to be offended about calling his transformations monsters. Sunny shivered slightly. "Great, so I'm stuck with a shape-shifting maniac in hell. Just my luck, why couldn't I got transported to the same region as Changing Star or something, duh." He sighed, inwardly cursing his luck before looking down at the ground. "Maybe we should climb down?" Hugo suggested, looking at Sunny, who seemed to be contemplating his life choices. After a moment of silence, Sunny's eyes grew focused as he spoke. "No, it's too dangerous, even with the two of us." He stopped for a moment, as if debating whether he should continue or not, then he opened his mouth again hesitantly. "My aspect allows me to scout, so I should be able to check if there's any danger around." Hugo nodded before noticing that Sunny's shadow separated from his feet and started gliding down the platform. When it passed by Hugo's shadow, it reeled slightly as if making a disgusted expression. "Huh. Don't tell me my own shadow is racist. Come on, gloomy, don't make the situation worse." The shadow, however, paid him no mind and began its descent down the statue while Sunny closed his eyes, focusing his vision on it. Hugo watched with curious eyes as his new shadowy companion was scouting. "What a useful ability," he muttered, remembering how his own shadow could only turn into a bridge, and that was when it wanted to. Looking down, Hugo scowled slightly before saying, "You should be more like Sunny's shadow." And once again, he was met with no response, which was a bit disappointing. But that disappointment did not last, as Sunny shifted slightly, having found something through his shadow control. Chapter 22, A Night with a Shadow. Sunny sat there meditating, his consciousness seeing through his shadow's eyes as it scouted the area below. Not wanting to disturb him, Hugo summoned his runes, eager to inspect the new memories he had acquired. He had gained 3 new memories, which was disappointing considering how many creatures he had slain with the vortex earlier, but a memory was still a memory. Memory, Emerald Spyglass. Memory rank, Dormant. Memory tier, 3. Memory type, Utility. Memory description, the tears of a blind poet who loved imagination. Memory enchantments, Clear Sight, True Vision, False Vision. Clear Sight, enchantment description, this spyglass can see further than eyes. True Vision, enchantment description, this spyglass shows the truth behind illusions. False Vision, enchantment description, this spyglass can show illusions only to its wielder. Memory, Heart Compass. Memory rank, Dormant. Memory tier, I. Memory description, they looked for salvation but found only their doom. Memory enchantments, Direction. Direction, description, this compass may guide its wielder to what they most desire. Memory, Chitinous Corpus. Memory rank, dormant. Memory tier, I. Memory description, a sturdy suit of armor, like a second skin. Enchantments, chitin. Chitin, description, this corpus is sturdier than steel. So, an armor weaker than, prototech armor, and 2 useful utility memories. Interesting. He thought before quickly summoning the emerald spyglass. A spyglass made of onyx stone riddled with runes appeared in his hand in a small shower of white sparks. It had 2 emeralds, one on the eyepiece and one on the objective lens, both perfectly reflecting the sun's light. So it grants me great vision, lets me see through illusions, and can even make me see my own illusions? Hugo was baffled by its strange but incredibly useful nature for scouting. He briefly considered trading it to Sunny for something but quickly dismissed the idea as he still couldn't bring himself to fully trust the shadowy sleeper just yet, and the spyglass was still useful for him. Bringing the spyglass to his eye, Hugo looked far into the distance, focusing on the terrifying coral labyrinth. Instantly, his vision magnified, the details sharpening as if he were using a modern high-powered camera from the waking world. The area was laid bare before him, exposing its treacherous terrain and, more importantly, the abominations hidden within it. Most noticeable were the dozens of oversized crab creatures. They had terrifying blue carapaces and a myriad of oversized chitinous legs. What was even unnerving were their gigantic pincers, which looked capable of piercing through anything they touched. Definitely awakened abominations. A grim expression settled on Hugo's face as a dreadful realization began to solidify in his mind. They were in an undiscovered area of the dream realm, considering its appearance so far does not match any of the regions conquered by human, and judging by the abominations and the strange receding sea, it was most likely a death zone. Before Hugo could summon the heart compass to try and locate a safe place, he saw Sunny's shadow slither back to its master, reattaching itself to his feet. Sunny wore a solemn look that told Hugo everything he needed to know. "It's a death trap down there," Sunny said, his voice low and devoid of energy. "There are dozens of abominations walking around. The most horrible of them are these strange, oversized crabs. Then we need to make a plan, but I think we should stay here for a while. We have this fish monster to eat, so we can hold out for a day or 2. Hugo suggested. Sunny raised an eyebrow. "Wow, and here I thought you'd turn into another Abioa, noble creature, and try your luck down there immediately." Hugo sat on the ground with a small, tired smile. "That was a one-time thing I did because I needed to see if there was land. Now that I know the sea itself recedes whenever it pleases, and there's a labyrinth full of those things. Well, let's say I don't fancy my chances of outrunning these creatures on land." His hand ran through his hair a little as he continued, "I'm not insane, Sunny." Sunny sighed and muttered something under his breath, just loud enough for Hugo to catch. Thank the dead gods he's not a complete lunatic. Hugo decided to let the comment slide. Hours later, Hugo and Sunny cooked a portion of the fish abomination, and despite the circumstances, Sunny remained suspicious, constantly asking if there was some hidden cost or condition for Hugo sharing the food with him from an abomination that he killed himself. The interaction gave Hugo a clearer grasp of Sunny's character. He was a deeply paranoid individual that trusted no one, which explained the strange, wary glances Hugo had received back at the academy. Eventually, Hugo just shrugged and said, "Suit yourself. More for me." He made a show of enjoying the cooked meat, and the sight, combined with his own gnawing hunger, finally broke Sunny's resistance, making him devour the food in an instant, though he was still tense. After the meal, Hugo decided to get some rest, which Sunny agreed to rather quickly, explaining that his shadow would wake them at the first sign of danger. In the middle of the night, a sudden impulse stirred Sunny awake. He jumped to his feet, his mind instantly flooded with tense apprehension. Was it the tentacle titan from before? Or had some other horror from the depths come for them? However, the sea was quiet and calm. He heard nothing abnormal around the statue. "What is it?" he whispered to his shadow. The shadow silently pointed a wispy limb in a particular direction. Turning his head, Sunny squinted. He quickly understood why it had woken him. Out in the distance, a few kilometers away, a small orange light shimmered in the darkness, its reflections rising and falling with the movement of the waves. It was too far to make out any details. After a short while, the light vanished. Sunny quickly shook Hugo awake. "Hey! Wake up! I saw something!" Hugo was alert in an instant, his hand instinctively moving toward the Omnitrix. "What? Abominations? Maybe or maybe not." Sunny quickly recounted what he had seen. The fire could be the results of a nightmare creature ability. "What do you think?" Hugo contemplated for a moment before speaking. "I think I have a way to check," making Sunny look at him suspiciously. Hugo summoned the heart compass. The beautiful golden compass appeared in his hand and he focused his intention on a single purpose: other sleepers, or the closest one near him. At first, the needle spun and pointed directly at Sunny, making the pale boy scowl for some reason. Then, it snapped decisively in another direction, the same one where the fire had been moments before. "Definitely humans," Hugo stated. "How reliable is that memory, though?" Sunny asked, unconvinced. "I'm not sure," Hugo admitted. "Its enchantment says it may guides me to what my heart desires." "Oh, I focused on finding other sleepers, and it pointed that way. It's the best lead we have." Sunny shook his head. "That's not accurate enough. What if the sleepers aren't in that area but further beyond it? Or what if they're dead? Maybe your memory just detected their corpses. Either way, we need to be careful considering we're not even sure where we are in the dream realm." Hugo nodded, finding no flaw in Sunny's grim logic. The two of them laid back down and attempted to return to their slumber. However, restful sleep never came. They simply sat in the oppressive silence, each lost in his own thoughts, until the sun finally rose again and sent the dark sea into retreat. As soon as morning came, the pincer monsters crawled out from their hiding spots and rushed back to the giant carcass to continue their feast. Sunny watched them for a time, then walked to the opposite side of the platform to look in the direction of the mysterious light, while Hugo himself simply summoned his trident memory and begun thrusting it around to get a better grasp of it. At a considerable distance, 5 or 6 kilometers away, the ground rose to form a hill. On its summit, an especially massive coral pillar speared the sky. From the looks of it, its upper branches were just high enough to stay above the water at night. Various ideas stormed in Sunny's head, but only 2 questions were truly important. First, would they be able to find a path through the labyrinth and cover that distance in a single day? And more importantly, should they even attempt it? The light could be a trap as easily as it could be salvation. Not having enough information, Sunny settled back to study the monsters, sending his shadow to investigate the labyrinth's entrance. After a while, Hugo approached, after doing some scouting with his spyglass. "You're thinking of going for it, aren't you? What else is there?" Sunny replied, not taking his eyes off the distant hill. "We can stay here. Hunt these things by day, hide up here at night, and probably survive for a while." "But to what end? Just to survive? I'd rather jump now and get it over with." Hugo was silent for a moment, understanding the sentiment. A life of constant, fearful survival wasn't a life at all. "So, the light it is," he said. "We'll need to move before they finish that carcass you told me about." "We?" Sunny finally turned to look at him, his expression unreadable. Hugo met his gaze steadily. "Unless you prefer to navigate a death labyrinth full of awakened crabs alone? My transformations might come in handy, and frankly, staying here alone sounds just as suicidal." Sunny studied him for a long moment, the gears of paranoia and pragmatism turning in his head. Finally, he gave a curt nod. "Fine." Hugo sighed a little. "Am I really that untrustworthy? It's not like I'm a nightmare CRE-. He paused for a moment. "Wait, is it because I can turn into other creatures? Is Sunny racist?" The idea was slowly creeping into his head, considering both Sunny himself and his shadow seemed to dislike him. Unknown to Hugo's internal thoughts, Sunny decided they would leave the headless statue the next morning, so the rest of the day using his shadow to explore paths and prepare. That night, a sudden storm descended upon the dark sea. Sunny's shadow stirred him awake in time to brace for the crushing winds and pelting rain. "Storm! Hugo, get up!" Sunny shouted over the gale. Usually, rain put him in a foul mood, but now he was too thirsty to care. Crouching low to avoid being blown off the platform, he cupped his hands and waited for them to fill with rainwater before drinking greedily. Hugo, now awake, did the same, his prototech armor shedding the heavy droplets of water. Fresh water! We should try to collect more. Sunny yelled, looking for anything that could hold it, which made Hugo a bit uncomfortable, but there wasn't much he could do. Strikes of lightning illuminated the churning sea. For a brief moment, a wide grin was visible on Sunny's face amidst the chaos. The storm raged for hours. They crouched in the middle of the platform, enduring its fury. More than once, a tall wave crashed over the knight's neck, threatening to wash them away. Both of them held tight to the deep grooves in the stone, clinging on for their lives. By morning, when the storm finally dissipated, every muscle in their bodies was sore and aching. But there was no time to waste. As soon as the pincer monsters returned to the carcass, the two sleepers moved to the edge of the platform. "Ready?" Hugo asked, his voice tight. "No," Sunny answered honestly. "But let's go." With that, they slid over the edge and began to nimbly climb down. Sunny, with his shadow-scouted route, took the lead, with Hugo following behind carefully. Despite the danger, Sunny felt his mood improve. Passivity did not suit him. Now, even if his plan ended in failure, at least he was going down doing something he had decided to do. Trying and failing was better than not trying at all. Beside having a shape-shifting monster was definitely a huge moral boost. The black mud at the bottom was deep and tried to suck at their boots, but it wasn't as bad as they had feared. With some practice, they were soon able to move at an acceptable speed. As long as they stuck to the shadows, their steps were light and silent. They headed for one of the paths that was supposed to lead to the distant hill and entered the cool, oppressive shade of the Crimson Labyrinth. Immediately, a strange feeling enveloped them. It was as if the world beyond the labyrinth had ceased to exist, leaving only its twisting, dark paths. This thing seems endless, Hugo thought, a shiver running down his spine. Shaking his head, Sunny sent the shadow to scout ahead. Their lives now depended on reaching the distant hill before the sun set and the dark sea returned in an unstoppable, drowning flood. The shadow moved ahead, initially meeting no resistance. It would sometimes climb high to scout the direction of different paths, allowing them to choose the optimal route. However, they still had to backtrack a couple of times after finding a dead end or a path leading in the wrong direction. Despite the tension, everything seemed to be going smoothly. Their guard, ever so slightly, began to lower. Sunny, confident in his preparations and his shadow, began to assume that maybe, just maybe, they would make it. That arrogance was their mistake. Hugo was just about to suggest a short rest when the mud directly in front of Sunny erupted. In the next moment, a massive, steel-blue pincer shot out of the ground and tore through the air, its crushing edges aiming to cut the shadow user's body in half. A flash of blue light resonated through the labyrinth ground as the giant pincer was suddenly blocked by something. A gigantic tentacled green arm belonging to a certain mean-looking octopus creature. Hugo snarled as he summoned his trident, which adjusted its size to fit him. Sunny, which was next to him, immediately backed away, keeping a safe distance. Hugo shot forward, using the trident to cut the giant crab. His first thrust went through the armored chitin but suddenly stuck there, refusing to leave. Then, taking the opportunity, the abomination used its other pincer and brought it down, intending to crush Hugo. Thankfully, Hugo was a little bigger than it when in Vilgax's form and managed to hold it off. "A little help in here," he shouted, his voice more like a violent command in his current form. Sunny shifted slightly, unsure what to do, but then his eyes darted around, noticing a long, smooth, sharp bone left behind by some unknown creature sticking from the mud. Sunny immediately rushed forward, catching the sharp bones. At the same time, Hugo saturated his body with essence, overpowering the crab creature and driving his trident deep within its right pincer, slicing it off instantly. Moment later, Sunny leaped from a small hill on the ground, landing above the giant crab, and stabbed it into eyes. The creature struggled and desperately fought for its life, but alas, the treacherous shadow kept impaling the creature while a vile shapeshifter held it down in place. Not long after, its body finally went still and Sunny heard the voice of the spell in his ears. "You have slain an awakened beast, Carapace Scavenger. You have received a memory, Azure Blade. Your shadow grows stronger. Hugo pulled the trident away from its body violently, before looking at Sunny, who was gasping for air. Did you get anything? Sunny nodded. I got a memory. He stopped for a moment, looking into the air, which made Hugo realize he was reading its runes. Well, I hope he got something good, he thought before looking at the abomination body. Should I? He looked at the crab-like creature, unsure if he should imprint it. Some weeks ago he would have imprinted it instantly, but now, after some thinking last night, he was not sure anymore. He had 10 essence imprint slots, and he currently has 3 transformations. One is a support, one is a tank, and the other is a perfect underwater combatant, which were all good for now, but he did not know if he would be able to replace an imprint once it's imprinted, meaning the 10 imprints he receives now could be the only creatures he could transform into before he awakens. The current crab creature did not offer anything that his Vilgax form did not. In fact, his Vilgax form was better in the sense that it was more humanoid. Eventually Hugo decided not to imprint it, saving the remaining 7 slots for more powerful creatures. Although he still took the soul shard inside. He was about to crush it and absorb it, but then he looked at Sunny and hesitate for a moment, which was a bit bizarre considering his current persona liked hesitation. You killed it. It's yours. He extended the shard towards Sunny, who had summoned a weapon, likely the blade he got from the Crete. Sunny, however, shook his head. Keep it. I got a memory, so I'm not too concerned. Besides, you're the main damage dealer between the two of us, so naturally it would make more sense if you strengthen yourself more than me. Hugo once again found no flaw in Sunny's silver tongue, yet he still felt like the shadow was not telling him the entire truth. A soul shard is a soul shard. He reminded himself, deciding becoming as paranoid as Sunny was not his ideal character. Hugo crushed the shard, bringing his soul shard counter to a measly 4/1000. After their first real fight as a duo, Sunny and Hugo, who was still transformed, walked through the labyrinth, intending to advance a little bit before they returned to the statue. Sunny was using his shadow to scout, while Hugo kept his focus, utilizing his sharp instincts to detect anything that slips past Sunny. Their morals was far better than they were yesterday, considering they managed to take down an awakened beast without any injuries. More importantly, they both now possessed weapons of the awakened rank, which increased their chances of survival. Suddenly Sunny stopped in his tracks, causing Hugo to halt behind him. The treacherous shadow had a shocked expression on his face, as he had just seen the most repulsing creature. Hugo tensed slightly before asking, "What is it?" Sunny turned towards him with a petrified expression. "Other sleepers. Girls." Hugo looked at him strangely before thinking, is this fool a misogynist as well? In this day and age? Chapter 23, A Shadow, a Star, an Oracle, and a Shapeshifter. Hugo looked down at Sunny from his towering height, then extended a single finge, which was the size of Sunny's entire body, and poked him slightly, snapping him out of his bewildered state. Focus. I know you might have a thing against women, but this is the dream realm. We need to band together to survive. Sunny looked up at Hugo with a horrified expression. What? Who said I have anything against women? I don't. Matter of fact, I love women. They're very... He trailed off before stopping himself. Hugo tilted his massive tentacle head, a gesture that was somehow both quizzical and terrifying. They're what? Lesser? That's quite disappointing. I expected more from you, Sunless. Gods, just shut up. I don't have a thing against women, and this conversation is meaningless. Let's just focus on the main problem here and try to communicate with the other sleepers. Hugo felt a strange, primal urge to kick the tiny creature that was giving him orders, but he suppressed it and simply nodded. All right. You should get back to normal, or else they'd be terrified of you. Hugo remained silent for a moment before scratching his tentacles awkwardly. About that. I sort of can't detransform until a timer ends. Sunny sighed, the sound like a tiny whistle to Hugo's enhanced hearing. Well, that's going to be a problem, so just wait here. I'll go talk to them, then you should come out when I tell you to. Hugo nodded, though he didn't appreciate being treated like a pet. He simply sat on the ground, staring at nothing in particular as Sunny went to reveal himself to the sleepers his shadow had spotted. Maybe I should consider using less monstrous imprints in the future, he thought, contemplating the social complications of his aspect. Nonsense, he muttered to himself, a low rumble. Anything less than perfection wouldn't do this form any justice. He raised his eyes pridefully. After a couple of minutes, he heard Sunny's voice. Hey, you can come out now. Sunny's voice was a little muffled to avoid drawing any abominations. Hugo got up and walked in that direction, finding Sunny standing next to two girls. The first was tall and lithe with silky silver hair and clear, gray eyes. Her revealing clothes were crudely made from black seaweed, leaving her fair skin and athletic build exposed. She was poised, alert, and barefoot. The second girl was the complete opposite, delicate and fragile, with blonde hair and cerulean, aimless eyes. She was dressed in a simple tunic with leather sandals on her feet and a cloak the color of sea waves draped around her shoulders. He recognized both of them. The tall, lithe girl was none other Nephis of the immortal Flame Clan, Changing Star. While the second girl was Kasha, the blind girl he had thought was doomed to die the moment she entered the dream realm. Guess I was wrong. Changing Star's eyes locked onto Hugo's towering figure, assessing him coolly before speaking in a calm tone. You are the paragon of purity, correct? Hugo nodded, a slow, heavy motion. That I am. Changing Star, I presume, he said before turning his head into Cassie and Kasha, I'm glad you're well and alive. His voice came out as a ragged, terrifying rumble making the blind girl shiver slightly. Excuse me, but do I know you? Kasha asked, hesitant. Ah, right. I'm Hugo. I was the second person sitting with you in the academy. I understand why you'd be confused, considering my ability changes my voice and physical appearance. And also his entire personality, but they didn't need to know that. Kasha's face lit up slightly. Ah, right. I'm glad you're alive too. Hugo took a step closer, which made Changing Star tense slightly. Are all of these people racist? He shouted internally, gritting his teeth and looking at Sunny. So, what now? Sunny crossed his arms. Well, remember that massive hill we saw earlier? Maybe we should go there. Kasha smiled a little at the mention of the hill. Actually, we spent the last few days on that hill. We were just about to go back. Sunny seemed to lick his lips a little, a gesture that disgusted Hugo quite a bit. Well, can we come with you? Nephis looked at the odd pair with a neutral expression before speaking in a cold tone. No. She's racist. Hugo thought, suddenly feeling the urge to swing his trident at her. Problem, Nephis finished. She's not racist. He lowered his trident slightly, a bit disappointed for some strange reason. Sunny smiled hesitantly, feeling the awkwardness in the air. Well. All right then. They spent a couple of minutes walking towards the hill. It seemed Nephis had already memorized the paths, which was a great help. Hugo's Omnitrix timed out just as they reached the hill's base, which was incredibly convenient as climbing a hill while being a 15-foot giant wouldn't have been a pleasant experience. So, carefully, they used a rope, one of Nephi's memories, and began their ascent, pulling Kasha up with them. The blind girl's inability to do anything by herself was a difficult predicament and would likely hinder them in combat, but Hugo wasn't keen on voicing his thoughts in front of the two girls. After reaching the top, Hugo glanced at Sunny, who was discussing various things with Nephis and Kasha, such as sharing food and water, the carapace scavengers' movements, and what Sunny and he had seen during their first night here. Hugo didn't have much to add, so he remained silent even as they all sat down and cooked the food they shared. Ah, water. What a luxury, he thought as he drank greedily from Cassie's memory. When they finished their meal, the dark sea had returned, and the night was upon them once more. Everything was consumed by absolute darkness. That darkness frightened Hugo more than anything, reminding him of his house during long, lonely nights. There was also the fact that he would be utterly helpless if any of the three decided to attack him, especially Sunny, who had shown the ability to see in the darkness. It seemed Sunny and Nephis were having similar thoughts as none of them spoke. Suddenly, Kasha broke the silence with a bright voice. how about we formally introduce ourselves? I'm Cassie. Neff, Changing Star's voice reverberated through the darkness. Then Sunny, who was next to him, spoke. I'm Sunless. But you can call me Sunny. Lastly, it was Hugo's turn. I'm Hugo, he said calmly. Strangely enough, Hugo felt a bit out of place in this group. They all seemed so interesting, while he was quite the boring person. I guess I didn't really develop much of a personality. Unaware of his thoughts, Sunny spoke again. Since we're going to be depending on each other, should we share what abilities and memories we have at our disposal? Hugo flinched, his eyes locking onto the spot where Sunny's voice had come from. It was a reasonable question, but the boy hadn't bothered to ask him anything about his abilities during their first night together, so Hugo was a little baffled. What surprised him even more was that Sunny was the first to reveal his cards. I'll start. My attributes give me an affinity to shadows. I also have a slight affiliation to divinity. Lastly, I am prone to finding myself in unlikely situations. He is telling the truth. Not that we doubted your honesty. Cassie said. Really? That's good to know. But, why are you so sure that I'm being honest? Oh! That's my ability. I can see people's attributes. Sometimes, I also receive, visions. They can be about the future or the past. I mean, that's what I think, it only happened a couple of times. A seer, then. And I thought she couldn't get any creepier. Hugo thought, feeling a strange unease around this seemingly harmless girl. He found himself lost in thought as the conversation progressed until one particular line brought him back. Have you ever used your ability in the academy? Changing Star asked the shadow, clearly indicating he had done something scandalous with his ability. Oh! So a racist, a misogynist, and a pervert. This guy is an entire package deal. In the academy? Sure, of course. Why? Sunny spoke before widening his eyes in horror, at least, that's what Hugo imagined in the dark. But I have never used it to do anything improper. You have to believe me. Sunny went on to explain why he was innocent and how he didn't use his ability for anything improper because he was too busy learning how to survive. Sunny continued, anyway, that's my ability. As for memories, I have 3. One is an armor, one is a sword, and the last one is a really loud bell. Now it was Nephi's turn. My attributes give me an affinity to light and fire, as well as a strong affiliation to divinity. I have 2 memories, a rope and a sword. The rope is very sturdy and can change its length. The sword is very sharp and can protect its wielder against soul attacks, to a certain extent. My ability can be used to heal. A healer. That's great. Hugo thought with a bit of enthusiasm. It's my turn? Cassie said hesitantly. My attributes are nothing special. I guess I have an affinity to revelations and fate. My ability is like I told you before. It's not very useful. About my memories, I have 3, the bottle, the wooden staff, and this armor. You already know about the bottle. The staff can create wind. The armor is actually of the awakened rank, Neff gave it to me when we met. It has a very powerful protective charm. The fact that Changing Star had been benevolent enough to give such a powerful memory to the blind girl was strange to Hugo. While some people were kind, Nephi's didn't strike him as a saint, both literally and figuratively, so he made a note to keep track of that. Understanding his companion's characters was definitely necessary. Finally, the trio went silent, awaiting their 4th, mysterious member to speak up. Hugo sighed, unsure how much he was willing to share. My attributes are a bit strange. I have 6 in total, each changing my body, shadow, and soul to a different extent. One of these attributes allows me to have perfect memory and an immunity to mind attacks that I'm still not sure how it works. He didn't see it, but he could feel Changing Star and Sunny both turn their attention to Cassie. He's telling the truth, the girl said. She must have been particularly confused by his soulbound, attribute, which had traits in it, but she said nothing for the moment. My aspect, as you might have guessed already, allows me to transform into certain creatures for around 10 minutes. Hugo suddenly went silent, debating whether he should tell them the true extent of his aspect. There's also more than one transformation if you're wondering, he added, not sharing the fact there was a recharge time between each transformation or the fact he can scan almost any creature that isn't a human. As for my memories, I have a charm that makes me stronger, a trident that muffles my presence and can also create vortexes, and there's a compass which can guide me to anything I think about, but its range is weak considering it's of the dormant rank. Then there's a spyglass memory that's decent for scouting and... Suddenly a voice cut him off. There's still more? Just how many memories do you have? Sunny's annoyed voice rang out through the darkness, making Hugo a bit agitated. Well, more memories than you, Hugo retorted. The shadow user fell silent before snarling in frustration. As I was saying, Hugo continued, I also have 2 armors. He decided to leave Polymorphic Crystal out of the conversation for now. Then it was Changing Star who spoke, her voice tinged with interest. You said you have 2 armor memories, correct? He nodded, though the gesture felt stupid in the pitch black. Yes. Changing Star remained silent for a moment before speaking. Is there any way we can make a deal? I would like one of the armors. Hugo remained silent for a moment. In truth, he could just give it to her considering they were now teammates, which would increase their chances of survival. Their WZS, also the FZCT Thay, Chitinous Corpus, was useless to him being of the dormant rank. But getting a deal would certainly be nice. Yes, although I'd warn you, the memory is of the dormant rank and has only 1 enchantment. That doesn't matter. It's better than nothing, she said, her voice as calm as ever. So, what do you want in exchange for it? Well, do you have soul shards? No. But I will have some once we hunt tomorrow. Then how about you give me 3 soul shards, and I give the armor to you now? Changing Star was silent for a bit, thinking about the offer, before sighing. Deal. All right. I can't really see you, so can you come closer? He suddenly felt someone facing him. He touched her hand slightly, it was colder than stone. You have lost a memory. The spell's voice rang out as he transferred the memory to her. Instantly, Nephi summoned the armor. A white shower of sparks adorned her figure as the dark, chitinous carapace materialized. It contrasted against her silver hair but gave her a slightly more terrifying aura. Thank you, Changing Star said before returning to her spot next to Cassie in silence. Sunny once again broke the silence. Well, it seems we have more than enough to survive. Cassie as a seer is incredibly useful for warning us of danger through her visions, Nephi's is a healer, and Hugo is extremely versatile, especially as a damage dealer, while I can be a scout. This is a perfect lineup if you ask me. Silence. Sunny sighed, his disappointment practically vibrating through the air. Well, I think we should go to sleep. It's late. All right. I'll take the first watch, said Nephi's. Sunny retorted, actually, my shadow doesn't sleep. It can wake us up if something happens. Changing Star spoke again, her tone impassive. I'll take the first watch. He stopped arguing, clearly finding it impossible to reason with Changing Star. Sunny and Cassie then went to sleep in their own separate spots, while Nephi simply remained seated where she was. Hugo followed the shadow and the oracle's lead and settled into a sleeping position. Should I try hunting in the sea again? A crazy idea ran through his head, tempting him with the potential of scanning more creatures and acquiring memories or even an echo. No, that would be dangerous and stupid. Besides, I've already got an aquatic imprint that's incredibly fast, so it's not worth it. There was also the problem of the transformation timer, which was limited to 10 minutes. One slight miscalculation and Hugo would find himself trapped in a sea filled with harrowing abominations. So he simply decided to sleep, pushing all thoughts away as he peacefully drifted into the embrace of slumber. In the morning, Sunny and Nephi's were the first to get up, finding Hugo swinging his trident some distance away while the sun was rising and the sea was retreating. They made a fire and began preparing a simple breakfast. With Kasia still asleep, they did not talk to each other much. It was as if the previous night's conversation had never happened. However, after some time, they somehow ended up discussing the plan for the next few days. Nephi's had some ideas. With what you told us about scavengers crowding to the west, the logical step would be to start moving east as soon as we can. Of course, north and south are also acceptable, but that won't put as much space between us and the enemy. Sunny nodded, agreeing with that logic. We have explored to the east a little, but not enough to confidently make it to the next high point in a day. That's why the best course of action would be to spend today scouting a path to that group of cliffs over there and move the camp tomorrow. Hugo, who had been quietly listening while checking the heart compass, finally spoke up. East makes sense. Whenever I think of danger it points towards west, so it's definitely a bad idea. Sunny sighed. Well, that aside, do you have any idea where we are? Would there be a human citadel to the east? Nephi shook her head. I'd never heard of a region that fits the characteristics of this place. In any case, we have to move to find out more. We'll either find a citadel, encounter an unconquered gateway, or die. East is as good of a direction as any. Plus, it's the safest, because there's a horde of monsters to the west. Hugo looked at the two with a hesitant expression, knowing full well they were fooling each other. The truth was grim and clear. This was an undiscovered region of the dream realm. At that point, Cassie suddenly sat up straight. Her eyes were wide open, and her face was a little pale. She looked both nervous and excited. Nephi frowned. Cassie? What's the matter? The blind girl turned to them and smiled. A vision. I had a vision. Please don't be something horrible. Hugo grimaced, his hands clutching his compass slightly. Meanwhile, Changing Star stretched her hand, as though prepared to summon her sword. Are we in danger? Cassie energetically shook her head. No, it's not that. People. I saw a castle full of people. She smiled and pointed with her finger. I don't know how far it is, but I'm sure that it's in that direction. Sunny and Nephi looked at each other, not knowing whether to be glad or petrified. Hugo watched them, a skeptical frown forming on his face. Cassie's small, delicate finger was confidently pointing west. Chapter 24, Monster. After a short conversation with Cassie, the cohort decided on leading the hill, carefully retracing their steps from yesterday with the help of Sunny's shadow. The mood was oddly grim through the entire walk, with neither Nephi nor Cassie speaking to each other. That left only Hugo and Sunny, who were also unfriendly, to say the least. Suddenly, Sunny froze and quickly turned his head to the trio behind him. Halt! His voice was a shout, but it was muffled as well. There are scavengers on the path ahead, 6 of them. They're slowly moving in our direction. Nephi cast a gaze forward. There was a calculating look on her face. They're done with the carcass? No, I don't think so. But maybe there's not enough meat for everyone anymore, so some stragglers had no choice but to leave with an empty stomach. Nephi nodded and gestured to a nearby branching path. We'll circle around them. Hugo looked at 2 slightly before summoning the emerald spyglass and observing the scavengers with a strange expression on his face. I can take them. The trio looked at him with a petrified expression on their faces. Even the aloof Changing Star showed a reaction. Are you crazy? Sunny retorted instantly. No, not really. But I said I can take them. I know what you said. But how exactly do you plan on killing all of them? Even when you were transformed you barely held off one of them the last time. Hugo looked at Sunny, then at Changing Star, then back to Sunny. Sunny, last time I was in a rush to protect you from being sliced in half and it was a new creature I was against. Now they aren't, as I've perfectly memorized their moveset. There's also the fact that in terms of strength, I'm superior to all of them. His voice was steady and firm. Besides, You two can help me. I can take out one of them through a surprise attack, then deal with the others with your help." Sunny still looked unconvinced, his sharp gaze never leaving Hugo. However, before he could argue more, it was Changing Star who spoke nude. "Aren't you overestimating yourself? These are awakened beasts, after all." Hugo looked at her for a long minute, unsure how to answer. How was he supposed to explain that he, too, was on the same rank in class when transformed without revealing too much? "While it may not seem like it, my transformation grants me more than just raw strength. It enhances my reflexes tenfold, and my charm is also an augmentation type. I'm powerful enough to take these scavengers head-on. And even if that's not the case and things go south, I can guarantee that I'll be able to hold them off long enough for you two to escape." Nephi's looked at him strangely, a mix of unease and suspicion on her face, before she finally nodded. "It's worth a try." Sunny's eyes widened, looking at her with a betrayed expression. "Hey! I never agreed to any of this." Hugo looked at his shadowy companion before adding with a smile, "And you don't have to. But I'd greatly appreciate it if you did. After all, I saved your life twice by now." "Did you just blackmail me?" Hugo's smile widened. "Life is a matter of perspectives, Sunny. Look at it however you want, but it'll be pretty sad if you don't agree to help me and I die because of that." The pale boy gritted his teeth, muttering something about how they were all insane. "Fine. You crazy bastard, what's the plan?" Nephi's crouched slightly next to Sunny. "We can leave Cassie here safely hidden while we three engage. First, Hugo would draw their attention by attacking them head-on. Then, while they're distracted, we can pick them off one by one." She looked at Hugo before adding, "Are you truly confident in your ability to take down one of them through a surprise attack?" Hugo nodded. "My memory is incredibly powerful, and I have a way of making you two completely invisible, sort of. You just need to wait for a signal." Nephi nodded. "All right. Wait, no cool last line?" "Lame." Sunny and Hugo thought in unison. Near a gigantic carcass, 6 harrowing carapace scavengers were feasting off a dead abomination, their chitinous mouths devouring the flesh greedily while contending against each other, ripping apart parts of their own bodies to get more flesh. The sight was revolting and terrifying, showing the profanity of the nightmarish creatures. But that profanity was not meant to last, as a certain figure descended from the sky like a divine judgment. The figure was a 15-foot tall, tentacle giant wielding a mighty trident. That trident was currently facing down, its 4 sharp edges like teeth waiting to devour the abominations. Hugo crashed on top of one of the scavengers, having saturated himself with essence to leap incredibly high from the sky, while the silent stalker enchantment had kept him relatively hidden. The carapace scavenger instantly crumbled against the force and weight of Hugo and his trident, immediately getting flattened to the ground. "You have slain an awakened beast, carapace scavenger." The other scavengers reeled from the impact, instantly turning to face the non-corrupted attacker. But Hugo never gave them the chance to retaliate. With the polymorphic crystal, upgrading the Black Pearl Trident to the ascended rank, he activated the Vortex enchantment. All hell broke loose. The liquids and fluids in the air and these left over by the dark sea were forcefully pulled out by the trident, making them spin into a small hurricane. But of course, that hurricane was of the ascended rank, sending the scavengers flying through the sky violently. Nephi's POV. Nephi and Sunny watched from the shadows as a gigantic figure hit the ground and crushed a scavenger entirely. Changing Star calculating eyes took in every inch of the scene as she saw how effortlessly the monster shifter killed an awakened beast. Just who the hell is he? It really did not make sense. He was one of only 3 people in history to gain a true name during their first nightmare. The first 2 had been Nephi's mother and Nephi's herself, but both of them had come from a renowned legacy clan with incredible training, and Nephi's herself had been tampered with like steel through surviving countless assassination attempts sent by the sovereigns. The paragon of purity, on the other hand, had come out of nowhere, with no notable background, and shook the entire academy in merely 3 weeks, perhaps even catching the attention of one of the great clans considering they kept watch on aspiring young talents. There was also the possibility that he might possess a divine aspect which did not escape Nephi's attention. While she herself was insanely powerful, the aspect Hugo possessed was beyond ridiculous. His transformation allowed him to go toe-to-toe with a seasoned awakened and even overpower him in terms of raw strength. Not only that, but according to Sunny, he had more than one transformation, which further certified Nephi's suspicion. Could he have been sent by the great clans? She frowned, trying to imagine herself besting a monster who could change between a myriad of transformations. That imagination was not pretty, but of course, that was not going to stop Nephi's. She was Changing Star, after all, the last heir of the immortal Flame Clan. If she willed it, then who dared to stop her? Besides, a fight with Hugo could easily be avoided if he wasn't who Nephi suspected he was. She turned to Sunny, who was practically invisible in the shadows. He, too, radiated a strange feeling. Nephi felt as if the boy wasn't at all what he seemed. Even when compared to Hugo, he seemed like the most dangerous one. Perhaps even more dangerous than her. What a terrifying bunch I came across. Just as she thought that, she saw a gigantic vortex of water happen where Hugo was attacking the scavengers. She recognized it instantly. That was the signal. She looked at Sunny once again, who in turn met her gaze. They both nodded at each other, understanding what to do. Right as the vortex ended, revealing the bewildered mess of Carapace's scavengers, Sunny and Nephi's descended upon them with terrifying speed. Sunny's shadow slid into his body, encasing him in complete darkness. Instantly, his power doubled as he rushed past Nephi's and jumped towards a scavenger that was flipped onto its back. In the last moment, his shadow detached from his body and slid into his blade, further augmenting it. The blade effortlessly sliced through the scavenger's head, killing it on the spot. Nephi's only had moments to watch as she rushed towards another scavenger, wisps of white flame igniting in her eyes as she went to attack one of the scavenger's injured limbs. Screech! A sickening groan reverberated as Changing Star drove her blade through the scavenger, injuring it mortally but not quite killing it yet. On the other side, the Paragon of Purity unleashed his harrowing power upon the crab-like abominations, swinging his trident like a herald of death. The two scavengers that attempted to overwhelm him through numbers did so to no avail. He perfectly dodged each of their strikes with agility impossible for his size, and even the attacks that landed did not do much damage against the giant monster. Sunny, on the other hand, moved towards the scavenger Nephi's was fighting, striking it from the shadows. The scavenger reeled from the impact, turning its attention towards the shadow. That was its biggest mistake. Nephi's eyes ignited in furious white light as her entire body was augmented by soul flame. Of course, that also triggered her flaw, making her feel the pain of being burnt alive on the spot, but she bore with it. She rushed forward and with a surge of incredible strength, thrust her sword into the scavenger's distracted back. Then she grabbed the hilt firmly and ran to the other side, driving her blade through the scavenger body and opening up the entirety of its back. The insides of the abomination spilled out in a disgusting mess of flesh and blood, but Changing Star did not stop. She sent her soul flame towards her blade, cooking the scavenger alive as her furious white flame devoured its soul and body. In moments, Nephi's heard the sweet voice of the spell that she despised more than anything in this world. You have slain an awakened beast, Carapace's scavenger. Your soul shines brighter. Nephi's gasped for air as she pulled out her blade, feeling the huge amount of soul fragments entering her soul due to her innate ability. The pain, paired with the remnant of her flaw, was almost unbearable, making her fall to her knees while using her sword to support herself. The Paragon of Purity had finished one of the scavengers and was currently in the process of killing the second, making Nephi's question if he was even human. What a monster! However, in that moment of pain, Nephi suddenly had a dreadful realization. 1, 2, 3. She counted the scavengers, clearly remembering there were 6 of them when they decided to begin their attack. Her head jerked around at the last moment, her eyes widening as she saw a giant pincer coming down at her. Sunny's POV. Sunny watched as Changing Star cooked the abomination alive, her white flames destroying the scavenger as if the heat of the sun itself had descended upon the vile nightmare creature. Could be used to heal, my ass, Sunny thought bitterly, as he watched Changing Star suddenly fall to her knees, wincing in pain. Huh? Is that her flaw? Before he could even finish the thought, Sunny's eyes widened as he saw another scavenger launch at Changing Star from behind, approaching with terrible speed. Shit! He thought, looking at Hugo, who was too far away to do anything, then back at the defenseless Changing Star. His body moved on its own, sliding through the shadows as his own enveloped him. The scavenger's pincer descended upon Nephi's, threatening to crush her entire body. But thankfully, the Legacy Princess was not going to sit idly and let that happen. Instead, she spun around, barely avoiding the attack within a hair's breadth. The pincer slid past her arm, injuring it slightly as her memory armor was ripped. The scavenger moved to attack once again, but the treacherous lost from light was already upon it. Leaping off the ground, Sunny clung to the scavenger like a parasite, driving his blade into its head over and over again. Yet somehow, the carapace creature did not die instantly, as it was not injured like the rest of its vile siblings. Shit! Just die already, you bastard! He snarled, burying the sword deep within its skull, but the scavenger still did not relent, resisting until the end. That was when Sunny sensed another shadow approaching, a shadow that was vast and strange, a shadow that was unwelcomed by other shadows. Something slammed into the carapace scavenger as it was trying to swat Sunny away from it. It was Hugo, whose shoulder bumped the abomination in his terrifying form, sending it flying through the coral. Of course, Sunny was still on top of it, but he still managed to use the last ounce of his strength to remove his blade and jump off. At the same time, the spell credited him for the kill. You have slain an awakened beast, carapace scavenger. Your shadow grows stronger. You have received an echo. Sunny rolled on the ground, his limbs feeling numb and hurt. He shot his head upward, piercing Hugo with a menacing gaze. You asshole! I was right there, screamed Sunny. Hugo, on the other hand, tilted his tentacle head, his expression harsh and unchanging. You jumped, didn't you? And you're not terribly hurt, so it's fine. The cold words hit Sunny instantly. He had known Hugo did not have the best of characters, but blatantly disregarding his safety like that was just too much. He grimaced. What if I didn't react on time next time? The paragon of purity's eyes narrowed as he looked at the shadow. Then you die. Sunny gritted his teeth, a cold, unrelenting seed of hatred blooming within his heart. Just wait, you bastard. Hugo's POV. Hugo took in the state of his companions. One was battered and the other was reeling on the ground. Surprisingly, instead of feeling guilt at risking his companions' lives like that, he simply felt disappointment by their performance. They were too weak, too soft, too human. The disregard for Sunny's safety did make him feel a bit of guilt, but his pride as a chimera sui generis would never allow him to apologize, so he simply swept it under the rug. He's overreacting anyway. He still owes me his life, Hugo thought bitterly as he crushed the soul shards from the 3 abominations he killed, raising his soul fragments counter to 10 1,000ths, which was a little infuriating, but there was nothing he could do about it at the moment. Unless... Hugo walked towards the corpse of the scavenger Nephi's killed and pulled out the soul shard from it. Sunny and Nephi's got up and fixed themselves as they watched him take the soul shard and crush it in his palm. 12 1,000ths. It was within his deal with Nephi's as she still owned him 3 shards, but Sunny still gave him a dark look while Changing Star simply shrugged as she went to extract the meat from the scavengers. At that moment, Hugo heard a beeping sound coming from his chest. The Omnitrix flared red as he detransformed back to his human form in flash of red light. He scoffed a little, feeling the weakness and fragility of his dormant form returning. Guys! Sunny said on the way back to where Cassie was hidden, making them stop, fearing they were against another abomination. What is it? Hugo said, feeling a bit guilty about his earlier treatment of Sunny. Sunny simply ignored him and looked at Changing Star. I got an echo. Her eyes widened in shock. An echo was an incredible resource to have in the dream realm, one of an awakened beast, no less. That's great. Nephi muttered, a strange look on her face as they reached the place Cassie was hidden in. Hugo turned to Sunny and said in a calm voice, "Congratulations." Sunny shot him a side glance before rolling his eyes in annoyance before saying, "Whatever." Hugo's shoulders slumped a little as he mentally sighed, "I deserve it. Stupid flaw." Later during the day, they repeated the same process when taking down a group of 3 scavengers, hiding Cassie, sending Hugo to attack first, and then Sunny and Nephi would join the battle. Now armed with Sunny's echo, the process was even easier than ever, not that it had gone on for that long, although that did not mean it wasn't exhausting. Especially for Hugo, who began to develop a strange mental fatigue from transforming and detransforming constantly. Who would have guessed that constantly shifting your soul and body would be bad for you? Currently, they were waiting on the edge of the labyrinth path leading directly to the giant statue of the Headless Knight. There was a group of scavengers blocking their path that did not stand much of a chance. The sunset was near, but they still had time. Helping Cassie along, Sunny followed Changing Star and quickly traversed the open space between the labyrinth and the statue. Now, they only had to get on top of it, which was incredibly infuriating because of Cassie's inability. "I should stop thinking like that," he grimaced, feeling a mix of disgust and hatred for himself. Hugo, being the one who was less exhausted, physically carried Cassie the most during the climb, switching between Sunny and Nephi when he got too tired. "I really should work on getting a flying imprint." They had finally reached the top. Not long after, the dark sea returned, flooding the world in complete darkness. The cohort couldn't risk making a fire to cook the food, so they simply ate the food dry, drinking water to pass it. "This is disgusting." Hugo grimaced, forcing himself to chew on the meat. After that, Sunny and Nephi split the rewards between them, with Nephi giving him the remaining 2 soul shards, sealing their DEA. Hugo felt guilty because of that, but he still didn't refuse the shards, bringing his soul shards total to 16 1,000ths. It was then that Sunny did something bizarre, again, and gave his shard to Nephi. Don't tell me he's feeling guilty for her, Hugo thought, wondering if the paranoid boy could actually feel that type of emotion. He was then proven correct as Sunny explained why it was strategically better if Nephi got the shards. And he also made a deal with her to train him, which made perfect sense for someone like Sunny who came from the outskirts. Hugo found the idea quite interesting, as receiving tutelage from a legacy princess was definitely a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, but alas, his main weapon was a spear/trident while Nephi and Sunny used swords. It was currently the middle of the night, Cassie was asleep, Sunny was swinging his sword, and Nephi was taking guard. And Hugo found himself feeling incredibly bored while also being unable to sleep. So he did the only thing he can to pass the time. He brought out his spell runes, mainly focusing on his Aspect Legacy. Aspect Legacy, the Last Testament. Aspect Legacy description: I, the first thinker, have foreseen the end and could not stop it. And so, I leave this record. Let this stand as my testament against the vile strings of fate and the one who weaved them. Within this record lies the proof of our world and the hope for what may one day be again. You who are reading this is the testament of our existence. So I beg of you, whoever you are, do not fail us. First playlist, locked. Second playlist, locked. Third playlist, locked. Fourth playlist, locked. Fifth playlist, locked. Sixth playlist, locked. Seventh playlist, locked. He had long contemplated what his Aspect Legacy was supposed to offer him in terms of power, eventually reaching the conclusion that it was most likely going to be a unique imprint. But that left one important question. Just what do I do to unlock it? He looked at the shimmering runes, trying to find anything that could lead him to unlocking the first playlist. Of course that too lead to nowhere. Eventually, he sighed, deciding to enter his soul sea. The gigantic blue maze appeared in front of him, making Hugo shiver slightly as he remembered the sight of the hundreds of imprints looking at him from that vision back in the academy. Maybe I could find them, Hugo said, walking through the complicated maze. The place was utterly enormous, spanning over dozens of turns and hundreds of walls, each inscribed with strange lines similar to the ones the Galvans had in their tech. Just what is this place? Hugo traced his hand on the walls, feeling a strange amount of energy coursing through it. That same energy was familiar, resenting with something deep within his soul. It was Omni energy. He couldn't quite manipulate that energy, but he could feel it. And currently it was concentrated in a single spot, as if it was trying to lead Hugo somewhere. Taking the right turns and paths, Hugo continued forward, his expression hardening slightly as his senses were alerting him of something. Taking one last turn, Hugo came across something new. Instead of the countless turns and paths of the maze, there's a desolate space in his soul sea, and in the middle of that space was a singular object that was not supposed to be there. It was a door. Chapter 25, Corruption. Hugo froze, blinking several times to confirm that he was not seeing things. A door. It's a fucking door. The sheer absurdity of it was staggering. A door, here in the sanctum of his own soul sea? Divine aspect or not, it was ridiculous. The door itself was strange. It was forged from a smooth, gray metallic material which was featureless save for a complex locking mechanism that spanned its center. Etched into the lock, clear and unmistakable, was the symbol of the Omnitrix. However, the most bewildering part was that it led nowhere, it simply stood alone in the blue vastness, a definitive object in the middle of the maze. Hugo approached cautiously, his curiosity getting the better of him. He pressed a hand against its cool, unyielding surface. Nothing happened. He tried pushing it, then shoving it with his shoulder. He ran his fingers over the lock, searching for a keyhole or a mechanism but finding none. He even delivered a frustrated kick, the impact sending a dull thud echoing through the silent expanse. Nothing worked. Just what the spell is this? He muttered, frowning at his own choice of words. His eyes dropped to his arm, to the Omnitrix nestled there. The hourglass symbol was glowing brighter and more intensely than he had ever seen it, pulsing with a light that felt like the relic would explode at any moment. It doesn't usually do that. His frown deepened into confusion. Then, without any warning, an invisible force seized him, violent and absolute. The Omnitrix itself seemed to latch onto the door, magnetically pulling his entire body forward with it. His arm, which was bonded with the device, slammed flat against the locked surface. A wave of energy, pure, potent omni-energy, spasmed from the core of the watch and poured into the door. The transfer was instantaneous over as soon as it began. The magnetic pull weakened before vanishing entirely, leaving Hugo stumbling back, hard hammering against his ribs. Click. The sound was soft and cool, making the intricate lock disengage, its components sliding apart with a series of quiet, precise clicks. The metal of the door didn't swing open, instead it unraveled, folding in on itself to reveal what it had guarded. Inside was not a room but a beautiful, shimmering crack in the very fabric of his soul sea. It was a wound of brilliant blue light which was constantly changing its shape and dimensions, never settling on one form for too long. It was like looking into a colored mirror that reflected nothing but pure energy. And that filled Hugo with an unsettling awe. Do I, or do I not? He circled the phenomenon, noting with a creeping unease that it was perfectly three-dimensional. No matter what angle he viewed it from, it presented a solid surface with no frame or edges. What's the manual for when you find a crack in reality inside your soul sea? Yeah, there was none. After long moments of hesitation, he finally gave in. And with a final steadying breath, Hugo closed his eyes and stepped through. Weirdly, he felt nothing. The lack of sensation was in itself deeply disappointing. Opening his eyes, Hugo found himself in a circular chamber that was achingly familiar in its advanced sterile aesthetic. He recognized it at first sight. It was Galvantech, reminiscent of the lab from his first nightmare. The floor and ceiling were seamless dark marble adorned with multiple lines that were now blue instead of green. The most striking features were the 10 massive containment pods forming a perfect circle across the room, each one dwarfing him in size. Each of them was filled with a different slowly shifting liquids that made each one distinct from other. One held a bubbling magenta fluid, another a swirling gray gas, and a third a viscous silver liquid. Hugo shivered, a familiar cold dread seeping into his bones as he remembered his own time trapped in a similar pod. The Galvans sure love their pods. He sighed with an annoyed expression on his face before walking over to the pod filled with what looked like molten rock and fire, a churning mix of magma and actual flame. Although there was something strangely wrong about the leaked. Squinting, he peered deeper into the radiant liquid. There, at its heart, he saw it. A tiny, shifting speck of absolute darkness, not the natural absence of light but a physical vile darkness that felt repulsive and wrong in a way he could not explain. It was a seed of pure corruption, and as Hugo stared, he felt it staring back with a sliver of strange malevolence focused solely on him. Hugo took a step back, horrified by the realization that something so vile was nestling within his soul. Just what the hell is that? His breath hitched as he covered his mouth, feeling a wave of nausea twisting his stomach. Then something happened. A voice spoke in his mind with a cold robotic tone that was different from the sweet voice of the spell. Corrupted DNA sample detected. Corruption detected. Purifying corruption. Purification impossible. Failsafe activated. Generating a trial. Wah! Wielder of the Omnitrix. Pre-aper for your trial. Before Hugo could protest, an unseen force gripped him, yanking him forward. His body phased through the solid pod as if it were mist, with his consciousness blurring and stretching before being violently ripped from his soul sea. Hugo opened his eyes to absolute nothings. A void, but not the empty quiet of the dream realm's sky, nor was it the same void filled with a myriad of stars. This was a deeper, more profound emptiness, as if light and darkness had no room to exist in this place. Then, a change happened in the endless static voice. From his left arm, a single point of azure light sprouted. Then, just as it was born, the light grew, its light not only illuminating the void but consuming it, rewriting the nothingness with its own blueprint. In the span of a heartbeat, Hugo found himself standing on a new world. A world of literal fire. Although that fire was not mundane, the world itself was made of a divine, all-consuming flame, threatening to devour anything within it. Volcanoes erupted endlessly, painting the sky in shades of orange and yellow, while rivers of magma carved glowing paths through cracked, obsidian plains. Don't tell me this is a nightmare. He paled, the memory of his first nightmare a fresh scar on his psyche. No, calm down. Surely my aspect can't generate nightmare trials. Right? That would be absurd and above else, not possible. Right? He looked down at himself, realizing that he was naked, yet strangely enough, he felt no heat whatsoever, which made him even more confused. Although that confusion could be answered after he gets himself prepared. Hugo willed his memories into being. Prototech armor encased him in a cool, familiar embrace. The black pearl trident materialized in his hand with a comforting weight, and Conqueror's wrath settled around his neck, saturating his body with its enchantments. Hugo let out a shaky breath as he thanked the gods that he still had access to his memories. The Omnitrix was also still on his wrist, though it felt as if the connection between it and him was a bit strained for some odd reason. Then, Hugo suddenly heard movement from behind him. Spinning his head and body, Hugo watched as a figure emerged from the infernal landscape. It was a humanoid creature, its body a framework of dark red, rocky skin struggling to contain a core of bright, searing magma. A large flame burned where its head should be, its face replaced by a mask-like face forming within the fire, complete with a lashing, fiery tongue. It was a being of pure, elemental power. But it was wrong. So terribly wrong. The flames that wreathed it, which should have been a brilliant red or orange, were instead the color of the dark sea itself, a deep, profane black. A visible aura of corruption clung to it, putting a stain on its beautiful flames. Hugo had no doubt that the figure was a nightmare creature, and an incredibly powerful one at that. Just my luck. Hugo immediately slammed the Omnitrix dial. A flash of blue light washed over him as his body blurred, shifted and expanded. The transformation into the Chimera Sui Generis was instantaneous as the familiar, monstrous power flooded his limbs, but then something else happened. His fear didn't just lessen, instead it was completely erased. His racing thoughts, his logical mind, and even his very sanity. They all receded, swallowed by one primal drive. There was the vile creature. And there was a way to kill it. Nothing else mattered. the corrupted fire being shot forward, not running but flying through, propelling itself on jets of black flame. It moved with harrowing speed towards Hugo's giant frame, who barely twisted his massive body to the side, the heat of its passage washing over him. Seizing the opening, he swung his trident, aiming to end the battle in one swift strike. But the abomination was faster than him. It leaped back with strange agility, dodging the gigantic trident with ease. Then its arms spread wide open, facing Hugo's direction. From its open palms, the corrupt flames within its body gathered, focused, and lastly reconstructed into a single concentrated beam of pure black fire, all in a single moment. There was no time to dodge. The subsonic attack hit him square in the chest, engulfing his gigantic frame in an instant. Agony. That was the only thing he felt at that moment. A profound, soul-deep agony as the dark flames tried to devour him while. It was a pain that rivaled the experiments of his first nightmare, the sensation of his very flesh being cooked alive. But the key word here was almost. Through the torment, he persisted through the flames. His resistance, attribute granted by this form, was amplified by Heart of Cinders. Enchantment created a desperate bulwark against the disintegration. He could resist the flames, yes, but he could not escape it. The sheer velocity of the flame beam pinned him in place, making him feel like a bug under a magnifying glass under a cruel sun. Every second was an eternity of suffering that he could not escape. Well, isn't this just perfect? His mind raced, trying to find anything that could get him out of this situation. But there was none. His skin was already mechying, and his memories, while strong, would not last forever against the heat. Memories. Suddenly, a brilliant idea came to his mind. He summoned the polymorphic crystal and poured his essence into it, activating the greed enchantment. Instantly, the tyrannical pressure of the flames lessened as the crystal began to siphon the corrupt fire, treating the devastating energy as just another resource to be consumed. Hugo watched as the crystal glowed, saturated with stolen power, reaching its absolute limit. Now, he triggered its other enchantment, envy. All the stored corrupted energy was converted into a violent blast of kinetic force. Hugo aimed it directly back at his attacker. The crimson energy tore through the ongoing beam. The counterforce slammed into the abomination and sent it hurtling backward, cracks immediately appearing across its rocky armor. Hugo didn't wait. He charged, his powerful legs carrying him forward as he merged the crystal with his trident, feeling it ascend in rank. As the creature struggled to rise, its head, or what was supposed to be one, was met with the 4 sharp teeth of the ascended trident, impaling it with a sickening crunch. But the creature was not so weak-willed. As even with its skull pierced, it fought on, its deformed hands clawing at him, desperate to bring him down. Just die already. Hugo's voice was a guttural roar. He wrenched the trident upward, the abomination's body dangling from the prongs, and slammed it down onto the hard ground with earth-shattering force. Then, he brought his gigantic boot down, crushing and pressing down against the abomination while ignoring the searing heat that radiated from its broken form. The sound of snapping rock and sizzling flesh was a drumbeat to his rage. He discarded the trident, the creature still skewered on it, and then with his bare hands, he grabbed the broken body, one hand on its legs while the other was on its torso, and pulled with all his awakened might. Crack! The abomination's form groaned, then resisted for a single strained moment, and then it gave way under Hugo's harrowing power. Hugo roared as he tore it clean in half. Ah, yeah. He didn't stop. The foreign emotions of the body he was inhabiting, its rage, its hate, its primal need to destroy its opponent, consumed him entirely, drowning his own fear and desperation. He threw the separate parts to the ground and fell upon the torso, his mighty fists rising and falling in a relentless, mindless rhythm, pounding it into dust as the earth beneath him shook. Just die, 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 die. He was screaming, begging for the spell's voice, for any sign that it was over. His anger, his hate, his fear, and the alien madness of his form collided, each feeding the other in a vicious cycle, to the point where he was no longer able to determine where his own self begun and where the transformation ended. He was losing himself, his fragile human mind fraying at the edges, being rewritten by the monster he had become. Then, right as his mind reached its breaking point, he heard the same familiar voice that brought him into this hellish place. Corruption purged. DNA sample purified. You have acquired an essence imprint. Wake up, paragon of purity. That name, his true name, was an anchor to his true self that no transformation could touch. It pierced the madness reaching deep within his soul. Paragon of. He whispered, the words dying on his lips as the world of fire crumbled into nothingness. Hugo opened his eyes. He was back in the circular chamber, slumped against the cold marble floor. He was human again, the chimera's emotions gone as if they had never been, taking with them the madness that had overwhelmed him. It took him several seconds to orient himself. He was back in front of the pod that held the magma-like liquid. This time, however, it was clear. The seed of corruption was completely gone, purged, leaving the contents pure and radiant. The other 9 pods, on the other hand, still swirled with their own dark vile seeds. What the hell was that? He muttered, his voice a ragged tear in the silence. He leaned his head back against the wall, his body trembling. The adrenaline was gone, leaving only a bone-deep exhaustion and a creeping horror. His mind replayed it, the pain, the rage, the feeling of his sanity slipping away from him, all remaining inside his brain, which was cursed with memory. With that memory came another realization. What he had just experienced wasn't a nightmare. Instead, it was something much worse, something generated by his own soul, his own aspect, in the same manner the nightmare spell did to create a trial with the sole goal of purifying the corruption within the essence imprint. The reality of it crashed down on him. This was what his power entailed, this was his destiny. Not just cool transformations and exciting battles, but this utterly terrifying madness, this violation of his own mind, this endless war against a corruption. And this was only the beginning of it. There was hundreds if not thousands of seeds of corruption within his soul, all nestled within the DNA sample of past Nobel creatures. Just what the hell is this? He screamed, his voice raw and desperate, echoing in the sterile chamber. His fists clenched, nails digging into his palms and painting them red. The walls of his soul seemed to vibrate with his emotional turmoil. He gasped, his breathing violent and irregular. Hugo looked down at the Omnitrix, the source of it all. A wave of pure, undiluted revulsion washed over him. "Curse you," he snarled, clawing at the divine relic, trying to pry it from his wrist. But it was futile, like trying to tear off his own soul. "Curse the first thinker. Curse this stupid divine aspect and curse my flaw." He was sobbing now, tears of frustration and fear tracing paths down his cheeks. He was trapped. This power was forever a part of him. There was no abandoning it. "Why?" he whispered, the fight draining out of him, leaving only a weary despair. "Why me? Why couldn't I have gotten a simpler aspect, a normal one?" He cursed the world, the nightmare spell, his first nightmare, the nightmare creatures, the dead gods, and the cruel irony of fate, everything that had led him to this moment of utter powerlessness in a room of unimaginable power within his soul. He couldn't bear it anymore. The weight of it all was simply too immense for his mind, and so he fled, retreating from his own soul's sea and closing his eyes tightly and seeking the only escape he had ever truly known since his mother's death. The sweet, gentle, and blessedly empty embrace of slumber. That's the end of this tale for now. Make sure to like and subscribe for more installments. Join the Discord, and with that being said, peace.